Chapter 1933. Is that so? Let's do it then. A half-step human demon. Can he really kill an early-stage human demon? That's impossible. Yongo is also a half-step human demon. But even if he works together with Dwayne, Pingtian, and Kongyan, they won't be able to defeat an early-stage human demon. It must be that saber. It must be a mid-grade demonic artifact, at the very least, if it can cut through the Void Strike saber so easily. There were still 99% of demons who believed that Ning Chi had relied on the dragon-slaying saber to kill Chu Su. They did not want to believe that Ning Chi could kill an early-stage human demon with the strength of a half-step human demon. This was because it was beyond their knowledge. Ever since they were young, their elders or masters in their clans had always told them that they could not provoke a human demon unless they were also in the human demon realm. Otherwise, they would definitely die. This common sense was deeply ingrained in their hearts. Countless greedy gazes landed on Ning Chi. The demons were tempted. If not for the fact that Ning Chi had just killed North Moon and Chu Su, there would probably be many demons who would not be able to hold themselves back and rush up to snatch the dragon-slaying saber. Young Master Bei Xianwan, Zi Qingxing covered her mouth in disbelief. Dabu and Christy were very shocked too. In the past, Ning Chi had used the lightning tribulation to kill Ghost in the demon land. But right now, Ning Chi had used his own strength to forcefully kill North Moon Chu Su. As the caretaker of the North Moon clan, North Moon Chu Su's status in their hearts was even higher than Ghost's. How is this possible? How did Butler Chu Shu die to his hands? North Moon Lingqiu stared blankly at Chu Shu's corpse and mumbled to himself. Yang Yingwei and the others had ugly expressions. Ning Chi's battle prowess had exceeded their expectations. Is he really a half-step human demon? Don't tell me he's hiding his cultivation. The giant tiger and wolf mumbled to themselves. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. That's right. He must have hidden his cultivation. They had lived for so many years, yet they had never heard of a prodigy who possessed the strength to kill a human demon at the half-step human demon stage. Even the 3 strongest tribes and the giant cities could not raise a prodigy like that. Those below the human demon stage were ants. This saying had been passed down for countless generations. This kid, Uriel's eyes revealed a hint of joy. The more he looked at Ning Chi, the more he liked him. He had already made a decision in his heart. That was to recommend Ning Chi to his younger brother, the revered Mountain Demon King Pain. Originally, Rulrir planned on accepting Ning Chi as his disciple himself, but Ning Chi surprised him time and time again. Gradually, Rulrir felt like he had no right to teach Ning Chi with his aptitude and talent. Today, when he saw Ning Chi kill North Moon Chu Su so easily, he finally made this decision. If people found out about this, it would definitely lead to a great uproar. Whoosh! A soft sound was heard. Suddenly, everyone discovered that North Moon Chong Su had vanished. Uriel's expression changed slightly, and he looked towards the arena of life and death in a hurry. Sure enough, North Moon Chong Su had appeared less than 3 meters away from Ning Chi. Could it be that Master Chong Su plans to take action personally? Yes, that guy destroyed Sir Chongshu's demonic artifact and killed the caretaker of the North Moon clan. Sir Chongshu definitely won't just accept this. For the glory of the North Moon clan, we can't let this kid leave here alive today. Yang Yingwei was taken aback at first. Afterwards, a sliver of joy appeared on his face. He looked at the arena eagerly. The Lingshu Black River's expression became rather ugly. According to the current situation, he probably would not be able to benefit from anything today. He had basically come for nothing. Is that North Moon Chong Su? North Moon Chong Su of the 7 Great Masters? The leader of the North Moon clan. Why has he come here personally? Is it because the Void Break Blade was destroyed? The demons in the spectator seats only saw a blur, and a figure appeared in the arena. When they saw the figure's appearance closely, they secretly gasped inside. They were rather filled with disbelief. Afterwards, many demons seemed to think of something. A sliver of eagerness and excitement appeared on their faces. He's dead for sure. Sir Chongxiu will never spare him. Xiao Qi clenched his fists in excitement. Before this, his feelings were extremely mixed. After all, when he saw the terrifying battle prowess Ning Qi had demonstrated earlier, Xiao Qi had given up on the idea of revenge, even though he originally planned on finding an opportunity. Now that the situation had changed, he obviously became extremely excited. There were many demons who shared the same thoughts as him, such as Willis, Nalan Shanhai, and many demons who stood on the side of the Yang family and the North Moon clan. They were all tempted to kill Ning Qi on the spot. North Moon Chongsu? Ning Qi's gaze shifted slightly, and he immediately saw through North Moon Chongsu's background. He immediately became slightly stern. Standing before him was one of the 7 great masters of Yen Mountain City, a late demonic cultivator and the leader of the North Moon clan, North Moon Chongsu. Ning Qi could sense North Moon Chongsu's aura. It was countless times more terrifying than North Moon Chusu's. Perhaps he only needed a single finger to crush him. Young Master North Moon is in danger. In a corner of the spectator seats, a sliver of worry flashed through the eyes of Yi, who had remained composed the entire time. Behind her, Duo Lu and the other 2 were even more worried about Ning Qi's safety than her. As demonic creatures, their minds were relatively flexible. As soon as they arrived in Yen Mountain City, they had already asked around about the various great masters here in detail. North Moon Chongsu was an existence whose battle prowess could rank in the top 3 among the 7 great masters. However, they had forgotten that only North Moon Chongsu possessed such battle prowess with the Void Burst Blade. Now that the Void Burst Blade had been destroyed by Ning Qi, North Moon Chongsu's battle prowess had declined by over 30% compared to his peak condition at the very least. He probably only ranked last among the 7 great masters. You're called North Moon. North Moon Chongsu looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Yeah. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Do you know who I am? North Moon Chongsu asked indifferently. North Moon Chongsu, the leader of the North Moon clan. Ning Qi smiled. At this moment, Uriel seemed to be afraid that North Moon Chongsu would kill Ning Qi in a fit of rage, so he landed beside Ning Qi in a hurry. Seeing this, Lingshu Dark River and the others all took off and landed on the ring. Lingshu Dark River stood towards the back. His gaze passed through the gaps between everyone's shoulders and landed on Ning Qi. He seemed to be in thought. Since you know who I am, you destroyed my Void Burst Blade and killed the caretaker of my North Moon clan. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you right now? There's probably no one here who can protect you, North Moon Chongsu said indifferently. North Moon Chongxiu said indifferently. As he said that, he even seemed to glance at Rulier. Uriel's expression became rather ugly. If North Moon Chongsu stubbornly insisted on killing Ning Qi, even his dignity would probably be useless. Really? Then come. Chapter 1934. Unkillable, this guy? Seeing Ning Qi's reaction, even Rulier was rather shocked. Ning Qi was a half-step human demon, yet he was actually provoking a great late human demon? Isn't he afraid of my father? How dare he? North Moon Lingqiu stared at Ning Qi blankly. Although North Moon Chongxiu doted on her very much, when North Moon Chongxiu was stern, even she felt fear. He was actually provoking her like this. The demons in the spectator stands also seemed to have noticed something from the scene. They stared at Ning Qi dumbfoundedly with some disbelief in their hearts. This kid doesn't even fear a late human demon? Is he not afraid of death? Or is there something wrong with his head? Nalan Shanhai looked at Ning Qi strangely. Suddenly he felt some regret. This time he had chosen to expel this kid from the alliance of mountains and seas because he was afraid of the North Moon family's wrath. If this kid survived, he would probably run into some trouble in the future with the personality he had displayed today. "Little brother, are you joking with the patriarch of the Chongshu family?" Rulia laughed dryly. He arrived before Ningqi and shot him a glance. Afterwards, he looked at North Moon Chongshu and smiled. "Patriarch of the Chongshu family, North Moon Chu Su died in the arena of life and death. He died a worthy death. Surely you can't vent your anger on a junior because of this, right? Give me some face, and let's forget about what happened today." "Rulier, a mere half-step human demon dares to provoke me like this. If I don't teach him a lesson today and leave like this, my North Moon family will probably struggle to even take a single step forward in Yenshan City in the future. We'll become the laughingstock of the 7 clans. I probably won't be able to give you some face." North Moon Chongshu smiled. After saying that, his figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Ningqi. With a loud bang, Void Spirit, Dark River, and the others were sent flying by a terrible shockwave, and in the center of the arena, a thick mushroom cloud rose, and the situation inside was completely unclear. Is this the power of a late human demon? When the demons present saw this, they all leapt in fright. The shockwave had crushed them to the point where they could barely breathe. He should be dead? Willis clenched his fists tightly in excitement. North Moon Chongshu has unleashed this move out of anger. This kid is dead for sure. Nayland Shanhai narrowed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Qi also heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he had offended Ningqi, and as long as Ningqi didn't die, he wouldn't be at peace. "North Moon Chongshu, how shameless of you to bully the weak." Luriel got up from the ground in a sorry state. There was a hint of anger in his eyes as he scolded. The representatives of the other clans were no better off than him. Even the mid-demonic human existences had become rather unstable from the shockwaves from North Moon Chongshu's attack earlier. The mushroom cloud slowly dissipated. Everyone discovered that a huge pit over 100 meters wide had appeared in the center of the colossal arena of life and death. Compared to North Moon Chu Su's destructive power earlier, it was much, much greater. In the center of the pit lay a figure on its back. Beside the pit, North Moon Chong stood with his arms behind his back. "Crap, that magic tool!" A hint of anxiety flashed through the spirit void Black River's eyes. He couldn't care less about exposing his objective. With a flash, he charged into the huge pit. Boom! Another great rumble rang out. The spirit void Black River moved even faster than before, flying back like a cannonball and landing beside everyone heavily. An extremely clear imprint of a fist could be seen on his chest. Luriel and the others were filled with disbelief when they saw this. Was he still alive? Elder Black River. The demons of the Spirit Void tribe leapt in fright. They immediately flew over to the Spirit Void Black River's side and gazed at the huge pit in some shock. North Moon Chong Su frowned slightly. A sliver of surprise flashed through his eyes. He was confident that the strike he had unleashed earlier was enough to kill regular mid-demonic humans. His opponent was only a half-step demonic demon, so he should have been as dead as he could be. A figure emerged from the dust cloud that was about to vanish. Ningqi rubbed his chest and smiled at North Moon Chong. "That punch of yours almost made me lose my breath, but if you want to kill me with a single punch, you probably still aren't enough." Ha ha ha! The deafening sound reverberated through the arena. The various demons immediately looked at Ningqi with a sliver of fear. There's something wrong with the young Master Beixian. Ye's gaze changed slightly. She had studied the strength demon body forging pill with Ningqi for over a decade in the peak training grounds, so she understood Ningqi's personality extremely well. In her eyes, Ningqi was an extremely careful person. He would always think twice before doing anything. He would only choose to do something when he was 70 or 80% confident. This was the first time he had seen him behave so maliciously like today. And Even though he clearly knew his opponent was a late, demonic human expert, he did not choose to retreat for now. Instead, he chose to face him head-on, which did not match Ning Qi's personality at all. Is it because of the cultivation method that he's absorbed too much demon qi, or has it affected the young Master Beishuan's mind? Yi guessed inside. Her guess was actually 70 to 80% correct. However, Ning Qi's mind had not been affected by the demon qi. Instead, it was his personality in his demonic form. That was how he was. If the heavens oppressed him, he would destroy the heavens. If the gods bullied him, he would slay the gods. How arrogant! A sliver of mockery flashed through North Moon Chongshu's eyes. With a single movement, he appeared before Ning Qi and grabbed Ning Qi by the neck. With a boom, he smashed Ning Qi into the ground heavily. A human-shaped pit appeared on the stone floor that had been reinforced by formations. At the same time, countless cracks spread into the surroundings like a spider's web. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena of life and death had been shaken to pieces. It was possible to imagine just how terrifying North Moon Chongshu's attack earlier was. Cough! Ning Qi coughed up a mouthful of blood. He extended his hand and grabbed North Moon Chongshu's hand, throwing a punch at North Moon Chongshu's head. North Moon Chongshu shook his head and dodged Ning Qi's punch. Seeing how Ning Qi could still move, he became more and more surprised. His expression suddenly became slightly colder. Before Lullier could even plead for mercy, North Moon Chongshu grabbed Ning Qi and swung him around madly. Boom! 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 The rumbling rumbled like thunder. Even the northernmost region of Yen Mountain City could sense the terrifying disturbance. More and more demons hurried towards the arena of life and death. Crushed before North Moon Chongshu, Ning Qi's strength was as insignificant as an ant. Whether it was speed or strength, he paled in comparison to North Moon Chongshu. However, more and more demons began to look at Ning Qi in admiration instead of fear. Even the mid-demonic demons present were no exception, as even they could not last so long against North Moon Chongshu. What demonic art do you practice? Chapter 1935. The Middle Finger. Seeing how North Moon Chongshu began to doubt Ning Qi's cultivation method, the Lingshu Dark River's expression immediately changed. Ning Qi had punched him earlier. Other than feeling shocked, he also felt a sliver of joy. Just from the punch alone, he could tell that the demonic art Ning Qi practiced was far superior to his. Otherwise, how could a measly half-demon demon erupt with such power in a single moment? Apart from the cultivation method, there was no other explanation. This was evident from Ning Qi's current monstrous defenses. Ha! You want the demonic art I practice? Ning Qi grinned, and a series of sounds erupted from his body. His dislocated bones immediately reconnected, and he staggered to his feet. Even if you beat me to death, I won't tell you. Speaking of which, is this the technique of a late demonic cultivator? Ning Qi smiled. Even Yi, who sat in a distant corner of the spectator seats, could see the mockery in his eyes. The demons all stared at Ning Qi silently. They had already reached a point like this. Yet he was still bold enough to speak to North Moon Chongshu like that? Wasn't he supposed to kneel and beg for mercy? Strands of demon qi flowed through Ning Qi's body, and his wounds rapidly healed. His life force that had originally been halved from North Moon Chongshu's punch rapidly recovered as well. His rate of recovery was several times faster than before. Ning Qi knew this was probably the benefit of fusing with the complete power of the fruit of fortune. After all, that was an extremely rare fruit, even on the immortal continent. Otherwise, no matter how insane and irrational Ning Qi's demonic form was, he would never provoke North Moon Chongshu like this. Ning Qi wanted to use this opportunity to see just how terrifying the techniques of a late demonic cultivator were. He wanted to see whether he could kill him in a single strike. Right now, he had already found out. North Moon Chongshu's techniques were indeed very terrifying. His strength was startlingly great, where Ning Qi paled in comparison. Suppressing Ning Qi was extremely easy. However, Ning Qi discovered that with his defenses and terrifying recovery rate, it would probably take North Moon Chongshu a very long time to kill him if he did not directly kill him. Ning Qi was very happy after learning about this. At the very least, he knew he would not be as fragile as a porcelain doll before a late demonic demon. Just this aspect alone made him much more powerful than those mid-demonic demons. North Moon Chongshu misunderstood him as practicing some demonic art, which was why he possessed such an unbelievable defense. Ning Qi obviously would not explain that to him. If he only relied on the method of the demon ancestor and the dragon elephant suppression method, Ning Qi's body would only be around the same as regular early demonic humans. There were many factors that contributed to his current defense, such as the primordial body of the demonic immortal and the fruit of fortune. Then I'll beat you to death. Let's see if you'll tell me. A cold light flashed through North Moon Chong's eyes. Boom! Are you going to say it? I won't say haha. Boom! 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 Are you going to say it? I won't say it. Boom! 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 Very soon, the colossal arena of life and death had been reduced to ruins. The formation supporting it had been destroyed by North Moon Chong a long time ago. But to everyone's shock, Ning Qi actually managed to survive tenaciously under attacks like that. He refused to yield to North Moon Chong either. No wonder Yang Go lost to him. Dwayne and the other two glanced at one another. They could all see the shock in each other's eyes. North Moon Lingqiu, Yang Yingwei, Willis, Nailan Shanhai, Xiu Qi, and so on, all the people who had grievances with Ning Qi all looked at Ning Qi in a different light. Why? You're still not dead? Why don't you go die? Willis clenched his fists firmly as fear filled his eyes. He vaguely regretted returning to Yenshan City this time. Although Ning Qi was being crushed by North Moon Chong, for some reason, when he saw the evil smile on Ning Qi's face, Willis felt the fear in his heart grow heavier and heavier. It was not just him. Nailan Shanhai was no longer composed either. A sliver of fear flashed through his eyes. This guy, North Moon Lingqiu looked at Ning Qi strangely. She suddenly discovered that this detestable guy was actually so stubborn. Are you going to tell me or not? North Moon Chong grabbed Ning Qi by the neck and stared at him coldly. The corner of Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. Blood constantly oozed out from the corner of his lips, but he did not care at all. He extended his broken right hand. North Moon Chong was taken aback. Everyone was very curious too. Ning Qi did not seem like he was going to hit North Moon Chong. Had he decided to admit defeat and hand over his cultivation method? He extended his half-clenched fist in front of North Moon Chong. Afterwards, Ning Qi slowly extended his middle finger and laughed madly. Ha ha ha, I won't tell you. Everyone stared at Ning Qi in shock. A sliver of anger rose up on North Moon Chong's face. He had no idea what Ning Qi's gesture meant, but he felt humiliated. Oh no, he's going for the kill. A sliver of surprise flashed through L'Oreal's eyes. Just when North Moon Chong planned on directly finishing off Ning Qi, his movements paused slightly. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. A demon that only seemed to be 18 or 19 currently stood in the air, studying Ning Qi indifferently with his head lowered. Seeing North Moon Chong look over, the demon smiled and said, Chong Su, he's just a junior who has taken a step into the human-demon realm. There's no need for you to be so angry, is there? North Moon Chong loosened his hand and clasped his hands at the demon. Greetings to the Demon King of Mount Suzerain. The Demon King of Mount Suzerain? Only then did the demons return to their senses. They gasped and looked at the figure in the sky. L'Oreal immediately became overjoyed. Lingxiu, Dark River, and the others all bowed as well. Their gazes were rather strange. They were secretly shocked. How had something as small as this drawn over the demon king of Mount Suzerain? As far as they knew, the masters of the Earth Devil stage rarely showed themselves. They were either in closed-door training or on their way to closed-door training. For them, ordinary battles were no longer interesting. Their goal was to improve their cultivation and become sky devils. Dispense with the formalities. Pain smiled and waved his hand. Afterwards, he studied Ning Chi curiously. "Little guy, are you interested in becoming my disciple?" "What? The demon king of Mount Suzerain actually wants to take this kid as his disciple?" Everyone was stunned. Gazes of envy and jealousy landed on Ning Chi. Willis had already sneaked off the platform, ready to slip away. He definitely could not stay in Yen Mountain City any longer. The expressions of the demons on the side of the alliance of mountains and seas became even more fascinating. They subconsciously glanced at Nail and Shanghai and discovered that their leader's complexion was as if he had just eaten a mouthful of shit. Chapter 1936. A mountain, is this a blessing in disguise? Duane and the other two stared at Ning Chi, dumbfounded. The three of them and Yang Go had tried countless times to become a disciple of the Zunshin Demon King. Even the leaders of the clans had put in a good word for them. Unfortunately, the Zunshin Demon King did not like them at all. It was not just them. In the past few years, the prodigies of various tribes had come to Yen Mountain City to become a disciple of the Zunshin Demon King. Many of them were like the illusionary spirit tribe. Some of them were terrifyingly powerful. They were not their opponents. However, the Zunshin Demon King still did not like prodigies like them. Who would have thought that the Zunshin Demon King would take the initiative to accept a demon from a declining clan as a disciple today? Oh no, if this kid becomes a disciple of the Zunshin Demon King, the illusionary spirit Onyx, River became stern. "Brother, what are you waiting for?" Luriel hurriedly signaled to Ning Chi. Ning Chi glanced at the Zunshin Demon King. The evil aura on his face gradually dispersed. Everyone realized that Ning Chi's expression was the same as before, as if he had become a different person. Disciple Bei Xian greets the master. Ning Chi had no reason to let go of a backer in the Earth Demon realm, no matter what his current intentions were. At least he could stay in the concealed Cultivator City peacefully for the time being. "All right." A hint of a smile flashed through Payne's eyes. "I'll be going out for a while. If there's anything, just ask my elder brother to teach you." With that, he shot into the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. That's it. Everyone stared at Ning Chi silently. North Moon Chongshu looked away and glanced at Ning Chi. Then he turned around and left. North Moon Lingqiu hurriedly followed after him. However, before he left, he glanced at Ning Chi rather unwillingly. "Brother Bei Xian, congratulations. Master Bei Xian, let's work together in the future if we have the chance." Duane, Yankido, and the others all came forward to congratulate Ning Chi with smiles on their faces. The representatives of the other clans also came forward to get close to Ning Chi. After all, Ning Chi's identity was extraordinary. He was no longer a little demon from a declining clan, but the disciple of the revered Mountain Demon King Pain. With this identity, he could do whatever he wanted in Yen Mountain City. Yang Ingui glanced at Ning Chi silently before leaving with the people of the Yang family. They needed to properly think about how they were going to resolve their grievances with Ning Chi when they returned this time. "Alliance Master," we, in the spectator stands, Xiu Qi, looked at Nailin Shanghai with some fear. "Let's go." Nailin Shanghai dropped these words and turned to leave. After chatting with the crowd for a while, Ning Chi's eyes suddenly turned cold. He smiled at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." Please, we won't disturb Master Bei Xian then," Yankoto said with a smile. "Martial nephew, where are you going?" Leliere was stunned. "I see an acquaintance. Martial uncle, please wait for me for a moment." Ning Chi smiled faintly. His figure moved, and he chased after a fellow who was about to slip away. Seeing this, the spirit void Black River's eyes moved slightly. When he saw Ning Chi was going in the direction of Willis, who was about to sneak out of the arena, he immediately understood. I'll leave Yen Shan City this time, and I won't be coming back in the future. I didn't expect this kid to be so lucky to be accepted as a disciple by the Zun Shan Demon Kingpin. Even the Spirit Void tribe can't do anything to him, right? Willis thought as he quickened his pace. He didn't dare to move too much and could only leave with the crowd. Willis, where are you going? Suddenly, a few figures appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Willis's eyes flashed with anger. You want to stop me? Aren't you afraid that the Spirit Void tribe will suppress you? Get out of my way. Willis, you want to suppress us every time you open your mouth. Do you really think that you are a demon of the Spirit Void tribe? Daba mocked. The Spirit Void Black River is in the arena right now. Aren't you afraid? Willis's eyes flashed with anxiety. At this time, he suddenly found that Zi Qingyue and the others' eyes seemed to have changed a little. They were looking behind him. Willis's body stiffened slightly, and he slowly turned around. Where are you going? Ning Chi looked at Willis and smiled. Bei, young Master Bei Xian, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here again. Willis immediately laughed dryly. The fear in his heart grew stronger. He glanced and saw that the Spirit Void Black River seemed to be paying attention to the movement here, so he hurriedly winked. Seeing this, Ning Chi looked at him and glanced at the Spirit Void Black River. This guy just wanted to take the opportunity to plunder something from him and was punched by him. At that time, Ning Chi took a look at the attributes of the Spirit Void Black River. At this moment, seeing Willis's expression, he naturally knew that the Spirit Void Black River was probably brought here by Willis. Do you think that an early-stage human demon would dare to stand up for you at this moment? Ning Chi smiled faintly. Young Master Bei Xian, what are you talking about? I have offended you before. Please forgive me for the sake of the Broken Moon Squad. I promise that I will leave Yen Shan City from now on and will never step into, Willis hurriedly said. In the distance, Nayland Shanhai stopped in his tracks and looked in their direction. It's Willis. He also knows Bei Xian. Some demons from the Mountain and Sea Alliance looked envious. However, many demons, including Xiao Qi and Nayland Shanhai, sensed something from Willis's current demeanor. You brought people from the Spirit Void tribe to Yen Shan City to find me, right? Ning Chi smiled. No. Young Master Bei Xian misunderstood. Willis hurriedly denied. Plus, you've made a few small moves in the demon land. Do you think that I can let you leave Yen Shan City today? Ning Chi said with a smile. Young Master Bei Xian, this is a misunderstanding. Willis hurriedly waved his hands. No matter what, he couldn't admit it. He felt that the other party didn't have any solid evidence. Puff! Willis's head was knocked into Ning Chi's stomach, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Even in death, he still couldn't believe it. Why did the other party want to kill him without any evidence? Dabu's expression flickered, and his eyes flickered with sympathy. Although he despised Willis's actions in the demon land, they had been teammates for a long time after all. Now that he saw Willis die in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. Off in the distance, Nayland Shanhai and Xiao Qi saw what was happening and immediately turned to leave. As for the other devils from the Alliance of Mountains and Seas, they were completely flabbergasted and couldn't understand how Ning Chi had killed Willis. After Willis's death, the Spirit Void Black River led the demons from the Spirit Void tribe away. Chapter 1937. Demon King's Mansion, Marshal Nephew. Does this kid have a grudge against you? Uriel walked to Ning Chi's side and glanced curiously at Willis's body. Zi Qingyue and the others quickly cupped their hands and saluted. There's a bit of enmity between us, and it's an eyesore to keep him around. It's better to just kill him. Ning Chi laughed. Rulia nodded. Willis's death was just a small matter, and he didn't care about it at all. However, he had seen Willis beside the spirit void dark river, so he felt a little strange. He subconsciously looked towards the spirit void dark river, but he couldn't find any trace of him. Marshal nephew, let's return to the Demon King's mansion. While your master isn't around, I'll be responsible for teaching you. Although if we really fight, Marshal Uncle's old bones might not be a match for you. But no matter what, Marshal Uncle is still an early-stage human devil. You won't mind, right? Luriel said with a smile. Ning Chi's expression was somewhat solemn. He cupped his hands and said, I dare not. Very good. Lurier was quite satisfied with Ning Chi's attitude. He was a little wild, but he was wild when he should be, and polite when he shouldn't be. He could advance and retreat freely. He was really a good seedling. The more he looked at Ning Chi, the more he liked him. Perhaps it had been many years since he had seen such a like-minded young man. Lurier directly pulled Ning Chi away. If you need any help in the future, feel free to look for me. Before Ning Chi was pulled away, he sent a voice transmission to Zi Qingyue and others. A look of ecstasy appeared in Dabulu's eyes. He was rather excited. Haha, our Breaking Moon team finally has a backer. Now that Child Beishian has become the disciple of the Zunshin Demon King Pain, anyone who dares to mess with us will have to think twice. Sister, we spent all our magic crystals in Hidden Cultivator City. Hidden Cultivator City was opened by Zunshan Demon King Pain. Should we ask young Master Beishian to let us cultivate there for a few more months? Zi Qingxing said with a smile, and there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. Hearing this, Christie's eyes lit up. You're thinking too simply. Not only do the 7 great clans have shares in Hidden Cultivator City, even the revered Mountain Demon King Pain isn't the biggest shareholder of Hidden Cultivator City. Hidden Cultivator City has an endless supply of demonic chi, and even if you have demonic crystals, you won't be able to enter the most secret place. Who do you think is cultivating in there? Zi Qingyue smiled. Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard this. Sister, could this be the cultivation place of Zunshan Demon King Pain? Zi Qingxing asked curiously. When they reach the Earth Devil stage, I'm afraid that even the Hidden Cultivator City can't increase their cultivation speed. Of course, it's not the Zun Mountain Demon King Pain who is cultivating there. Instead, it's the tribe's top geniuses who are much more powerful than our Yen Mountain City. They have middle stage or even late stage Earth Devil cultivators. These top geniuses have the same status as us in their tribes. They can't be put in an important position, so they can only come here. However, no matter what, their identities are still extremely honorable. Young Master Beishian has just become the disciple of Zun Mountain Demon King Pain, so there are still many things that he needs to figure out. Zi Qingyue said faintly. Zi Qingxing and the others showed admiration in their eyes. They had been staying with Zi Qingyue all this time, but they didn't know these secrets. In the center of Yen Mountain City, when Ning Chi and the others arrived at the Demon King's mansion, Duo Lu and the other 2 were shocked by the luxurious and huge mansion in front of them. The land price of Yen Mountain City could be said to be extremely expensive. If an ordinary demon wanted to have a place to stay here, even the most ordinary mansion would cost tens of hundreds of magic crystals. The building in front of them was many times bigger than that. Moreover, it was located in the center of Yen Mountain City, which had the densest demon chi other than the Hidden Cultivator City. To be able to cultivate in this place for a long time was equivalent to spending money to cultivate in the worst place in Hidden Cultivator City. 2 demons who had a strong aura that was not weaker than you were standing at the gate. When they saw Rulier, they quickly went forward and saluted. At the same time, they looked at Ning Chi and the others curiously. Wolf eyes, wolf blood. Beishian is my brother's new disciple. When you see him in the future, it's the same as seeing me. Do you understand? Rulier said. A trace of shock flashed in their eyes. They quickly saluted Ning Qi. Wolf eyes and wolf blood greet young Master Bei Xian. You're welcome. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After everyone went in, wolf eyes and wolf blood looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. How many years has it been since the Demon King accepted a disciple? Tens of thousands of years, right? I didn't expect to see another young Master Bei Xian today. This young Master Bei Xian seems to be slightly stronger than us. His attitude is also better than the others. He even smiled at us just now. After getting along with him for a long time, we will know his temperament. However, this is an opportunity. Since you and I accidentally offended young Master Spidermark, we have been guarding this gate for 30 years. If we can use our relationship with young Master Bei Xian to get us to do something, it would be better than guarding the gate, right? That's true. Disciple Nephew Bei Xian, you will live in this courtyard from now on. Not far ahead is my and your master's cave abode. There are a total of 4 courtyards here. The first 3 are for your 2 senior brothers and 1 senior sister. However, they are currently in Hidden Cultivator City and only come out once every few years. If there is a chance in the future, I will introduce you to them. You can live in this courtyard for now. Rulier brought Ning Qi and the others to a courtyard. There were 3 courtyards separated from this one, and they all looked much larger than this one. Hearing that he had 2 senior brothers and 1 senior sister, Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. Rulier had already entered the courtyard. Not only did it have more than 30 rooms, but there was also a huge backyard. Feeling the incomparably thick demonic qi, Duo Lu and the other 2 were overjoyed. Disciple Nephew, now that we are so close, will the power demon body honing pill be cheaper in the future? Rulia looked at Ning Qi with a smile. Uncle Master, the price of the power demon body honing pill is already cheap enough. I will not make too many in the future. I'm afraid the market price will rise a little more. Ning Qi smiled. Rulier rubbed his nose helplessly. The effect of this pill is almost comparable to a superior grade void pill, but its price is less than 1/3 of a superior grade void pill. I'm afraid that once it enters the market, many forces will come to snatch it. Even I have to give some face to some forces. Settle down and come with me to the Yen Mountain auction house tomorrow. We will first confirm the shares of the various families here, and then we will discuss the future. Can I not go? Ning Qi planned to go directly to Hidden Cultivator City. You are the demonic refinement master of the power demon body honing pill. They have no choice but to accept your distribution, so they have to go. Rulier patted Ning Qi's shoulder and turned to leave. When he reached the door, he seemed to suddenly remember. According to the rules, you have to choose 10 guards in a few days, before you reach the human demon stage. These 10 guards will follow you. In the future, you will be responsible for their food and use. Chapter 1938. After Lullier left, Ning Qi let Duo Lu and the other 2 choose their own rooms. He had some questions about the demon ancestor golden body technique that he needed to ask Ning Qi. The 2 sat down in the stone pavilion in the garden and chatted until the next day. Yi had some enlightenment and returned to his room to cultivate. Martial Nephew, let's go and pick your guards. Lullier's voice could be heard even before he arrived. Ning Qi smiled, got up, and walked out. Along the way, the servants in the Demon King's mansion greeted Lullier and Ning Qi respectfully, while looking at Ning Qi curiously. They had long received the news that the Demon King had accepted a new disciple. They were both envious and jealous. Martial Uncle, are the guards you want me to pick all at the early stage of human devil? With my strength, these guards are dispensable, right? Ning Qi asked. Hee, I thought about this yesterday. According to the previous rules, there will indeed be 10 early-stage demonic humans as bodyguards. However, given your strength, I'm afraid that you will have to protect them if anything happens. Therefore, I've decided to arrange a mid-stage demonic human as your bodyguard. Leliere said with a smile. Mid-stage human devil? Ning Qi's eyes lit up. Martial uncle, how many mid-stage human devils are there in our Demon King's mansion? The one I'm going to take you to see is one of them. Back then, the clan I was born in was suppressed by the other clans and was almost exterminated. I took pain to hide from place to place. After many years of painstaking efforts, Pain showed his extraordinary talent. He first became the pride of his generation. Then he broke through all the way until even the older generation was no match for him. At that time, we gathered a huge team and launched a war against those clans and tribes that had once attacked us. This war lasted for more than 300 years. In the end, those clans and tribes were all destroyed. We were called the Zun Mountain Army because Zun Mountain was our clan. Luriel said as he walked. There was a look of reminiscence in his eyes. Obviously, it was something that happened a long time ago. After that, those clans and tribes that had enmity with us were all annihilated. However, their backers were very unhappy with me and Pain, saying that they wanted to kill or cripple us. After that, after countless years of fighting and killing, the backbone of the revered mountain army died one by one, all the way until Pain broke through to the early stage Earth Devil realm. From that day onwards, no other major powers dared to declare war against us. However, the revered mountain army only had about 100 people left. In the end, among these 100 people, some of them exhausted their lifespan and died. Some went searching for their own good fortune and disappeared. No one knows if they are still alive or dead. Rurier sighed. Ning Qi was secretly shocked. According to what Rollier had said, the guard he was going to choose for himself was an old monster who had followed the Devil King of Mount Pain through fire and water, and had lived for who knew how many years? Martial uncle, are the 6 of them currently in the Devil King's manor? Ning Qi was curious. 3 of them are in the mansion, and the other 3 are the guards of your senior brother and senior sister. They should be in hidden Cultivator City right now. Rollier said with a smile. Soon. Rollier took Ning Qi through a long and complicated corridor and finally came to a huge square. In the square, there was a series of roars, and the ground seemed to be shaking. A giant with muscles all over his body, who was 50 feet tall, was in front of a pillar that was more than 10 feet tall, madly hammering on it, sweating profusely. The material of this pillar seemed to be very special. The strength of every punch of the giant was extremely terrifying, but it could only leave a fist mark about an inch on the pillar. A group of bare-chested demons stood behind the giant, looking at his back with reverence on their faces. Sigh, it seems that I've encountered a bottleneck. The giant was a little dissatisfied with the strength of his fists. He muttered to himself, then let out an angry roar, and violently bombarded the pillar again. Ha ha ha, Lan Rua, are you teaching your disciples and grand-disciples again? Rollier walked over with a laugh. Hearing this, the giant slowly stopped what he was doing, and his body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, he was at least 2 heads taller than Ning Qi. My lord, what brings you here today? Lan Rua wiped his sweat and said with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at Ning Qi. Ning Qi found that his eyes were very sharp and forceful. He is Pain's new disciple. Beixian, you will be his guard from now on. Rollier pointed at Ning Qi and said with a smile, Lord Demon King's new disciple? The group of demons standing behind Lan Rua looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Then their eyes were filled with jealousy and a trace of indignation. Lord Demon King's new disciple. Surprise flashed in Lan Rua's eyes. Then he subconsciously frowned and looked Ning Qi up and down. His face revealed a trace of embarrassment, and he said to Rollier, My lord, why didn't you arrange for the other 2 old fellows to? Young Master Beixian? Because I feel that you are more suitable for martial nephew Beixian. Don't you boast that you are invincible? Among the mid-stage demons in Yanshan City, you are the strongest, and so is Marshal Nephew Batian. In his realm he is the strongest, Relier said with a smile, as if he already knew that Lan Rua would have such an attitude. Lan Rua's face instantly revealed a doubtful expression when he said this. The few demons standing at the front of the group, behind him, seemed to be somewhat unconvinced. Young Master Batian, my lord said that you are the strongest among your batch, but I don't really believe it. Looking at your aura, you should be a half-step human demon? How about this? My disciples and grand-disciples are also half-step human demons. How about you compete with them in terms of strength? Lan Rua looked at Ning Qi and said. Upon hearing this, the few demons behind him who were not convinced immediately stood up and looked at Ning Qi with provocative eyes. I wonder who is stronger between these few and Yang Go, and the other three. Ning Qi said plainly. He. A trace of mockery flashed in Lan Rua's eyes. Any one of them is stronger than Yang Go and the other three. Although Yang Go and the other three are rather famous in Yanshan City, the main reason is that they are from the 7 big families. I see. Ning Qi smiled. Then I'll have to trouble them to come at me together. That way, it will be simpler and won't waste too much time. Come at me together? Arrogant. The group of demons seemed to be insulted. Chapter 1939. Do you want to learn? There were a total of 4 half-step human demons. From the moment they attacked, Ning Qi realized that Lan Rua was not bluffing. Their auras were indeed sharper than Yang Go's, let alone Daoen and the other 2, who were slightly weaker. It seemed that Yang Go and the other 3 were indeed undeserving of their fame in Yanshan City. Very soon, the attacks of the 4 half-step demons arrived in front of Ning Qi. When they saw that Ning Qi had no intention of defending himself, a trace of hesitation flashed through their eyes. No matter what, Ning Qi was still the young master. If they accidentally injured him today, they would probably suffer in the future. But soon, the 4 of them no longer had such thoughts. Uft, 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 uft. Ning Qi swung his fists at an extremely fast speed. Each of them was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. They looked at Ning Qi in disbelief with shock on their faces. The other demons were shocked to see this. The 4 of them had the highest cultivation among them and were most likely to break through to the human demon realm. Lan Rua often gave them pointers. Logically speaking, no half-step human demon would be able to withstand the combined power of the 4 of them. The way they looked at Ning Qi changed. There was a tinge of fear in their eyes. Lord Lan Rua, the 4 of them looked ashamed. It's all right. Lan Rua waved his hand and looked at Ning Qi curiously. Young Master Batian, are you really just a half-step human demon? Not an early-stage human demon? He looked at Lelier suspiciously. Lord, could it be that you taught him some aura-concealing technique to hide his true cultivation? If I say I'm not in the human demon realm, then I'm not in the human demon realm. Lan Rua, don't you believe me? Lelier rolled his eyes and said unhappily. I wouldn't dare. Lan Rua hurriedly said. He was secretly shocked. Since the other party did not conceal his cultivation, then his strength was most likely, as Rulier had said. He was already invincible among his peers. As he thought of this, Lan Rua's interest in Ning Qi increased significantly. You seem to have reached a bottleneck? Ning Qi looked at Lan Rua and smiled. Lan Rua was slightly taken aback. He nodded with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Young Master Batian, what do you mean? He felt that Ning Qi would not mention this for no reason. Could it be that Ning Qi was using this to show that he had good eyesight and could see that he had encountered a bottleneck? But Lan Rua clearly remembered that when Lurier and Ning Qi arrived, she seemed to have muttered something to herself. Young Master Bei Xian must have heard her muttering. Ning Qi smiled, his lips moving slightly. Lelier noticed that a hint of astonishment gradually appeared on Lanner's face. He stood there in a daze, not saying a word. This state lasted for a full 15 minutes. Martial nephew, what did you say to him? Luriel transmitted his voice to Ning Chi curiously. Without waiting for Ning Chi's reply, Lan Rua's aura suddenly changed. The demon chi in the surroundings gathered endlessly, forming a gigantic vortex. Lan Rua kept absorbing the demon chi into his body. Very soon, Uriel realized that Lan Rua's aura was even stronger than before. Lord Lan Rua has broken through his current bottleneck. When the demons saw this, their faces were filled with surprise and joy. Although Lan Rua was still in the mid-stage of human demon, his current aura was clearly stronger than before. He was one step closer to the late stage of human demon. Congratulations, Lan Rua! Luriel was overjoyed to see this. After all, Lan Rua was one of the few old guys left in the Zun Mountain army. Back when he was still a young boy, he had followed him and Pain to conquer the world. Although he addressed Lan Rua as Lord, Luriel treated Lan Rua as his own brother. Phew, Lan Rua heaved a sigh of relief. Then he checked his status excitedly. In the end, in front of everyone, he bowed respectfully to Ning Chi and said, "Thank you, young Master Beixian, for your guidance. If it weren't for you, it would have taken me decades, or even centuries, to break through this bottleneck." What? The guidance of the young Master Beixian? Could it be that Lord Lan Rua broke through this bottleneck because of him? The demons present were shocked and looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. He wasn't even in the human demon stage. How could he give Lord Lan Rua, who is already in the mid-stage of human demon stage? He's indeed the new disciple of the Demon King. We shouldn't have doubted the Demon King's judgment. Which disciple of the Demon King isn't a peerless talent? All the demons looked at Ning Chi with a hint of respect in their eyes, and many of them looked at him with admiration. The demons had always admired the strong. Ning Chi's combat power had already gained their recognition. Now that he could even give Lord Lan Rua guidance to break through the bottleneck, they couldn't help but be impressed. "Are you willing to become my guard now?" Ning Chi said calmly. "I'm convinced." Lan Rua bowed. Then he looked at Ning Chi carefully. "Young Master Beixian, what you just taught me." The main reason why Lan Rua could break through this time was that Ning Chi had imparted some of the demon ancestor golden body chant to him. Ning Chi could tell that Lan Rua's own cultivation technique was much weaker than the demon ancestor golden body chant. One was like heaven and the other was earth. Therefore, Ning Chi only needed to take out a few lines of the chant to enlighten Lan Rua and break through this small bottleneck. "Do you want to learn?" Ning Chi smiled. "Yes." Lan Rua nodded without hesitation. "That depends on my mood." Ning Chi smiled faintly. Hearing that, Lan Rua's expression changed. "Uncle Master, aren't we going to the auction?" "Let's go." "I'm going into seclusion after this," Ning Chi said to Luriel. Luriel looked at Lan Rua gloatingly and nodded at Ning Chi. "Let's go, disciple nephew." When Lan Rua saw the two of them walking away, he immediately regained his senses and followed them. He stared at Ning Chi's back with a fiery gaze as he pondered how he could get Ning Chi to teach him the complete version of the mantra he had just imparted to him. Such a cultivation technique made Lan Rua feel enlightened. As a martial arts fanatic, Lan Rua's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. But with Ning Chi's status, he couldn't force it. All he could do was try to please this young Master Beixian. Lan Rua felt a little regretful. He should have agreed to Luriel's request right from the start. Now that Luriel was definitely unhappy, he had to use this opportunity to get rid of it. Along the way, Lan Rua kept praising Ning Chi. Luriel was really curious. What kind of cultivation technique did Ning Chi use to turn a martial arts fanatic into such a person? Yen Shan Auction House. In the hall on the 6th floor. Chapter 1940. Chapter 940. Suppression. Why has he come to? Does the distribution of the strength demon body forging pills have something to do with him? Nayland Shanhai's expression changed when he saw Ning Qi and Liliere walking in side by side. Following this, the demons were startled when they saw Lan Ruo's tall figure, and the way they looked at Ning Qi changed drastically. They knew there was a rule in the Demon King's estate. The 3 disciples Pain had accepted in the past had all been assigned guards. However, Ning Qi had only just been accepted as a disciple, yet they had actually assigned Lan Ruo, one of the 6 remaining old monsters of the venerated mountain army, to Ning Qi. Wasn't he overestimating him a little too much? A mid-demonic human guard, over 80% of the demons present were only early demonic human. It was possible to say that even if Ning Qi's battle prowess had not reached a terrifying level like when he killed Northmoon Chu Su, he was still not an existence they could afford to provoke from today onwards. Is everyone here? Rulriel made his way to the platform with a smile. Ning Qi glanced past everyone, pausing on Nalan Shanhai's face for a few seconds. Nalan Shanhai forced out a dry smile. He was already filled with regret. If he had known Ning Qi would become a disciple of the Demon King of Venerated Mountain, he would never have been bold enough to expel Ning Qi from the alliance of mountains and seas no matter what. The Northmoon family and the Yang family had been in direct conflict with Ning Qi in the past. Now that they saw Ning Qi's status had changed drastically, they did not feel too good either. However, Northmoon Lingqiu and Yang Yingwei just happened to be absent today. After all, they had to confirm the distribution of the strength demon body forging pills. It was a relatively important matter, so the 7 clans had all sent elders with great negotiating abilities before the appearance of the strength demon body forging pills. Basically, all the clans in Yen Mountain City used Gray Flame body forging pills. They could not afford the higher grade foundation establishing pills, so the distribution was split between Yankido, Tai, and Rulriel. However, after learning that the strength demon body forging pills that had been lost for countless years and were at least 30% more effective than the Gray Flame body forging pills had appeared, they obviously would not buy the expensive and ineffective Gray Flame body forging pills anymore unless they were at least 30% cheaper than the Gray Flame body forging pills. Only then could they return to the second tier. Yankido, Tai, and the giant tiger and Songlang sat in the hall. Apart from being demon refiners, they were also early demonic human cultivators. Their pride prevented them from coming today, but they had to buy some strength demon body pills. However, they had to buy some strength demon body forging pills to return. We've seen that incomplete pill formula before. If he can figure it out, we can naturally do it as well. As long as we have a batch of power demon body tempering pills with us, it'll be enough. This was the purpose of the 3. Lord Rulriel, I heard that the Yen Mountain Auction House has 40,000 strength demon body forging pills. According to the rules, our 7 clans should take 30% of the shares. The representative elder of the Yang clan said. The other clans nodded, but the second-tier clans did not feel that there was anything wrong. This was indeed the rule passed down in the past. The 7 clans only took 30%, but there was still a lot of shares for them to share. Today, I'm not the one distributing the shares. It's my martial nephew, Beixian, because he was the one who refined this batch of power demon body tempering pills. He'll be the one to decide the distribution in the future. It's useless for you to talk to me, Rulriel said with a smile. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless eyes were focused on Ning Qi. Those demons who had heard about it before but were not sure were inevitably shocked when they heard Uriel admit it personally. The power demon body honing pill that had been lost for so many years was actually refined by this existence who was not even at the early stage of human devil. Nalan Shanhai's expression turned ugly. He had a vague feeling that he probably would not be able to obtain any strength demon body forging pills. So the strength demon body forging pills really were refined by Master Beixian. Apologies. Apart from the Yang family and the Northmoon clan, the other representatives all clasped their hands towards Ning Qi. They smiled ingratiatingly. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. He extended his hand and pointed at the Yang family and the North Moon clan. You two don't have a share. The other 5 clans will distribute the 30% among themselves. What? The Yang family and North Moon clan actually don't have a share? Shocked gazes landed on Ning Qi. Was he trying to completely offend the 2 clans? The representatives of the 5 other clans were taken aback at first. Afterwards, gloating filled their eyes. They were rather overjoyed. Without the 2 clans, each of them would receive an extra batch of strength demon body forging pills. As for the Yang family and the North Moon clan, who did not have any strength demon body forging pills, if this continued for a long time, it was likely that the younger generation of their clans would grow a certain distance away from the other 5 clans. Even if they took multiple gray flame body forging pills, it would be useless. According to their talent, there was a limit to how many foundation establishing pills a demon could ingest. Once they reached the limit, foundation establishing pills would only be able to strengthen their bodies. A sliver of anger immediately appeared on the faces of the elders of the North Moon clan and the Yang family. How can you use your position to avenge a personal grudge? Avenge a personal grudge? Don't tell me you've offended me, and I'm in a hurry to send you my blessings of love? Ning Qi could not help but laugh. His identity was different now. If he could oppress the Yang family and the North Moon clan, he would obviously do it to his heart's content. His grievances with North Moon Chongshu could not be resolved anyway. The Yang family, who planned on forming a marriage alliance with the North Moon clan, obviously became his enemy. So what if he offended them to death? Looking at the other party's sullen and helpless appearance, Ning Qi felt very comfortable. You dash! The 2 elders almost cursed aloud, but they suddenly felt a chill, as Lan Rua was currently staring at them murderously. This kid's identity is anything but ordinary. We can't openly clash with him today. Let's go back and ask the patriarch first. The 2 elders glanced at one another before turning around and leaving the hall with ugly expressions. The hall fell rather silent. Master Beixian, is the 30% you mentioned really going to be split between the 5 of us? The elders of the 5 other clans probed. Of course. Ning Qi smiled. Master Beixian truly is fair and impartial. The 5 elders immediately cheered. They seemed to have completely forgotten about how Ning Qi had chased away the Yang family and the North Moon clan earlier. At this moment, Nayland Shanhai suddenly discovered Ning Qi looking at him. The scene he had been anticipating was finally about to happen. Alliance leader Nayland, please? Ning Qi smiled. Nayland Shanhai dared not argue with him. He lowered his head and turned around to leave quickly. His figure was rather disheveled. Chapter 1941. Everyone rebelled. Now that the eyesores were gone, Ning Qi distributed the strength demon body forging pills very quickly. Basically, everyone left in satisfaction. Even Yankido and the other 2 received quite a few strength demon body forging pills. Ning Qi obviously understood their intentions. Even if the 3 of them had the ability to reverse engineer the recipe for the strength demon body forging pills, it would only be a matter of a decade or 2 at the very least. By then, Ning Qi might not even be in the immortal prison anymore. It would not affect him at all. The Yang family, when North Moon Chongshu learnt his clan had not received any strength demon body forging pills, he went to the Yang family and saw the patriarch of the Yang family, one of the 7 great masters, the Goat Demon. Brother Goat Demon, what do you think of Beixian? North Moon Chongshu asked nonchalantly. He's Pain's disciple now. What I think of him is no longer important, right? The Goat Demon smiled faintly. This child no longer takes our 2 clans seriously. If we allow him to continue like this, will there still be a place for our 2 clans to stay in Yen Mountain City in the future? A cold light flashed through North Moon Chongshu's eyes. What do you mean? The Goat Demon looked at North Moon Chongshu. Zhu Feng and Wanli must have received quite a lot of gifts from our clans over the years, right? I think we should contact the two of them about this and let their clans deal with it. North Moon Chongshu smiled faintly. That works too. The goat demon hesitated slightly before nodding in agreement. North Moon Chongshu was right. The two of them had received quite a lot of benefits from them over the years. Now that their fourth junior brother wanted to target their two clans, they obviously had to step forward and deal with it. That way, they would not offend the Demon King of Mount Veneration either. Even if something happened, it would be their clan's business. Very soon, the two of them each sent a trusted subordinate into the city of concealed cultivators. Within Yen Mountain City, the news of the power demon body honing pill was already known by many demon clan members. The Yen Mountain Auction House also officially put it on sale. The power demon body honing pill, which was at least 30% better than the blue flame body honing pill, was only slightly more expensive. Many demon clan members flocked to the Yen Mountain Auction House to buy the power demon body honing pill. Due to the limited quantity, the Yen Mountain Auction House only sold 50 power demon body honing pills every day. Only 50 demon clan members were lucky enough to buy it. Those demons who managed to buy the pellets were very happy, while those who didn't were very disappointed. The demons from the other alliances were slightly better off because their alliances also got a portion of the pellets. Even though the pellets were sold at a slightly higher price than the Yen Mountain Auction House, it was still a good deal. After all, its effects were 30% stronger than the Ashen Flame body forging pill, and it was not as expensive as a high-grade void pill. Some demons with limited aptitudes were destined to not be able to consume too many Foundation establishment pills, so they held the power demon body forging pill in high esteem. The sales of the Ashen Flame body forging pill began to decline rapidly. Even if many demons were temporarily unable to purchase the power demon body forging pill, they were prepared to wait for a period of time. They would only choose the Ashen Flame body forging pill as a last resort in the alliance of mountains and seas. When the demons found out that their alliance didn't get a portion of the power demon body forging pill, countless rumors started to spread. On the first day, 5 demon squads chose to withdraw from the alliance of mountains and seas, including the Moonbreaking Squad. The alliance leader expelled Bei Xian from the alliance of mountains and seas. That was the worst decision. I know, now that he has been accepted as the personal disciple of Devil King Zunshan, and he's also a demonic refiner of the power demon body forging pill, I'm afraid that our alliance of mountains and seas will disband at any time. That's even more terrifying than offending the Bone Sea tribe. I heard that it was Xiu Qi who suggested to the alliance leader to expel young Master Bei Xian from the alliance of mountains and seas. I wonder if he regrets it now? Ha ha ha, it's not just regret. Didn't you hear that Xiu Qi's squad has left Yen Mountain City? I'm afraid they won't dare to come back for a while. Why don't we go look for the Moonbreaking Squad? They have a good relationship with young Master Bei Xian, so they might be able to get the power demon body forging pill. Oh, that's right. After some discussion, the Devil Clan squads acted immediately and stopped the Moonbreaking Squad at the entrance of the alliance of mountains and seas. They found that the Moonbreaking Squad had already been stopped by the other Devil Clan squads. After a rough calculation, they found that there were about 30 squads, which was 1/3 of the alliance of mountains and seas. Captain Qingyue, we're planning to leave the alliance of mountains and seas. Why don't you take the lead and create a new alliance? Let's call it the Moonbreaking Alliance. What do you think? That's right. All the other alliances in Yen Mountain City have gotten their share of the power demon body forging pill. Only our alliance of mountains and seas didn't get it. We can't stay here any longer. It's all because the alliance leader listened to the slanderous words of a scoundrel and expelled young Master Bei Xian from the alliance of mountains and seas. Of course, we can't let this mistake continue. All the captains of the Devil Clan squads tried to persuade them. Christy, Ziqingxing, and Deburu looked excited. The thought of the Moonbreaking Squad forming an alliance made them extremely excited. They looked at Zi Qingyue expectantly. At the same time, they didn't notice that Nayland Shanhai was looking at them from afar with an ashen face. With the strength of the Moonbreaking Squad, we're not qualified to form an alliance. Have you forgotten that the other alliances will only recognize the existence of an early-stage demonic demon? Zi Qingyue said calmly. She didn't let the flattery of the Devil Clan get to her head. In fact, even if there's no early-stage demonic demon, the other alliances know that young Master Beixian used to be a member of the Moonbreaking Squad. Which alliance would dare to deny it? That's right, Captain Qingyue. Don't decline. The Alliance of Mountains and Seas is in a difficult situation now. If we continue to stay here, we'll die. I'm sure Captain Qingyue knows that. Otherwise, why would you want to leave the Alliance of Mountains and Seas? Zi Qingyue's face showed a trace of contemplation, and then she said calmly, I'll go see young Master Beixian. As for the Alliance, we'll talk about it later. All right. The Devil Clan's faces lit up with joy, and they nodded repeatedly. Rebellious! Nayland Shanhai's face was ashen, and he clenched his fists, which made cracking sounds. At this time, Yungu walked to his side with an equally angry face. Alliance leader, do you want me to teach them a lesson? No, there's no need. Nayland Shanhai ground his teeth and spat out a few words. He no longer wanted to become involved with Ningqi. If these guys wanted to leave, then so be it. Ningqi didn't even give face to the North Moon family and Yang family, so why would he give face to a mere alliance leader of the Alliance of Mountains and Seas? If Ningqi was angered and sent Lan Ruo over, Nayland Shanhai wouldn't even be as powerful as Lan Ruo's pinky. He would be suppressed in the blink of an eye, so Nayland Shanhai dared not act recklessly. But Yungu was furious. Humph, the North Moon family and Yang family probably won't take this lying down so easily. Let's just watch quietly. Nayland Shanhai snorted coldly, turned around and left. Chapter 1942. Hidden Cultivator City, who are you? Just as Wolf Eyes and Wolf Blood were pondering on how to get closer to Ningqi, they suddenly noticed a figure walking towards the Devil King Manor. They raised their heads to look. I'm Zi Qingyue. I'm here to see young Master Beixian. Please pass on my message. Zi Qingyue said with a smile. Zi Qingyue? I think it's the leader of the Broken Moon Squad. I remember that young Master Beixian used to be a member of the Broken Moon Squad. Wolfblood's eyes lit up as he transmitted his voice to Wolf Eyes. That's right. This is an opportunity. Wolf Eyes nodded and looked at Zi Qingyue with a smile. Miss Qingyue, please wait here for a moment. I'll pass on the message. After that, he turned around and disappeared in front of the two. Wolf Blood stared at the back of Wolf Eyes, dumbfounded. He felt a little regretful. Is Miss Yi cultivating in seclusion? Ningqi looked at Duo Lu and the other two. Lan Ruo stood quietly behind Ningqi, but his aura made Duo Lu and the other two shudder. Duo Lu and the other two nodded. Before they could speak, Wolf Eye's voice came from outside. Young Master Beixian, Miss Zi Qingyue is here to see you. Let her in. Ningqi was startled for a moment before he smiled. Not long after, Wolf Eyes and Wolf Blood brought Zi Qingyue into the courtyard. When they saw Lan Ruo, they were startled and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. They stood aside respectfully. Senior Lan Ruo. Zi Qingyue bowed respectfully. Don't stand on ceremony. Lan Ruo didn't recognize Zi Qingyue. He waved his hand casually and looked at Zi Qingyue and Ningqi thoughtfully. He seemed to be guessing the relationship between the two. Miss Qingyue, do you need my help? Ningqi smiled and went straight to the point. Zi Qingyue nodded and said directly, the Moonbreaking Squad has left the Alliance of Mountains and Seas, and there are dozens of other squads of the Devil Clan. They plan to form an alliance with the Moonbreaking Squad. I think we have to ask Child Beixian about this first. That's great. Then from now on, you'll be the Broken Moon Alliance. Lady Qingyue, take these power demon body tempering pills. Treat them as my congratulatory gift. In the future, when the pills come out, the Broken Moon Alliance will definitely have a share. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Then he took out a porcelain bottle and placed all the remaining pills into it. Each bottle could hold 100 power demon body tempering pills. Zi Qingyue took the porcelain bottle and scanned it with her divine sense. She gasped and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Young Master Beixian, are there 100 power demon body tempering pills in there? Is it too little? Ning Qi laughed. No, it's just too much. I can't take so many pills for free. As long as I can buy the power demon body tempering pill from you in the future at the Yen Mountain Auction House's price, I'll be satisfied. Zi Qingyue said solemnly. Take it. The alliance has just been formed, so we have to show our strength. Ning Qi laughed. Young Master Beixian, if you want to establish your authority, I can help you. I will go there and make sure that no one in Yen Mountain City dares to bully the Broken Moon Alliance in the future. Lan Rua volunteered. Ning Qi glanced at him and then laughed lightly. Isn't this overkill? The power demon body tempering pill is more than enough. That's true. This way, people will know that the person behind the Broken Moon team is young Master Beixian. It will be more useful than me going there. Lan Rua touched his nose and said, Lady Qingyue, I'm afraid that I will be staying in Hidden Cultivator City for a period of time. If there's any trouble, you can come and find. Ning Qi swept his gaze over Duo Lu and the other two, causing their expressions to shake. However, Ning Qi very quickly shifted his gaze away from them. The three of them were capable of serving tea, but it would be impossible for them to do anything else. Wolf Eyes and Wolf Blood reacted extremely quickly. They abruptly raised their heads and looked at Ning Qi hopefully. Come and find Wolf Eyes and Wolf Blood. They will help. Ning Qi laughed. Yes, young Master Beixian. Wolf Eyes and Wolf Blood were overjoyed. Then they patted their chests and said to Zi Qingyue, Lady Qingyue, if there's anything, come and find us. The early demon human of Yen Mountain City will still give us some face. Seeing that, Lan Rua smiled mysteriously. He said, You two are guarding the gate right now, right? I've made the decision. From now on, you will listen to young Master Beixian's orders. I will send 2 people to guard the gate. Thank you, Lord Lan Rua. The 2 of them were overjoyed. They never thought Lan Rua would be so straightforward. They could finally get rid of the duty of guarding the gate. Hidden Cultivator City. Hidden Cultivator City. The Hidden Cultivator City was divided into many areas. The closer it was to the center, the more expensive the demon crystals would be. The Secret Realm was the place with the densest demon chi in the city. It was 4 or 5 times densest than the other places. Even if they had demon crystals, regular demons were not allowed to enter. For example, North Moon Chongshu, Goat Demon, and so on. As the 7 great experts of Yen Mountain City, they were not allowed to enter the Secret Realm. At this moment, there were more than 30 demons cultivating in the Secret Realm. Apart from the occasional few demons who encountered a bottleneck and came out to communicate with each other, the Secret Realm was very quiet. All the demons were cultivating in their own cave abodes. 2 figures arrived at the entrance of the Secret Realm. They whispered to the demon guarding the place. In the end, they stuffed an interspatial ring into the demon guarding the place. The demon guarding the place waved his hand and let the 2 of them into the Secret Realm. After arriving at the Secret Realm, the 2 of them looked at 2 dwellings. The owners of the 2 dwellings were the direct disciples of the Demon King of Zunshan Pain, Zhu Feng and Wan Li. The 2 of them walked to the front of the dwellings and bowed respectfully. Not long later, the restrictive formation of the dwellings dispersed automatically. The 2 of them walked out. Your patriarch has sent you to find us in the Secret Realm. What's the matter? Zhu Feng, and Wan Li glanced at one another. A sliver of doubt flashed through their eyes. They could not understand why North Moon Chong Su and the Goat Demon would pay such a great price to send 2 servants into the secret realm to pass on a message. Did the 2 clans come across some trouble they could not resolve? The 2 of them immediately explained everything that had happened. Zhu Feng and Wan Li were shocked when they heard that. Master has accepted another disciple. The 2 of them glanced at one another in some disbelief. Afterwards, they asked about Ning Qi's origins. After learning that Ning Qi had killed North Moon Chong Su as a half-demon and could refine the long-lost strength demon body forging pill, they finally understood why their master had accepted him as a disciple. Their faces gradually darkened, slightly. "We understand. Go back and tell North Moon Chong Su and the Goat Demon. You'll get your share of the strength demon body forging pill," Wan Li said, coldly. The 2 of them nodded in a hurry, turning around and leaving politely. Another person has joined the fight for Master's legacy. Zhu Feng, what do you think? Chapter 1943. The 3 Great Regions. He's a mere half-step human demon. You and I are both late human demon, so it's impossible for the legacy to end up in his hands. Let's just leave it at that. Get Hong Su and Bai Ming to pay a visit and get this 4th junior brother to give up some of the strength demon body forging pills to the North Moon family and Yang family. Zhu Feng said, "Don't you plan on seeing this 4th junior brother?" Hee. Even if you and I possessed great talent in the past, we could only exchange a few hundred blows with an early demonic human when we were still half-step demonic humans, and we'd be defeated afterwards. Yet this 4th junior brother managed to kill North Moon Chushu. Aren't you curious? Wan Li smiled faintly. "First senior brother, don't tell me you're eyeing his demon artifact? If Master learns about this, how do you think Master will punish us?" Zhu Feng said with a faint smile. "Fine, if you don't want to go, then I won't go either. I'll let Hong Su and Bai Ming go. It's just that I didn't expect that Uncle Master would only arrange for Hong Su and Bai Ming to be our guards after you, and I broke through to the early stage of human devil. Now, this 4th junior brother has just entered the Demon King's mansion, and Uncle Master has already arranged for Lan Rua. Compared to Lan Rua, Hong Su and Bai Ming's cultivation is a level lower," Wan Li seemed to sigh. As he spoke, he constantly studied Zhu Feng's expression. Zhu Feng chuckled. Perhaps senior uncle saw that 4th junior brother could defeat North Moon Chushu. So arranging regular guards for him is useless? Yeah, maybe. Wan Li glanced at Zhu Feng deeply before turning around and making his way back to his dwelling. The moment he turned around, Zhu Feng's gaze suddenly coldened. Wan Li saw this from the corner of his eye, and his lips curled up slightly. This is hidden Cultivator City? Ning Qi paid 2 low-grade demonic crystals and entered the city with Lan Rua. As soon as he entered, he sensed that the demon qi in the surroundings was indeed different from the outside world. It was much thicker than in the Demon King's estate. According to Lan Rua, this was only the worst seat. The closer one was to the center of the city, the thicker the demon qi was. Young Master Bei Xian, the hidden cultivator city, is divided into 3 areas: heaven, earth, and human. In the human realm, the denser the demonic qi, the more demonic crystals it costs. The best seats in the human realm cost 10 low-grade demonic crystals a day. Lan Rua smiled. How many magic crystals does it cost to stay in the best place in the heavenly region for a day? Ning Qi asked. That place is very close to the arcane realm. There are only 100 caves there. Staying there for a day will cost you 300 low-grade magic crystals. Lan Rua said, 300 lower magic crystals. Ning Qi sighed. With his wealth, he could only stay in the best place in the heaven region for about 30 years. 4 ordinary demons, 300 low-grade demon crystals could almost buy a high-grade, false core foundation establishment pill. Even if he didn't buy Foundation Establishment pills, he could still buy a lot of pills that could assist in cultivation. If he used them sparingly, he would definitely be able to use them for more than 10 years. However, the best seats in the hidden cultivation city, Heaven Domain, cost 300 low-grade magic crystals a day. This price was really too expensive. Lan Rua, as far as I know, there aren't many people in Yen Shan City who can afford this amount of magic crystals, right? Doesn't that mean those seats are empty? Ning Qi was a little confused. Young Master Beishian, you don't know this. Just the 7 great clans of Yen Shan City often reserve the best caves in the Heaven region. For example, Beiwa Chongshu cultivates there all year round. At least 90% of the Beiwa clan's annual income is spent on Beiwa Chongshu. The remaining 10% is fought over by the elders and disciples. Lan Rua smiled faintly. Even so, the 7 great clans don't need 100 caves, do they? Ning Qi frowned. Hee, most of the demons in Hidden Cultivator City aren't from our Yen Mountain City. They are demon cultivators who came from other places because of the fame of Hidden Cultivator City. Some of them come from big tribes or top cities. Some of them have been famous for many years. 300 low-grade demonic crystals a day is nothing to them. Lan Rua smiled. In other words, Hidden Cultivation City is still open to the public? Yen Shan City only has a small portion of the demons cultivating here. Instead, there are more demons from outside? Ning Qi was stunned. Exactly, Lan Rua said. Then, as my master's disciple, do I get a discount? Ning Qi asked. Discount? Young Master Beishian, haven't you seen that I've been cultivating in the Demon King's mansion all these years? It's because I don't have enough demon crystals. Lord Pain isn't the only one in control of Hidden Cultivation City. There are many earth demon cultivators from large tribes. Even Lord Pain doesn't want to provoke them unless it's necessary. Everyone who enters this place has to pay demon crystals according to the rules. No one is an exception, including Lord Pain himself. Lan Rua smiled bitterly. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Seems like the rules here are very strict. Ning Qi looked at Lan Rua with a strange expression. You're in the middle stage of human demon. How come you don't even have a single demon crystal? I've used them all. The Demon King's mansion only gives us 500 mid-grade demon crystals every year. If I go to the best cave in the heavenly prison to cultivate, I won't even have a year's time. I might as well buy some pills and spend them slowly. Lan Rua seemed to be a little embarrassed. After a while, Ning Qi finally understood that the guy in front of him knew nothing about making money other than his high cultivation. Perhaps many demons were like Lan Rua. They only knew how to cultivate, but didn't know how to do business. At most, they would just rob others. But because Lan Rua stayed in the Demon King's mansion all year round and rarely went out, he didn't even have the chance to rob others. He didn't have many demon crystals left. You said that the Heaven Domain is very close to the mystic realm. What kind of place is that? Ning Qi asked. Lan Rua was stunned. Young Master Beishian, with your current cultivation, the demonic qi in the human domain is enough. The demonic qi here is inexhaustible even for early-stage human demons. Not to mention the mystic realm. Even the Heaven Domain and the Earth Domain are the same for you. Even if I went to the Heaven Domain, it would just be a waste of demon crystals. Ning Qi smiled. Did he have to tell Lan Rua that even he was afraid of the speed at which he absorbed the demonic qi? The place where they were now was far less demonic than the Earth Domain. Even if they went to the best cave in the human domain, the demonic qi would only be equal to the demonic qi in the Earth Domain. By then, Ning Qi would have to spend a few months to absorb all the demonic qi here and attract the attention of those Earth Demon Stage cultivators behind Yen Shan City. Therefore, the best choice was naturally the Heaven Domain, as well as the mystic realm that Lan Rua mentioned. If the demonic qi there was dense enough, the commotion caused by Ning Qi's cultivation would be even more secretive and would not be easily noticed. Let's go. Where to? The Mystic Realm. Chapter 1944. Young Masturbation. This is the best cave residence in the human domain. Shall we cultivate here? In front of Ningqi, there was a very long street with stone houses on both sides. The demonic qi here was indeed much thicker than when they first entered the hidden cultivator city. Occasionally, a stone house would open and an early-stage human devil cultivator would walk out. He didn't even look at Ningqi and Lan Ruo as he walked out of the hidden cultivator city, thoughtfully. There were also many demons who had the same cultivation level as Zi Qingyue and the rest. They came here excitedly and chose an empty stone house to live in. Lan Ruo tried to persuade Ningqi to cultivate here, but Ningqi continued to walk forward after looking around for a while. Seeing this, Lan Ruo frowned subconsciously and quickly followed. When Ningqi passed through the street, a huge arched door appeared in front of him. Two devils with solemn expressions stood at the door, staring straight ahead. Even when they saw Lan Ruo, they didn't have any reaction. From this, it could be seen that the background of these two devils was definitely not from the Devil King's mansion, nor were they from the 7 great clans. Instead, they were the subordinates of the Earth Devil Realm existences that controlled hidden Cultivator City. In front of Ningqi, there were more than 10 expressionless demons. Some of them emitted the aura of early-stage human devil, while others emitted the aura of mid-stage human devil. However, they were weaker than Lan Ruo. Ningqi saw them giving 20 low-grade demonic crystals to the 2 demons guarding the door before they could enter the arched door. Thinking about it, the 20 low-grade demonic crystals were the entrance fee. Young Masturbation, let's not waste those demonic crystals. Can't we just stay in the human domain? Lan Ruo tried to persuade Ningqi again. Let's go. It's not your demonic crystals that we're spending. Why are you so distressed? Ningqi smiled. After that, Ningqi handed over 20 low-grade demonic crystals for himself and Lan Ruo. As soon as he entered the human domain, he could feel that the demonic qi here was more than twice as dense as the best place in the human domain. Hiss! Lan Ruo greedily inhaled a mouthful of devil qi. When he saw Ningqi sizing him up with a smile that didn't seem like a smile, Lan Ruo laughed dryly. I haven't been here for many years. The devil qi here is much denser than in the Devil King Manor. Young Lord Beixian, why don't we stay here and cultivate? 2 people a day would cost 40 low-grade magic crystals. There isn't enough demonic qi here. Ningqi chuckled. Seeing that Lan Ruo still wanted to speak, Ningqi cast a sidelong glance at him and said, Do you think that my cultivation method can only allow me to slowly inhale and exhale devil qi like an ordinary devil? Have you forgotten how you broke through your previous bottleneck? Lan Ruo's eyes immediately lit up when he heard this. He looked at Ningqi with a look of sudden realization. The mantra that Ningqi had imparted to him was extremely profound. Lan Ruo was willing to bet that none of the cultivation methods he had seen before could compare to these mantras that had no head or tail. As such, he somewhat understood why Ningqi was unwilling to cultivate in the human domain. Some cultivation methods could indeed increase the speed of a cultivator's breathing. The better the cultivation method, the greater the speed and volume of breathing. How about this? Let's go to the best dwelling in the human domain. We can earn over 100 low-grade magic crystals a day there. Lan Ruo gritted his teeth. I've already said that we're going to a secret realm. Ningqi chuckled. Secret realm? Who do you think you are? You want to go to a secret realm? Ha ha ha. A young demon pointed at Ningqi and could not help but laugh aloud. A few demons of different auras stood beside him. Their gazes towards Ningqi were filled with mockery too. Without a single exception, all of them were early demon human. The most powerful among them had an aura even more powerful than North Moon and Chu Su, whom Ningqi had seen before. However, these demons were very unfamiliar. They were probably not natives of Yen Mountain City. Is it funny? Ning Chi turned around and looked at the young demon. Lan Rua squinted his eyes slightly. A faintly discernible aura of a mid-stage demon human emanated from his body. When the early-stage human demons sensed this aura, their expressions changed immediately. A hint of fear flashed across their eyes as they looked at Lan. Why would a mid-stage demon human stand together with someone who is not even an early-stage demon human? Could this person be his descendant? Just as Remnant Kong was pondering, a few surprised voices rang from behind them again. Mr. Remnant Kong, you're here too? Dwayne and the other two walked excitedly to the young demon who was the first to mock Ning Chi. Their faces were a little surprised, but their tone carried a hint of respect. It's the three of you. Why have you come to the human domain today? With your strength, you should be able to stay in the human domain, right? Giant Insect Remnant said with a smile. The other devils of the Giant Insect tribe beside him laughed in agreement. Dwayne and the other two changed their expressions slightly. They smiled bitterly and said, "We were provoked by a demon recently, so we wanted to come to the human domain to see if we could break through the bottleneck and become a demon." Halfway through their words, they suddenly saw Ning Chi standing aside with a faint smile. Their expressions changed instantly. Master Bei-Xian, you're here too? Dwayne and the other two laughed dryly. Can I be here? Ning Chi smiled. Of course not. With Master Bei-Xian's identity, the human domain is nothing. Dwayne and the other two looked at each other and said with a fake smile, Master Bei-Xian? Dwayne, could it be that this guy has some background in your Yanshan city? He just said that he wants to go to the secret land. Remnant Kong said with a faint smile. Secret land? Dwayne and the other two were slightly shocked. They looked at Ning Chi with a strange expression. This guy has just been accepted as a disciple by Zun Shan Demon King Pain, and he wants to go to the secret land to fight for the demonic chi with those freaks? Isn't this a little too audacious? Mr. Remnant Kong, let me introduce you. This is Master Bei-Xian, Lord Pain's new disciple. At the same time, Master Bei-Xian is also a demon refinement master. Recently, the famous power demon body enhancing pill in Yanshan City came from Master Bei-Xian. Dwayne said with a smile. Ping Tian and Kong Yan glanced at Giant Worm Remnant thoughtfully. Their eyes flickered. Based on their understanding of Giant Worm Remnant, he must have had some sort of argument with Bei-Xian when the three of them appeared. Oh, Demon King Pain's new disciple? Remnant Kong was a little surprised. However, he immediately put on a disdainful expression and looked at Ning Chi from head to toe. You're not even in the early stage of human demon. It's enough for you to stay in the human domain to cultivate. Why did you come to the human domain to show off your identity? Maybe no one told you that even though you're Demon King Pain's disciple, there are many people in hidden Cultivator City that you can't afford to offend. For example, Ning Chi smiled. For example, me. Chapter 1945. Bang! The arrogant giant insect remnant was suddenly sent flying backward, knocking several demons standing behind him into the air. Ning Chi withdrew his fist and glanced at Dwayne and the other two. Then he turned around and left. Young Master Bei-Xian, Giant Insect, Tribe. Alas! A trace of worry flashed in Lan Rua's eyes. The gigantic insect tribe was much more powerful than Yanshan City. One of the Earth Devil Stage experts behind hidden Cultivator City was an elder of the gigantic insect tribe. However, he wasn't the strongest existence in the gigantic insect tribe. Remnant, are you okay? The devils of the giant insect tribe hurriedly stood up and helped Remnant Kong up. Remnant Kong's head was a bit deformed. Two tentacles protruded out of his forehead and were shaking slightly. He shook his head and a crackling sound came out of his face. Then, his deformed head gradually returned to its original shape. He then glared at Ning Chi with an angry look on his face. Damn it! Don't go! The giant worm remnant let out a roar and rushed towards Ning Chi once again. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the nearby demons. Many demons who were cultivating in the cave residences also came out. They were shocked when they saw the tentacles on the giant worm remnant's forehead. A demon of the giant insect tribe. Who is so bold to provoke the giant insect tribe? The giant insect tribe is famous for holding grudges. They won't stop until they are dead. That guy is dead for sure, right? In Hidden Cultivator City, as long as the battle between the two sides didn't destroy the buildings here. Even if someone killed someone on the street, no one would care. In any case, after the battle, the two sides would deal with it separately, and one side would have to bow their head and admit defeat. After many demons discovered that Ning Chi's cultivation wasn't even at the human devil stage, they looked at Ning Chi with a hint of schadenfreude. Most of the demons that could appear in the Earth domain were not natives of Yen Shan City. Apart from Dao En and the other two, who recognized Ning Chi and knew that Ning Chi's battle prowess was extremely terrifying and that he was not afraid of early-stage demons. Only a few demons revealed a thoughtful look. They seemed to be trying to determine Ning Chi's origin. Giant bug remnant appeared behind Ning Chi. The antennae on his forehead glowed with a faint green light. At this moment, giant bug remnant's skin turned green with black spots on it. His attack was about to land on the back of Ning Chi's head. A cruel smile appeared on Space Remnant's face. At this moment, Ning Chi turned around and punched Space Remnant's fist. The shockwave turned into a gale that swept across the faces of the demons. Bang! Giant insect remnant flew backward again. Ning Chi moved slightly and followed him. Before giant insect remnant landed on the ground, Ning Chi grabbed the two antennae on his forehead and tore them. Giant insect remnant let out a miserable howl as the two antennae were torn off by Ning Chi. Two meatballs came out from the antennae. Then Ning Chi punched giant insect remnant with a series of punches. All of this happened in the blink of an eye in the eyes of the crowd. By the time the demons from the giant insect tribe reacted, giant insect remnant's body had already been smashed by Ning Chi. Giant insect remnant was lying on the ground with two bloody holes on his forehead. Blood was flowing out of them. Giant insect remnant's aura was weakening. Ning Chi noticed that his HP was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon it would reach the bottom. These two antennae are his life gate. Ning Chi looked at the antennae in his hand and chuckled. He threw them on the ground and turned to leave. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing an early-stage human-demon expert. You have been rewarded with 300,000 creation points. The system's notification tone sounded. Then a series of shrill howls came from behind Ning Chi. Apparently, the demons from the giant insect tribe found out that Ning Chi had killed giant insect remnant. Their auras attacked Ning Chi at the same time. Young Master Beishian, let me handle the rest, Lan Ruo said hurriedly. Lan Ruo hurriedly spoke up. If they allowed Ning Chi to kill a few more devils from the giant insect tribe, the other party's backer would probably come personally to punish them. Don't fight with me, Lan Ruo. The corner of Ning Chi's mouth curled up slightly. He turned around and faced the demons from the giant insect tribe. Both sides had a tacit understanding. They did not use their skills that were too large to avoid damaging the buildings here. Soon, the demons nearby were dumbfounded as they watched Ning Chi, a half-step human demon, kill a few early-stage human demons on the spot. They found that the attacks from the giant insect tribe did not seem to cause any damage to Ning Chi. On the other hand, Ning Chi's fists could cause great damage to them. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing an early-stage human-demon expert. You have been rewarded with 300,000 creation points. Ding! Congratulations, host. The scene was very quiet. The demons from the giant insect tribe all fell dead to the ground and lay at Ning Chi's feet. Apart from bringing Ning Chi a considerable amount of creation points, Ning Chi's dragon-slaying crystal had also risen by a large margin. It was almost 1 million now. He was still 2/3 away from the 3 million mark. Dwayne and the rest stared at Ning Chi in disbelief. He had actually killed all the demons from the giant insect tribe? Wasn't he afraid that the giant insect tribe would punish him? Even with Zanshin Demon King Pain's backing, it would not be that easy for him to let this matter go. Let's go. Ning Chi glanced at Lan Ruo and smiled. He turned around and left. This time no one stopped Ning Chi. Lan Ruo looked down at the corpses, sighed, and left with Ning Chi. After the two left, the demons nearby began to ask about Ning Chi's background. Who's that guy? If I'm not wrong, he's at most a half-step human demon, right? The one beside him seems a little familiar. Let me think. Wait, that guy is Lan Ruo from the Zanshin army, right? I fought with him tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, he was not yet a mid-stage human demon. Lan Ruo from the Zanshin army? Why is he following behind a half-step human demon? Everyone, this guy is Beixian. He's the new disciple of the Zanshin Demon King. The new disciple of the Zanshin Demon King. The demons who had just heard the news gasped. Then, realization dawned on them. No wonder he dared to attack the giant insect tribe. He had the backing of an earth demon. However, the combat prowess displayed by Ning Chi still shocked them. A small number of devils thought that Ning Chi had concealed his cultivation base, but the majority of devils thought that such combat prowess might be the reason why Zanshin Devil King Pain accepted him as a disciple. Young Master Beixian, the giant insect tribe, is very vengeful. He didn't like me and wanted to provoke me. If I avoided him, do you think he would let me go so easily? He would definitely humiliate me, right? That's true. That's why killing him is the easiest. Chapter 1946. To look down on others, the entrance fee to the heaven domain was 100 inferior grade magical crystals. Ning Chi paid 200 and successfully entered the heaven domain with Lan Ruo. The two demons guarding the entrance looked at them strangely. An ant that wasn't even in the stage of human demon, and a middle stage human demon. Such a strange combination actually came to the heaven domain to cultivate? Do they have such a rich family background? Apart from that, they also doubted whether Ning Chi and Lan Ruo would be able to recoup their losses. Usually, only those in the advanced stage of the human devil would need a place with such rich devil chi. Young Master Beixian, shall we stay here? If we go any further, we'll need 200 lower-grade magical crystals. Even if we have money, we can't waste it like that. Lan Ruo tried his best to persuade Ning Chi. He thought that Ning Chi was just curious and wanted to explore the depths of the hidden cultivator city. However, even he would feel a little heartache if he did that. No matter how strong his demonic skills were, his cultivation was not even at the human devil stage. It was already a luxury for him to cultivate in the earth domain. Ning Chi naturally ignored Lan Ruo. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the place where the demonic energy in the heavenly domain was the thickest. This place was very quiet, and there were 100 stone rooms here. Half-step human demon? Mid-stage human demon? A few late-stage demonic humans passed by them and glanced at them. A hint of curiosity flashed in their eyes. Oh, so it's Lan Ruo from the Demon King Manor. When one of the demons saw Lan Ruo, he suddenly realized something. However, he wasn't very familiar with Lan Ruo, so he didn't greet him. He was more curious about Ning Chi, who was standing beside Lan Ruo. Young Master Beixian, look. Only late-stage human demons come here to cultivate. Lan Ruo said, the secret realm is just ahead, right? Ning Chi smiled and pointed at a huge door that was emitting a faint blue light. The density of the devil chi here was still not enough to satisfy Ning Chi. Ah, yes, but not everyone can enter. Lan Ruo said, with my identity, I should be qualified to go in and cultivate, right? Ning Qi smiled. I do have the qualifications, but cultivating in there costs 10,000 low-grade magic crystals a day. Lan Ruo let out a bitter laugh. Hearing this, Ning Qi was slightly surprised. The demonic crystals in the secret realm were more than 30 times more expensive than the best seats in the heaven region. After some calculations, he realized that the mana crystals he had were only enough for him to cultivate in the secret realm for less than a year. How about this? I'll cultivate inside, and you can cultivate in the earth domain. Ningqi laughed. No, Lord Luriel said that I can't leave you even half a step. Lanrua shook his head. Then let's go in together. Ningqi smiled. It was just magical crystals. If he did not have enough, he could just refine another batch of power demon body honing pills. It would be very difficult for others to earn magical crystals, but in Ningqi's opinion, it was just a little time-consuming. Moreover, it was the time spent in the top-notch training grounds. In the outside world, 10 years was only 10 days. Go, go, go. This is the mystic realm. The demon at the entrance of the mystic realm waved his hand at Ningqi and Lan Ruo as a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Lan Ruo, who originally wanted to persuade Ningqi to stay in the heaven region, had a change of expression. He coldly looked at the demon and said, What are you going to do? I'm Lan Ruo of the Demon King's residence, and this is the young master of the Demon King's residence, Beixian. Are we not qualified to enter the mystic realm? Demon King's residence? That demon was a late-stage human devil. These demons guarding the entrance of the hidden cultivator city were basically there to enjoy the demonic qi in this place for free. In the outside world, they were famous. Hearing Lan Ruo's impolite words, the demon was about to fly into a rage. However, when he heard the words Demon King's residence, he suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Ningqi and Lan Ruo suspiciously. When did the Demon King's residence have another young master of the Beixian? Without proof, you still can't enter the mystic realm. Here is the proof. Lan Ruo coldly took out a waist token. Seeing this, the demon let out a cold snort and stepped aside. 10,000 low-grade demonic crystals per person. That's 20,000 low-grade demonic crystals for the two of you. Pay however many days you want to stay. Even if you leave early after paying up, there will be no refund. If you exceed the time limit, don't blame me for being merciless and throwing you out. Pausing for a while, his eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Are you going to stay for 3 to 5 days or 7 to 8 days? What a snob. Lan Ruo's muscles instantly bulged and his eyes widened. That demon glanced at him nonchalantly, as if he was looking forward to it. There are 3 million low-grade demonic crystals in here. Count them yourself. This is for the two of us. Ningqi threw out a Qiankuan ring and walked straight towards the blue giant door. 3 to 5 days? Lan Ruo's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. He snorted coldly and entered the giant door as well. That demon scanned the ring with a spiritual will and was instantly dumbfounded. There were indeed 3 million low-grade demonic crystals in there. Damn it. As an advanced stage human demon, my wealth is actually less than a half-step human demon? Can I get so many cultivation resources just because I became the disciple of Zunshan, Demon King Pain? That demon was extremely jealous. SSS. This is a mystery land. Such a dense demonic aura. It's at least 10 times that of the heaven domain. Even so, 10,000 low-grade demonic crystals a day is too expensive. Lan Ruo had just entered the mystery land and was shocked by the demonic aura that was so dense that it almost turned into liquid. It was his first time coming to such a luxurious place like the mystery land. 10 times, that's enough. Ningqi's eyes lit up. The demonic crystals were not spent in vain. After all, demonic crystals were just worldly possessions. To Ningqi, spending 300 low-grade demonic crystals or 3 million low-grade demonic crystals at once made no difference. The mystery land was huge, and there were a few mountain tops. On each mountain top, there were a few cave dwellings. Some of the cave dwellings had their doors tightly shut, while others had their doors open. Those cave dwellings with their doors open were obviously ownerless. Pick one for yourself. Ningqi smiled. Then he flew towards the nearest cave abode. Seeing this, Lan Rua naturally chose the cave abode next to Ningqi's. However, before Lan Rua entered the cave dwelling, two surprised voices came from behind. At the same time, Ningqi's cave dwelling had already closed. Lan Rua, why are you here too? When Lan Rua heard that, he turned around. Behind him stood two demons who looked old, and their auras were fluctuating. Like Lan Rua, they were mid-stage human demons. At this moment, the two of them looked at Lan Rua with a strange expression. Hong Su, Bai Ming, what are you talking about? Can't I come to the mystery land? Lan Rua rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Wait, if you are here, then the new young master of the Bei Xian Demon Mansion is also here? Chapter 1947. Train in seclusion. You've also received the news? Lan Rua was a little surprised. Hong Su and Bai Ming were cultivating with Wan Li and Zhu Feng, respectively, in the mystic realm. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have known about Ning Qi's existence. Of course we know about this. Is the young master of Bei Xian in this cave abode? Young master Wan Li and young master Zhu Feng have something to tell him. Ask young master Bei Xian to come out. Bai Ming said indifferently. A hint of suspicion flashed across Lan Rua's eyes. What's the matter? Just tell me, and I'll tell young master Bei Xian. Hong Su narrowed his eyes and shouted at the cave where Ning Qi was. I am Zunshan Jun Hong Su. I would like to see young master Bei Xian. What are the two of you mumbling about? Is there anything important that you need to see young master Bei Xian? Lan Rua frowned. Not long after, the door to the abode slowly opened before Ning Qi walked out from within it. Hong Su and Bai Ming's figures flashed slightly when they saw this, and they descended before Ning Qi before cupping their hands and bowing to Ning Qi. You don't have to be so polite. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. When Lan Rua saw this, he went forward and introduced the two of them to Ning Qi. Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly when he found out that they were the guards of his two senior brothers. He seemed to have guessed something. Young Master Bei Xian, this is what happened. The North Moon family and Yang family are on rather good terms with the two young masters. The two young masters learnt that there's a misunderstanding between the two clans and young Master Bei Xian, so they specially sent the two of us to clarify things. We hope we can resolve the misunderstanding between you and the two clans so that they can give some of the strength demon body forging pills to the two clans. Hong Su chuckled. I'm afraid I can't do that. Ning Qi smiled apologetically. Bai Ming sized Ning Qi up with a glance, and a faint cold light flashed in his eyes. Young Master Bei Xian, could it be that you can't even get a portion of the power demon body forging pill on account of the two young masters? Senior brothers, if you want strength demon body forging pills, I can still spare some for you. However, the grievances between me and the North Moon family and the Yang family are real. It's not some misunderstanding, Jian Qin said. Ning Qi smiled. Rage flashed in Bai Ming's eyes. Wan Li and Zhu Feng were the young lords of the Devil King Manor since a very long time ago. Their strength had already reached the late phase of the human devil realm, and in the future, they would have a chance to break through to the paragon of the human devil realm or even go one step further, stepping into the earth devil realm. This young man before him was merely a half-step human devil and had just been accepted as a disciple by the Lord Devil King. Yet he dared to not give face to Wan Li and Zhu Feng? From Bai Ming's point of view, this young man was truly arrogant. You two old things, what do you mean by this? Young Master Bei Xian said that a grudge is a grudge, not a misunderstanding. It can't be resolved. Don't blame me for for not remembering our relationship. Lan Rua took a step forward and stared coldly at Hong Su and Bai Ming. Although he had been friends with the two of them for many years, the truth was that his relationship with them wasn't that good. Those existences that he had a good relationship with had either died or disappeared a long time ago. Rage surged in Bai Ming's heart. Just when he wanted to speak, he was stopped by Hong Su. Hong Su nodded at Ning Qi with a grin on his face. We understand young Master Beishuan's intentions. Farewell. With that, he pulled Bai Ming away. Young Master Beishuan, don't be afraid of these two old things. They wouldn't dare to do anything to you, even if they had 10 guts. Lan Rua said to Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He glanced at a cave abode in the distance before turning around and entering the cave abode. Wanli retracted his gaze from Ning Qi and looked at Zhu Feng with a faint smile. This fourth junior brother doesn't seem to be giving us face. Hong Su and Bai Ming flew over and landed in front of the two. Just when they wanted to say something, Zhu Feng waved his hand. We already know. Hearing this, the two nodded and retreated to the side. Fourth junior brother seems to be a little impatient. Just now, someone sent a message saying that a few demons died in the giant insect tribe. If the giant insect tribe and White Fan knew about this, we probably wouldn't be able to calm it down even if we went out. Zhu Feng said indifferently. Hearing this, Bai Ming's eyes moved slightly and he turned around to leave. Seeing this, Hong Su's eyes showed a trace of hesitation. However, seeing that Wanli didn't seem to notice, Hong Su sensed something and didn't say anything. In the cave abode, inside was a square space. There wasn't even a stool or a stone table. It was very simple and could even be said to be shabby. However, for cultivators, it didn't matter how bad the cultivation environment was. Ning Qi sat cross-legged and transformed into his demon form. Thick, demonic qi suddenly surged into his body. Gradually, a small vortex appeared above Ning Qi's head. This vortex quickly expanded from the size of a soybean to the size of a stone mill. For existences like Zi Qingyue, the demonic qi vortex was at most the size of a soybean. However, when one reached the human devil stage, the speed of absorbing demonic qi would greatly change. The demonic qi vortex produced would also be more than 10 times larger. If Lan Rua was present at this moment, he would definitely be shocked by the demonic qi vortex above Ning Qi's head. The size of a stone mill was already equivalent to the capacity of a late human devil stage cultivator. The demonic qi vortex was still expanding. Ning Qi gradually entered a meditative state. A few days later, the demonic qi vortex filled the space above Ning Qi's head. The speed of its expansion also gradually slowed down. Finally, it locked on to a diameter of about 50 feet. The surging demonic qi poured into Ning Qi's body, constantly tempering his body. At the same time, Ning Qi's fortune points were rising. In a day, it had increased by more than 100,000 points. As long as he cultivated for 3 days, it would be equivalent to the fortune points obtained by killing an early human devil. The demonic qi in the secret realm continuously gathered towards Ning Qi's cave abode. However, the demonic qi here was too thick and viscous, so the movement was not very big. If it was any other place, Ning Qi's cultivation speed would have long been noticed. Roar! A few days after Ning Qi arrived at the secret realm, a roar suddenly came from a cave abode. Is it the giant worm White Fan? What's wrong with him? Is he crazy again? Damn it, he's disturbing my cultivation. If not for the fact that I can't beat him, the door of the cave abode where White Fan was located opened. A figure walked out. At the same time, several cave abodes opened at the same time. White Fan, what's wrong with you? Don't make a ruckus in the secret realm. The aura of the person who scolded was similar to White Fan. They were both late human devils. White Fan glanced angrily at the group of people. As if he knew that they were not to be trifled with, he did not say anything. Instead, he swept his gaze across and immediately locked on to a cave abode. He flew over. The person inside, get the hell out. White Fang growled in a low voice. The cave abode did not respond, but the cave abode beside it opened. Lan Rua poked her head out and saw that it was White Fang. Her expression changed slightly. Chapter 1948. Indigofera Aquatica. Isn't that Lan Rua from the Demon King Manor? Why is he here? I heard that this guy is so poor that he can't even afford the magic crystals of the human realm. Yet he can enter the secret realm. Did he steal 10,000 low-rank magic crystals a day? After seeing Lan Rua, many demons were slightly startled and had a strange look in their eyes. As one of the 6 remaining elders of the Zun Mountain army, led by Pain, although Lan Rua's cultivation had not reached the late stage of human devil, many demons still recognized him at a glance. White Fang roared for a long time, but Ning Chi had already entered a meditative state, so he couldn't hear it at all. Even if he could hear it, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. If he had the ability, he could break through the restrictions outside the cave and force his way in. That would be breaking the rules of hidden Cultivator City, and White Fang didn't have the guts to do so. White Fang, what's going on? Did the master of this cave offend you? A female demon walked to the side of the giant worm White Fang and said with a frown. This female demon looked to be in her 40s or 50s, and countless tiny scales could be seen winding down from her neck like a black snake wrapping around her neck. There weren't many female devils in the secret domain. Among the 20 or so people here, only 3 or 5 were female devils. The rest were male devils. It was the same in the outside world. Except for a few special tribes, the cultivation speed of female devils in other tribes was much slower than that of male devils. Their aptitudes were also inferior. However, after reaching the late stage of human devil, female devils were quite common. Being able to grow to this stage meant that their aptitudes were usually very top-notch. Even male devils couldn't compare with them. The female demon before him was called Qing Shui Lan. She was from the ancient Snow tribe in the extreme north of the Immortal Prison. Although she wasn't from one of the 3 great tribes, the ancient Snow tribe was guarded by a perfected Earth demon. Therefore, Qing Shui Lan's status in the mystic realm was among the top 3. Bai Ye's eyes flashed with resentment as he said to Qing Shui Lan, Sister Qing, someone sent me a message saying that a few of my brothers from the giant insect tribe were killed by that fellow in the Earth domain. One of them was even my cousin. How could I not be angry? Hiss! There's someone who dares to kill a demon from the giant insect tribe in hidden Cultivator City? Interesting. Doesn't that guy know that White Fang is cultivating in the Arcana realm? There's going to be a good show. The Arcane realm has been quiet for so long. No matter what, there has to be a good show to cheer us up. Many of the fiends revealed gloating expressions. Wan Li and Zhu Feng brought Hong Su, and by how to stand outside the crowd, watching with a faint smile. Qing Shui Lan frowned and looked at Lan Ruo. Do you recognize the existence in the cave? Call him out and explain things clearly. If it's just a misunderstanding, there's no need to fight and kill. He, the person inside, is the young lord of my Devil King Manor. Those little fellows from the giant insect tribe provoked him and were killed by him. Isn't this very normal? If we beat the small ones and the big ones come, then I'll report to Sir Pain and let him negotiate with the giant worm tribe. Lan Rua laughed and looked at Baya with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. The concealed Cultivator City was built in Yenshan City, and Yenshan City was the territory of the Devil King Manor. Since he had already offended the giant insect tribe, Lan Rua didn't have any scruples in his heart. What? The young lord of the Devil King Manor? Everyone looked at Wan Li and Zhu Feng strangely. They were curious. When did the Demon King of Zun Mountain Pain accept a new disciple? The Devil King Manor. White Feng's expression changed slightly and the anger on his face lessened. However, he was still furious in his heart. He stared at Lan Rua coldly and said, How can the young lord of the Devil King Manor kill the demons of my giant insect tribe? Even the demon king of Zune Mountain Pain has to behave himself in my giant insect tribe. Who do you think you are? Call your young lord out. I want to see how strong he is to dare to kill the demons of my giant insect tribe. The young lord is cultivating in seclusion. If you want to see him, then wait outside. Lan Rua sneered. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he saw Wan Li and Zhu Feng were there as well. He was slightly startled, and a little suspicious arose in his heart. The white-fanged giant insect received the news so quickly. Could it be that these two young masters told him about it? Thinking up to there, Lan Ruo felt like his guess was most likely correct. When the two young lords sent Hong Su and Bai Ming to ask for a portion of the strength demon body forging pills from Ning Qi on behalf of the North Moon clan and Yang family, Ning Qi did not give them any face. Lan Ruo felt like the two of them were probably looking for an opportunity to make things difficult for Ning Qi. However, he never thought they would move so quickly and so precisely. They actually knew Ning Qi had killed a few demons of the giant insect tribe and drew White Fang over for revenge. You want me to wait for him outside? At a speed visible to the naked eye, White Fang's body began to grow black carapace. Just as he was about to explode, Qing Shuilan put her hand on his shoulder. White Fang turned his head to look at her, and his aura gradually calmed down. Wan Li, Zhu Feng, what do you think? Qing Shuilan looked at the two of them. The demons nearby all looked at the two of them when they heard that. Wan Li smiled and glanced at Lan Ruo. He then said to Qing Shuilan, senior sister Qing, "We've never seen fourth junior brother before, so it's not our place to say anything. However," he looked at Lan Ruo and smiled. "Lan Ruo, contact fourth junior brother and get him to explain everything. We'll deal with this as it should be. Young Master Wan Li, it's not that I don't want to contact young Master Bei Xian, but before he went into seclusion, he told me not to disturb him unless it's something particularly important." Lan Ruo said apologetically, "Nothing particularly important? The demons of the giant insect tribe are dead. Is that not important?" White Fang immediately flew into a rage. Qing Shuilan frowned as well. Lan Ruo snickered and said nothing. If it were not for the fact that White Fang still had a sliver of rationality left in him, he probably would have torn the dwelling apart already. "White Fang, let's wait then. It costs 10,000 low-grade demon crystals a day here, so he won't be in seclusion for too long," Qing Shuilan said. Bai Yu immediately felt that Qing Shuilan's words made sense. He glanced coldly at Lan Ruo and sat down cross-legged on the spot. From the looks of it, he wouldn't leave until Ning Qi appeared. In the distance, a woman in purple stood in front of a cave abode. She glanced curiously at the cave abode where Ning Qi was and muttered to herself in a low voice, "Master accepted another disciple? Does that mean I'll have a junior brother in the future?" Chapter 1949. Breakthrough interesting. Our fourth junior brother seems to have a high net worth, Wan Li said to Zhu Feng with a smile. For a whole month, Ning Qi alone had to spend 300,000 low-grade demon crystals. Adding Lan Ruo, it would be 600,000 low-grade demon crystals. However, the guards did not come to chase them away. It was obvious that their time limit was not up yet. They knew that Lan Ruo was poor and did not know how to make money. Hence, these demon crystals were obviously paid by their fourth junior brother. Could it be Master? Zhu Feng frowned slightly. Impossible. No matter how much Master dotes on our fourth junior brother, it's impossible for him to give him so many low-grade demonic crystals. Oh, I remember now. Power demon body tempering pill. Wan Li's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. He can earn so many inferior demonic crystals just by selling power magic body tempering pills? Zhu Feng found it hard to believe. Being a demonic refinement master was indeed the most profitable occupation, But there was also a cost to concoct pills. If one failed a few times in the process, not only would they not be able to earn any money, they would even suffer losses. No matter how strong a demonic refinement master was, they wouldn't dare to say that they had a 100% success rate. Zhu Feng, Yang Keto, and the other two were friends. Even these three fellows earned no more than 100,000 mana crystals every month by relying on alchemy. Don't forget that even the North Moon clan and Yang family have come for a share this time. Fourth junior brother probably sold quite a lot of strength demon body forging pills. Wanli chuckled. I see. Zhu Feng squinted his eyes. Lan Ruo, how many magical crystals did your young master pay? Qingshui Lan looked at Lan Ruo. Lan Ruo smiled and said, Not much. Just 3 million low-grade demonic crystals. 3 million, hearing this. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the nearby demons. Although 3 million lower-grade demonic crystals was not an astronomical figure for them, many of the demons present had more than that. After all, as advanced demonic humans, they had all kinds of ways to earn money. After a long time, they had accumulated a lot of wealth. But a demon who had just been accepted as a disciple by paying could come up with 3 million low-grade magic crystals, which was really surprising. Of the 5 months, 1 month has already passed. In another 4 months, it will be the death of your young master. The gigantic worm, White Teeth, looked coldly at Lan Ruo and said, How dare you? Our young master Wanli and young master Zhu Feng are still in the secret realm, and you want to kill young master Beixian? Do you really think the two of them don't exist? Lan Ruo berated loudly. Wanli and Zhu Feng's eyes turned cold. Wanli, Zhu Feng, this has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't meddle in our business. The giant insect White Fang looked at the two and said, How is it unrelated? They are all Master Pain's disciples. If you want to kill young Master Beixian, kill young Master Wanli and young Master Zhu Feng first. Lan Ruo berated. Enough! Wanli shouted coldly. Lan Ruo immediately shut his mouth and looked at him innocently. Wanli glanced at Lan Ruo indifferently. In his heart, he wished he could slap this person to death. However, Lan Ruo was one of the 6 remaining elders of the Zun Mountain Army after all. Moreover, his master and uncle were very sentimental people. If he really attacked Lan Ruo, his master would probably be the first to not let him go. There's a rule in the Demon King's residence. If you cause trouble, solve it yourself. Zhu Feng and I will not interfere. Wanli said calmly. That's good. The giant insect, White Fang's lips curled. Wanli and Zhu Feng were not weaker than him. If the two of them were to help, he would definitely not be able to avenge his cousin. Young Master Wanli, you. Lan Ruo's expression changed, and he frowned at Wanli. Do you have any objections? Wanli looked at Lan Ruo indifferently. I wouldn't dare to have any objections. You're the young master, and I'm just an old fart. Lan Ruo sneered, and his eyes turned solemn. Hee, these two fellas don't like their new 4th junior brother. The corners of the demon race's mouths curled up slightly, and their eyes revealed a hint of gloating. Time passed day by day. Lan Ruo didn't show anything on the surface. He cultivated as usual and absorbed the demonic qi in this place, not wasting a single second. But as the 5 months approached, he still couldn't think of a way to let him and Ning Qi leave the mystic realm safely. Wanli and Zhu Feng couldn't be counted on. The two of them were obviously using this opportunity to take revenge. Then Lan Ruo had another candidate in mind. But that person's character was very strange. Other than Lord Pain, no one else could predict what she would do. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lan Ruo didn't want to deal with her. Plus 10,000. Plus 10,000. Ning Qi closed his eyes tightly. Large amounts of demonic qi surged into his body. His creation points rose rapidly. He was only slightly more than 1,000,000 points away from the 100 million mark. Based on the speed at which Ning Qi absorbed the demonic qi, he would be able to break through to the 8 Tribulation Creator realm in another 10 days. Over the past 4 months, the amount of demon qi he had absorbed had already surpassed the total amount he had absorbed before. After being tempered by the demon qi, his body had become much stronger. If it was a mortal qi, it would not have such a strong effect on his body. Only demon qi would have such a miraculous effect. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations, host, for meeting the requirements for advancement. Do you wish to advance now? The system's notification sounded. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes. A majestic wave of demonic qi swept out from his body. It retracted and released, swallowing all the demonic qi in the cave abode. At the same time, Ning Qi muttered in his heart, "Advancement." Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. The devil race in the mystic realm raised their heads to look at the sky. Their expressions were filled with shock. Before they could react, a black lightning bolt struck Ning Qi's cave dwelling, causing it to explode. The defensive formation was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of this black lightning bolt. It broke with a single stab. Boom, boom, boom. 9 bolts of black lightning struck down. Ning Qi's body was charred, and his original appearance couldn't be seen. This is 4th junior brother? Wan Li and Zhu Feng had a strange look in their eyes. They didn't expect that the first time they met Ning Qi would be under such circumstances. Looking at Ning Qi's weak aura, they were afraid that he had 1 foot in the grave. What realm is this kid in? His aura is definitely not at the human-demon realm, but it isn't any weaker than the human-demon realm either. Why would he attract such a powerful lightning tribulation? Other than Lan Ruo and the others, the rest of the demons present were all in the late stage of the human-demon realm. They could tell Ning Qi's cultivation with a glance. Tribulation? Ha ha ha! Even the heavens are helping me. Go to hell. Chapter 1950. Better to provoke pain than Spider Pattern 1, Li and Zhu Feng did not stop White Fang's sudden attack. Qing Shui Lan's eyes flashed with hesitation. She wanted to stop White Fan, but it was too late. How dare you? If you hurt young Master Bei Xian today, Lord Pain will chase you to the ends of the earth. Lan Ruo let out an angry roar, and his body suddenly expanded, turning into a small giant that stood in front of Ning Qi. His muscles bulged, and the strength of his body far surpassed that of a middle-stage human demon of the same level. However, in front of the giant worm White Fang, Lan Ruo was like an ant. Get lost! White Fang sent Lan Ruo flying with a punch, smashing her into the side of the mountain and embedding her into the mountain. Then, White Fang landed in front of Ning Qi and grinned at him. At this moment, Ning Qi's aura was extremely weak. The imprisonment, dragon elephant art, and demon ancestor golden body secret art were running on their own, absorbing the demon qi in the lightning tribulation. Different from the central mainland, the lightning tribulation here did not contain the power of ordinary lightning tribulation. Instead, it contained the power of endless demon qi. Each bolt was more than the total amount of demon qi that Ning Qi had absorbed in the past month. 9 consecutive bolts of lightning tribulation almost caused Ning Qi's body to explode. Any other early-stage human demon would have self-destructed from the amount of demon qi he absorbed in the past month. How dare you kill a demon from my giant insect tribe? I'll make sure you die without a burial ground today. White Fang sneered. Ning Qi's eyelids moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes, looking at White Fang indifferently. Suddenly, Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He felt that someone had appeared beside him. However, Ning Qi could not even turn his neck in his current state. Spider Pattern, what do you mean? White Fang looked at the figure that appeared out of nowhere, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Even Wan Li and Zhu Feng would not make him so afraid. Qing Shuai-lan was stunned. She was surprised that Spider Pattern would appear in this situation. Third junior sister? Is she trying to help fourth junior brother? Wan Li and Zhu Feng's expressions changed. That woman is the young mistress of the Devil King's manor, right? I heard she has a perverse disposition, and her methods are ruthless and ruthless. If she stands up for her fourth junior brother today, then the enormous insect White Fang will probably really be unable to kill this kid. Ha! I have heard of a rumor. It is said that she is inextricably linked with the Lucifer tribe. In Yenshan City, some people say that they would rather offend Pain than this woman. Spider-Wen looked at Ning Qi curiously, then smiled at White Teeth and said, "Get lost." He killed the devils of my giant insect tribe, you, Scram. Spider Pattern, don't go too far. Aren't you going to scram? Spider Streak smiled faintly. Her originally beautiful appearance now looked extremely evil. A faint purple light flashed in her eyes. In the next moment, White Fang suddenly felt that his legs couldn't move. He looked down and saw that there was a steady stream of white spider silk gushing out from the ground. It had already climbed up to his thighs and completely bound his feet. Not good. White Fang looked at the spiderweb in shock and anger. He immediately urged the devil chi in his body and used all his strength to break free from the spiderweb. Unfortunately, he didn't know what the spiderweb was made of. No matter how hard White Fang tried, he couldn't break it. Soon, the spiderweb had already spread to White Fang's neck and wrapped around his entire body. It looked like he was a mummy. Ah! White Fang let out an angry roar, and his aura suddenly rose. In the next moment, his face showed a disappointed expression. He looked at Spider Pattern with some fear. He finally understood why, when he first came to the secret territory, the elder told him that it was best not to offend Pain's third disciple, Spider Pattern. Thinking of this, the giant insect White Fang suddenly realized something was wrong. He found that the spider silk was slowly tightening, and there seemed to be a force in the spider silk that was constantly devouring his flesh and absorbing the demonic energy in his body. She wants to swallow me alive? White Fang looked at Spider Pattern in horror. What are you doing? Qing Shuai-lan frowned slightly and flew to White Fang's side. She smiled at Spider Pattern and said, "Little sister Spider Pattern, let White Fang go first. We can talk about this later." Big sister Qing, I already gave him a chance. He just didn't want to leave. Spider Pattern smiled. If third junior sister kills White Fang, then our Demon King's mansion and the giant insect tribe will definitely become sworn enemies. We can't let her do as she pleases. Wan Li and Zhu Feng looked at each other and thought of the key point. Then, the two of them walked to Spider Pattern's side. Wan Li said, "Third junior sister, let White Fang go first. Eldest senior brother, fourth junior brother was almost killed by this person. Why didn't you show up? Why are you speaking up for an outsider now?" Spider Pattern frowned. A trace of anger flashed in Wan Li's eyes. But when he thought of Spider Pattern's temper, he could only suppress his anger and patiently explained, "Actually, you've misunderstood. White Fang just wanted to teach fourth junior brother a lesson. How would he dare to kill someone from our Demon King's mansion here? Don't be too impulsive. Let go of the giant insect, White Fang. If you cause our two families to go to war because of you, then Master will definitely blame you." "That's right. Third junior sister. Just listen to me and eldest senior brother." Zhu Feng nodded. White Fang originally wanted to refute. He just wanted to kill Ning Qi, but Wan Li's words made it seem like he was afraid of the Demon King's mansion. However, when he thought about it, he immediately understood that he could only keep these words in his heart. Otherwise, with Spider Pattern's temper, it was very likely that he wouldn't even give face to Wan Li and Zhu Feng and would directly devour him. Both of them were late-stage demonic humans, but he couldn't even withstand a single move from Spider Pattern. White Fang felt unreconciled and angry at the same time. He thought that he was ambushed by Spider Pattern. If he had distanced himself, Spider Pattern wouldn't have trapped him so easily. Oh, so that's how it is. You really don't intend to kill my fourth junior brother? Spider Pattern looked at White Fang and said. White Fang gritted his teeth and nodded. Do you think I'm stupid? Spider Pattern chuckled. Today, it doesn't matter who comes. You're dead for sure. White Fang's face instantly turned black as he stared at Wan Li and Zhu Feng. Wan Li and Zhu Feng also had ugly expressions on their faces, especially Wan Li. As the eldest senior brother of the Demon King's mansion, Spider Pattern didn't give him any face in front of so many people. This made him feel embarrassed. At this time, Lan Rua slowly regained his breath and climbed out from the mountain. Seeing Spider Pattern standing beside Ning Qi and White Fang wrapped like a dumpling, a trace of joy appeared on his face. It doesn't matter who comes? Little guy, is it useless even if I come? Chapter 1951. Old and feeble an old man in a black robe slowly walked into the secret realm. Behind him were 8 demons with solemn expressions. Their auras were not any weaker than Qingshui Lan and the others. All the demons in the secret realm were shocked when they saw this old man. Lingtu of the giant worm tribe, full circle demon, cultivator, one of the most famous elders of the giant worm tribe. Different from the late stage of human demon, the full circle of human demon was so rare that it could almost be compared with the earth demon stage. Demons who had reached this stage had already obtained the qualification to advance to the earth demon stage. Their identity and status were very different. Even their means were much stronger than those of the late stage of human demon. It could be considered as an extremely important dividing line in the earth demon stage. Otherwise, Yanshan City would not have a full circle of human demon. Even in the Devil King's mansion, except for Pain, the strongest expert was only at the late stage of human demon. Greetings, Elder Lingtu. All the demons saluted respectfully. Lingtu smiled and nodded. He then walked to White Fang's side and glanced at Ning Qi, who was sitting cross-legged and adjusting his breath. Then his eyes fell on Spider Mark and smiled. Little guy, give me some face and let White Fang go. Spider Pattern showed a trace of fear in her eyes. She curled her lips and said, Release him yourself. Everyone gasped. Spider Pattern was indeed worthy of her name. She dared to talk to a full circle demon cultivator like this. Was she the only one in the secret realm? The giant worm, Lingtu, did not seem to be angry. He smiled and stretched out his hand to pat the giant worm White Fang. The spider silk that the giant worm White Fang could not do anything to instantly turn into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. After regaining control of the body, the giant worm White Fang immediately pointed at Ning Qi and cupped his hands to the giant worm Lingtu. Elder Lingtu, this person killed several of our clansmen. We can't let him go easily. Yes, I already know about this. The giant wormling too chuckled and nodded. His gaze landed on Ning Qi, and a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. This was because the feeling Ning Qi gave him was very special. It was as if Ning Qi's body contained a power that was extremely incompatible with demonic qi. Spider Pattern, I heard that this is your fourth junior brother? Lingtu said with a smile. That's right. Do you want to bully the weak like White Teeth and kill my fourth junior brother, who has just passed the Thunder Tribulation? Spider Streak sneered. Third junior sister, how can you speak to Elder Lingtu like that? Wan Li and Zhu Feng scolded in unison. Then Wan Li cupped his hands towards the giant worm Lingtu and said, Elder Lingtu, my third junior sister was a little rude. Please forgive her, Elder Lingtu. It's fine, it's fine. I've long known about this little guy's temperament. Lingtu smiled and waved his hand. He then glanced at Ning Qi and said to Spiderwin, Little guy, your fourth junior brother killed a demon of my giant insect tribe. As the elder of the giant insect tribe, I must take action. However, Seeing that he has just passed the thunder tribulation and is still very weak, I will give him a month to rest. After a month, I will send a few little guys to fight with him. If he wins, the misunderstanding will be written off. If he loses, at this point, the giant worm Ling-Tu chuckled a few times. The meaning behind his words was self-evident. No, my fourth junior brother's cultivation is not even at the human devil stage. If you send out the giant insect, White Fang, he will definitely die. Spiderwebs refused. I see, the giant worm Ling-Tu seemed to think for a moment, and then said with a smile, then let him take a palm strike from me. No matter if he lives or dies, the misunderstanding will be written off. This is the real purpose of the giant worm Ling-Tu. Everyone thought to themselves when they heard this. Just as Spiderwebs was about to refuse, Ning-Chi's slightly weak voice came from beside him. Okay. Fourth junior brother, do you really want to take a palm strike from him? This old guy is at the peak of human devil realm. Even I may not be able to take a palm strike from him. Spiderwebs looked at Ning-Chi in surprise. Ning-Chi glanced at Spiderwebs with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. He nodded gently and said, Senior sister Spiderwebs is old and weak. I am young and strong. What's the harm in taking a palm strike from him? Old and weak? Ha ha ha. Okay, then agree to it. Spiderwebs could not help but laugh when they heard this. Hearing this, the surrounding demons looked at Ning-Chi with strange expressions, including Wan Li and Zhu Feng. They seemed to see another spider pattern appearing. A guy who wasn't even in the human devil realm dared to say such impudent words in front of a full circle human devil. How bold did he have to be? How dare you? The giant worm White Fang was instantly enraged. Just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by the giant worm Ling-Tu. He looked at Ning-Chi with a faint smile and said, Little guy, this old and weak man will wait for you for a month. After saying this, he turned around and left with the crowd with a smile. Lan Rua had been watching from the side. When he saw the giant worm Ling-Tu leave, he heaved a sigh of relief. The existence of a human devil full circle was indeed different from a human devil late circle. It gave him a terrifying feeling. Although he did not resolve the feud with the giant worm tribe this time, he had bought himself a month's time. With this month, Lan Rua felt that he could definitely find a way to solve this matter. After the giant worm Ling-Tu left, Ning-Chi closed his eyes again. Just as he opened his mouth, the devil chi in his body started to collide everywhere. His injuries had worsened. He had to absorb the devil chi for his own use. Otherwise, he would have to take a palm strike from the giant worm Ling-Tu in a month's time. Even Ning-Chi himself did not know how confident he would be. However, if his injuries were completely healed, Ning-Chi felt that he had at least a 70 to 80% chance of surviving a hit from the giant worm Ling-Tu. He was now an 8 tribulation creator. With the increase in his cultivation level, the devil chi in the lightning tribulation, and the strengthening of his body, Ning-Chi's strength had increased by at least 5 to 10 times. His body was at least 7 to 8 times stronger than before. His true battle power had definitely reached the peak of the early stage of the human devil stage. As for whether it could compare to the mid-stage human devil stage, it still had to be tested. Young Master Spider Pattern, thank you for your help this time. Otherwise, young Master Bei Xian would be in danger. Lan Rua bowed respectfully. After saying this, he glanced at Wan Li and Zhu Feng with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Your time is up. If you don't want to continue, please leave the secret realm. The demon guard who had been watching from the side at the entrance of the secret realm walked slowly to Lan Rua and Ning-Chi and said calmly. Lan Rua's face immediately showed a troubled expression. Wan Li and Zhu Feng looked at this scene with a smile. Isn't it just a devil crystal? Take it. Spider Pattern coldly snorted and casually threw out a leather bag. Seeing this, the nearby demons sucked in a breath of cold air. The leather bag could only hold a few dozen magic crystals, and staying in the secret realm for a day would require 10,000 low-grade magic crystals. Spider Pattern had most likely taken out high-grade magic crystals. Chapter 1952. After surviving the Thunder Tribulation and resting in the secret realm for more than 10 days, Ning Qi had regained some of his mobility. However, it would be impossible for him to fully recover without several years, or even more than 10 years of rest. The injuries he had suffered this time were too severe. "Young Lord Beixian, you're awake." Lan Ruo saw Ning Qi's shoulders moving and quickly appeared in front of Ning Qi with a nervous look on her face. "Yes." Ning Qi nodded. His skin hadn't healed yet, and when he nodded, the charred skin on his neck cracked. However, the pain was nothing to Ning Qi. "Fourth junior brother, with your current condition, I'm afraid your injuries will only recover by 10 to 20%. Are you sure you can take a hit from the giant worm diagram?" While Ning Qi was resting, Spider-Wen was meditating beside him. She frowned when she saw that Ning Qi was awake. "I don't think I'm that confident." Ning Qi smiled. Then he slowly got up and cupped his fists at Spider-Wen. "Senior sister Spider-Wen, thank you for your help. I'm very grateful. I finally have a junior brother. How can I watch him die in the hands of those worms?" Spider-Wen smiled. "Third junior sister is such a kind person. Why didn't your second senior brother, and I realized this before?" Wanli mocked from the side. Spider-Wen glanced at him. "Eldest senior brother, your cultivation is high. You don't need my help. You won't notice." Wanli was speechless. Ning Qi looked at Wanli and Zhu Feng and smiled. "So it's eldest senior brother and second senior brother. I'm heavily injured today and can't bow. Please don't take offense." A cold light flashed in Wanli and Zhu Feng's eyes. Ning Qi had just bowed to Spider-Wen, and now it was their turn. He said he couldn't bow because of his injuries? Wasn't he doing it on purpose? "Junior brother, you can cultivate in the secret realm for the next 10 days. Don't worry about the demonic crystals." Spider-Wen smiled. "Thank you, senior sister. I plan to return to the Demon King's mansion to cultivate." Ning Qi smiled. Return to the Demon King's mansion? From their point of view, Ning Qi was planning to go back to get reinforcements. If not, given his injuries, it would be easier for him to recover in the secret realm. Why would he need to go to a place like the Devil King Manor that didn't have any devil qi? Return to the Devil King Manor? Spider-Wen paused for a moment, then nodded. "Up to you. Senior sister, Spider Pattern, I'll take my leave first." Ning Qi cupped his fists and turned to leave. Seeing this, Lan Ruo quickly followed. "Third junior sister, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to our fourth junior brother?" Zhu Feng suddenly spoke after Ning Qi and Yi Shiwen had left the secret realm. His tone carried a hint of mockery. "Second senior brother, do you want to fight with me?" Spider-Wen looked at Zhu Feng indifferently, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. Zhu Feng was stunned for a moment, then he turned around and left. What a joke! He didn't have the confidence to fight against Spider-Wen. If he lost to her, wouldn't his reputation in Yanshan City be looked down upon? On the way out of hidden Cultivator City, whenever the demons saw Ning Qi, they couldn't help but stop and watch. They had already received the news that Ning Qi would soon go to the Devil King Manor to receive a palm strike from Ling Tu, a full-circle human-demon expert. In their opinion, if pain didn't intervene, Ning Qi would be a dead man. "Young Master Beixian, why don't we go back to the Devil King Manor and hide there? No matter how bold Ling Tu is, he won't dare to cause trouble in the Devil King Manor." Stepping out of hidden Cultivator City, Lan Ruo offered his brilliant plan. As he spoke, he had a smug look on his face. "Do you really think that Ling Tu can kill me with a palm strike?" Ning Qi glanced at Lan Ruo with a faint smile. Wasn't that the case? Lan Ruo looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. "Even he wouldn't be able to receive a palm strike from Ling Tuesday. I'll show you a way to make money. It doesn't matter if you borrow it or rob it. In this competition, you can bet everything on me. The odds should be very good. Finishing his words, Ning Qi didn't say a word no matter how Lan Ruo asked. He returned to the Devil King manner just like that. When Duo Lu and the other two saw Ning Qi in such a state, they were instantly shocked. Young Master Bei Xian, what happened? Yi stood in front of Ning Qi in astonishment. With Ning Qi's combat strength, what kind of opponent did he encounter to be beaten to such a state? Damn it, young Master Bei Xian, if anyone dares to touch you, the two of us will go and kill him. Wolf Eyes and Wolf Blood were furious. Go, bring me the head of the giant worm Ling Tu. Lan Ruo glanced at the two of them. All right, the two of them turned and left. But then they turned back and looked at Lan Ruo in disbelief. Lord Lan Ruo, Ling Tu? Yeah, why aren't you going? Lan Ruo sneered. The two of them lowered their heads and didn't say a word. What a joke! The giant worm Ling Tu was in existence at the peak of the human-demon realm. Asking them to take its head was better than asking them to hang a rope in their room and hang themselves to death. At the same time, they were very shocked. Could it be that the Bei Xian young master had offended the giant worm Ling Tu? I'll be cultivating in seclusion for the next 10 days. Ning Qi informed everyone before returning to his room and entering the top-grade cultivation training ground. After 7 to 8 years of rest, Ning Qi's injuries were finally 80 to 90% healed. He tested his strength and found that it was almost 10 times stronger than before. Such an increase was already extremely terrifying. After all, he wasn't even a 9 tribulations creator and was still a long way from the human-demon stage. However, his combat strength was at least at the peak of the early stage of the human-demon stage. Apart from that, his defense had also increased to a terrifying level. After this breakthrough, Ning Qi's health had also increased to 15 yuan. Overall, Ning Qi could beat up 100 of his previous selves without panting. With this kind of strength, if I return to the central mainland, Dao Yin can easily beat me up. I wonder how strong I am compared to Little Six at his peak. The young master Bei Xian of the Demon King's estate has offended Ling Tuesday. He'll be going to the arena of life and death tomorrow to receive a palm strike from him. This news swept through the entire Yanshan city like a hurricane. The North Moon family and Yang family were overjoyed when they learned about this. North Moon and Chong, Su even thought Wan Li and Zhu Feng had taken action and asked for Ling Tu's assistance. Yang Go, who was originally in seclusion, immediately announced that he had emerged after receiving the news. That night, he met with Duane and the others and asked about what had happened in Hidden Cultivator City in detail. Everyone expressed great anticipation for tomorrow. Only North Moon Lingqiu's expression became rather strange when he heard that Ning Qi had killed a few demons from the giant insect tribe, provoking Ling Tu into taking action. Yang Go did not mind. He went up and whispered, Ling Qiu, after tomorrow, this guy won't be able to act so arrogantly anymore. Yeah. Chapter 1953. Young and Wild. What? Did Bei Xian offend the giant worm? Spirit diagram? I say, Lan Ruo, I told you to follow him, and this is how you follow him? When his younger brother had not yet broken through to the Earth Devil stage, he was already in existence at the peak of human devil stage. It was because of this that he was put in an important position by his clan and became one of the big shots behind the scenes of Hidden Cultivator City. Now, Ning Qi had just entered Hidden Cultivator City once and had already offended such a big shot. What else could he say? Lord, it's not like you don't know young Lord Bei Xian's temper. Those demons from the giant insect tribe mocked young Lord Bei Xian, so they deserve to be killed. However, I didn't expect an old man like Giant Insect Ling Tu to be so shameless. At that time, young Lord Bei Xian had no choice but to accept a palm strike. Otherwise, Giant Insect Ling Tu would definitely kill him in Hidden Cultivator City. Lan Ruo smiled bitterly. Did you say that Bei Xian encountered a lightning tribulation in Hidden Cultivator City? Did he break through to the early stage human devil? Luriel's expression was a little solemn as he suddenly thought of this. The demonic art that young Master Bashan cultivates is very strange. He did make a breakthrough this time, but not to the early stage of human demon. But from what I can see, his strength has increased a lot. Lan Rua said. Hold on. The defenses of Beishwan's body before were already enough to last so long against North Moon Chongshu's attacks. Now that he's broken through again, perhaps it won't be a problem for him to take a palm strike from that old coot, Ling Tu. It's just that he's only just undergone the lightning tribulation, so his wounds still haven't recovered. That's a huge problem. Luriel was deep in thought. The next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. You just said that Beishian asked you to borrow the magic crystals, snatch them, and then bet on him winning. Young Master Beishian did say that. But do you really believe him, Lord Lullier? Lanrua nodded. Then he reacted and looked at Lullier with a strange expression. This kid has a lot of trump cards hidden up his sleeves. Maybe he really has a way to withstand the palm of the giant worm spirit map. How about this? I have some secret stash of money here. Help me bet it. Uriel made a decision. This decision would become his proudest decision in the future. Yen Mountain City, Life and Death Arena. After over half a year, the arena of life and death was filled with spectators once more. The last time it was so full was when Ning Qi and North Moon fought. This time, one of the main characters was Ning Qi again. However, the demons who had come this time basically did not believe Ning Qi had much of a chance at victory. They were just curious. They wanted to see just how terrifying a palm strike from an existence at the great perfection of the demon human was. The people of the 7 clans were already seated on the platform. Unlike last time, North Moon Dash, the Goat Demon, and even the 5 other late demonic human cultivators were all present. In the eyes of the demons of Yen Mountain City, the 7 great experts that were extremely cold and aloof were all gathered around the huge insectling 2 right now. They were all flattering him. Yang Go and North Moon Lingqiu sat together, while Yang Yingui sat behind them. There was a sliver of jealousy in his eyes, except he hid it very well, such that no one present noticed. Lan Qiu, I heard that when I was in closed-door cultivation, that fellow was very rude to you. This time, being able to see him die before your eyes, it must be very satisfying, right? Yang Go smiled at North Moon Lingqiu. The corner of North Moon Lingqiu's lips twitched, smiling rather forcefully. Only then did Yang Go discover that she did not seem to be in a particularly good mood, which confused him inside. However, Yang Go did not think too much about it. He was very excited inside. From the day Ning Qi killed North Moon Chu Su, Yang Go felt that it would probably be extremely difficult for him to avenge himself and reclaim the dignity he lost to Ning Qi back then. He never thought that in just over half a year, he would provoke an existence at the great perfection of the demon human. Thinking up to there, Yang Go glanced at the huge insectling 2 who was being flattered by North Moon Chong Su and the others. There was a sliver of gratitude in his eyes. On the other side, Yun Go sat beside Nayland Shanghai in delight. Alliance leader, evil has its comeuppance. This kid is done for this time. Nayland Shanghai chuckled and nodded slightly. He subconsciously glanced at the high platform, and a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. Only by reaching the full realm of human devil could he gain the true respect of others. After all, at their level, the experts of Earth Devil stage rarely fought. Therefore, the full realm of human devil had become the goal of many devil clans. They hoped that one day they could break through to this realm. Even in the top 3 tribes or the top cities, the existences of full realm of human devil could obtain a good status. They didn't need to worry about cultivation resources. Once Beishian dies, the Moonbreak Alliance will definitely disband by itself. Alliance leader, should we take care of these traitors by then? Yungo asked. As he spoke, his gaze landed nearby. Zi Qingyue and the other demons of the Moonbreak Alliance were currently sitting sternly, seeming to sense Yunji's gaze. Zi Qingyue glanced over. A sliver of viciousness flashed through Yunji's eyes, and he made a throat-slitting gesture. "We'll talk about it when the time comes," Nayland Shanhai said indifferently. Alliance leader with young Master Beishuan's identity, the Demon King's mansion will probably step out to stop this competition, right? The captains of the various teams of the Moonbreak Alliance asked Zi Qingyue. They looked a little nervous. The Moonbreak Alliance had only been established for less than half a year, but they had already made a name for themselves in Yanshan City. The other alliances all avoided them when they saw them. The real reason was that they wanted to tell the outside world that the young master of the Demon King's mansion was the true backer of the Moonbreak Alliance. If Ning Qi died today, then those enemies that they had offended during this period of time would definitely swarm over. At that time, except for Zi Qingyue and a few others who were born in the big tribes, the rest of them would probably be eaten alive. How would I know about the Demon King's mansion? I'll just watch. Zi Qingyue said indifferently. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned ugly. Zi Qingxing and the others were also worried about this matter. But seeing Zi Qingyue's calm expression, they didn't dare to say anything. The people from the Demon King's mansion are here. That's young Master Beishuan. He's really young. He's not even in the human devil realm. But he dared to offend the giant worm Lingtu. Young and arrogant. Although he's not in the human devil realm, he had killed Chu Su in the early stage of the human devil realm. That's why Lord Pain took a fancy to him and accepted him as a disciple. Unfortunately, he offended the giant worm Lingtu today. If Lord Pain didn't show up personally, he would definitely die today. That day, Lord Pain said that he had something to do outside. I'm afraid he's not in Yanshan City now. Chapter 1954. 800,000 mid-grade magic crystals. Long time no see, Luriel. Why are you still at the early stage of human demon? The giant worm Lingtu did not even look at Ning Qi. Instead, he smiled at Rulier. When Northmoon Chong Su and the others heard that, they remained expressionless, but they found it rather funny inside. Uriel's talent was already publicly acknowledged to be terrible, but due to his relationship with Pain, his status in Yanshan City was rather great. Even they would be mocked by Uriel from time to time, but they dared not insult him back. Northmoon Chong Su was the happiest when he saw how Uriel was mocked by the huge insect and the Lingtu. At the same time, his gaze landed on Ning Qi, and his eyes gave off a faint coldness. After Ning Qi appeared, Yango did not look at anyone else. He stared at Ning Qi, as though he wanted to kill Ning Qi with his gaze. He failed to notice that Northmoon Lingqiu was looking at Ning Qi with an extremely complicated gaze. Rulier coldly snorted. Old man, isn't your cultivation also at the full circle of human devil? Oh, I remember now. When my brother was at the early stage human devil, you were already at the full circle human devil. Now that my brother is at the earth devil stage, you are still at the full circle human devil. A cold light flashed in the giant worm Lingtu's eyes. He hated it the most when people brought up this matter. A long time ago, Pain had to respectfully salute him whenever he saw him, but now he had to salute a junior instead. The giant worm Lingtu put on a fake smile and said, Lord Pain is brimming with talent. At such a young age, he has already broken through to the earth demon stage. In the future, he even has a chance to reach the heavenly demon stage. How can I compare to him? After a pause, he looked at Ning Qi and smiled at Rulier. I heard this little brother is Pain's new fourth disciple? You didn't bring him here today to plead on his behalf, did you? Oh! Uriel seemed to have been hit by the spirit diagram of the giant worm, and his expression became a little hesitant. When everyone saw this, there was a hint of ridicule in their eyes. How about this? He is only a junior in front of you. What do you want to do to let this matter go? Rulier said. Ning Qi was expressionless. Yang Go sneered in his heart. Why doesn't this fellow dare to be arrogant now? It turned out that he could also be afraid. Giant Worm, White Fang, and the others looked at Uriel angrily. Did he still want to let this matter go? Were the members of the giant insect tribe going to die in vain? The giant worm Lingtu chuckled and said, Uriel, we've already come to an agreement on this matter. Today, if he doesn't die from my palm strike, then this matter will be over. If he dies, then he deserves it. However, I'm an old and weak fellow, so I shouldn't be able to kill him, right? Am I right, little brother? He looked at Ning Chi with a faint smile. I bet 100,000 mid-grade magic crystals that you can't kill me. Ning Chi smiled faintly and slowly said, As soon as these words came out, the devils on the high platform all gasped, and the look in their eyes became extremely strange. Is this guy crazy? Beixian, what did you say? You have no right to speak here. Shut up. Lurier shouted angrily. Yes, martial uncle. Ning Chi nodded lightly and said no more. Lun Qiu, this guy doesn't know his place at all. Yang Go could not help but communicate, secretly. Seeing that Lun Qiu did not respond, he turned around, only to discover that North Moon Lun Qiu's gaze towards Ning Chi was very strange, yet very familiar. Many years ago, when he first met North Moon Lun Qiu, he seemed to have looked at him the same way. His heart skipped a beat. A sliver of disbelief flashed through Yang Go's eyes. 100,000? All right then. Then, let's bet 100,000 mid-grade magic crystals. I bet I can kill you with a single punch. The giant worm, Lingtu, laughed faintly. Old man, my martial nephew is just spouting nonsense. Just take it as a joke and don't take it seriously. I think the competition is about to begin, so let's just leave it at that. Lurier waved his hand. What? The words of your Demon King's residents are like farts. You'll just let it go? The giant worm, Lingtu, frowned slightly. What did you say? Lurier was furious. Nothing. Everyone, have you realized that this place stinks? The giant worm, Lingtu, glanced past everyone with a forced smile. North Moon Chong Su and the others smiled awkwardly. They could not afford to provoke either side, so obviously no one dared to get involved blindly. All right, let's bet. Even if I have to throw caution to the wind today, I'll bet with you. 100,000 mid-grade magic crystals? That's too little. If you want to bet, let's bet 500,000 mid-grade magic crystals. If you don't have that much money, shut your mouth. Lurier sneered. 500,000! The giant worm Lingtu was slightly surprised. Afterwards, he saw Lurier seemingly let out a sigh of relief, so he immediately laughed out loud. 500,000 mid-grade magic crystals was equivalent to 50 million low-grade magic crystals. Probably even the annual tax revenue of Yen Mountain City could not reach this amount. The giant worm Lingtu was not that wealthy either. After all, cultivation required money at all times. Even if he could save up, he could not save up that much. He discovered that Lurier clearly planned on using this amount to shut his mouth. Normally, the giant worm Lingtu might have let it go, but he did not want to just let it go this time. Since he was going to bet, he would make sure that Lurier would end up losing everything. 500,000 mid-grade magic crystals, huh? I'll bet. The giant worm Lingtu smiled faintly. Hiss! North Moon Chong Su and the others gasped. Even for the 7 organizations, the amount of magic crystals that ended up in their hands each year was only around 100 or 200,000 mid-grade magic crystals. Lurier and the giant worm Lingtu had actually taken out 500,000 mid-grade magic crystals for this bet that they would definitely lose. Everyone could not help but believe that Lurier had lost his mind from anger this time. Giant worm Lingtu, can you take out 500,000 mid-grade magic crystals? Lurier did not believe him. Patriarch North Moon, Patriarch Goat Demon, may I ask if you can temporarily lend me some magic crystals? The giant worm Lingtu's gaze landed on the 7 patriarchs. That's not an issue. North Moon Chong Su and the goat demon were very straightforward. Afterwards, they each fished out a universe ring and passed it to the giant worm Lingtu. There were 100,000 mid-grade magic crystals each. Apart from getting back at Ningqi, they also knew that if the giant worm Lingtu won this time, it would probably be more than just their capital. How could they let such an easy opportunity to make money slip by? The 5 other patriarchs were rather hesitant. They could see that the 2 of them had already lent it to them. If they did not lend it to them, it was very likely that they would be ambushed if they ran into the demons of the giant worm tribe in the future. Thinking up to there, they each fished out a universe ring. The giant worm, Lingtu, did not even have to pay a single cent to borrow 500,000 mid-grade magic crystals from the 7 patriarchs. How about this? 500,000 mid-grade magic crystals is far too little. I have 300,000 myself, so that's a total of 800,000 mid-grade magic crystals. Lurier, do you want to bet or not? The giant worm Lingtu looked at Lurier with a smile and raised the price again. 800,000 mid-grade magic crystals. Chapter 1955. 800,000. There was hesitation on Luriel's face. Lingtu smiled. The Demon King's manor can't even produce 800,000 mid-grade magic crystals, right? Humph, you're underestimating my Demon King's manor too much. 800,000 it is, Luriel said coldly. Sir, please reconsider. Lan Rua could not help but remind him. He looked rather nervous. 800,000 mid-grade magic crystals. Everyone began to look forward to the bet. They were all looking forward to what kind of expression Luriel would have after the bet was over. With such a large amount of mid-grade magic crystals, the Demon King's manor would probably have nothing to eat for the next year. It was almost noon. The demons in the spectator stands became more and more expectant. Their gazes all landed on the high platform. Little guy, please. The giant worm, Lingtu, smiled at Ningqi. Ningqi smiled and landed on the arena of life and death. The arena of life and death had already been repaired. Ningqi's appearance did not cause much of a commotion. However, when Lingtu slowly landed on the arena of life and death, the cheers from the spectator stands grew louder and louder. Unlike the Earth Demon realm, that realm was just too far away from them. Instead, existences at the great perfection of the human demon realm, like Lingtu, were idols in the hearts of many demons, targets that they wanted to surpass. White Tooth and the others saw this and grinned. They looked at Luriel with some mockery. Have you prepared 800,000 mid-grade magic crystals? White Tooth sneered. Luriel glanced at him indifferently. What does that have to do with you? You'll be crying later. White Tooth showed a hint of anger. Although he could kill Luriel with a single slap, Luriel's younger brother was in existence at the Earth Demon realm. Even if White Tooth was 10 times more courageous, he would not dare to harm Luriel. Otherwise, even the tribe would not be able to protect him. This guy is going to die soon. What a pity. I was planning on taking revenge with my own hands. Yango sighed. North Moon Lingqiu frowned and said softly, Brother Yango, he can suppress an existence at the early human demon realm. If you want revenge, I'm afraid. Lingqiu, you don't believe me? A sliver of anger appeared in Yango's eyes. At that moment, he was finally certain that North Moon Lingqiu might have had a change of heart during his period of secluded cultivation. However, Yango was not afraid. As long as Ningqi died today, North Moon Lingqiu would still place his heart on him. It's not that I don't believe you. North Moon Lingqiu shook his head slowly before falling silent. His gaze landed on the arena of life and death. Seeing this, Yango's lips curled into a sneer. Alliance Master, to be able to personally witness this brat die on the spot today is truly inspiring. I specially went to buy an image recording stone to record this scene today so that we can take it out and reflect on it in the future. Yun Gu smiled as he took out a stone and aimed it at the life and death arena. This stone was called an image recording stone. It could store an image. Depending on the quality, the time it could be stored was also different. The best image recording stone could be stored for 100,000 years, while the worst could be stored for hundreds of years. Thank you. Nayland Shanhai nodded with a faint smile. On the Moon-Shattering Alliance's side, everyone was very nervous. Although they were not directly related to Ning Chi, the Moon-Shattering Alliance still relied on Ning Chi's name to survive in Yenshan City. If Ning Chi died to the Lingtu today, the Moon-Shattering Alliance would probably have to disband on the spot and flee for their lives. Third junior sister, do you think fourth junior brother can survive this attack? Wan Li and Zhu Feng looked at Spider Pattern with a forced smile. It was not just them. All the demons in the secret realm had left hidden Cultivator City today. They chose a corner that was not too eye-catching and sat down. Apart from Spider Pattern, everyone seemed to be very eager to see Ning Chi die to the Lingtu. Don't talk to me. I'm not in the mood, Spider Pattern said indifferently. The two of them immediately choked. Immediately after, they each let out a cold laugh. Since Spider-Mark was so worried about their fourth junior brother, they were naturally looking forward to seeing their fourth junior brother being turned into minced meat by the giant worm's spirit map. The Lingtu looked at Ning Chi indifferently and smiled. Kid, are you ready? I'm old and weak. I'm going to make my move. Giant worm tribe, giant worm Lingtu level, full circle human demon clan battle skill. Third order wave palm health points. 50 yuan. Ning Chi glanced at the attributes of the Lingtu again, then chuckled. His aura continued to rise. 9 inner hidden gates. First gate, open. At this moment, Ning Chi's aura was close to the peak of the early stage human demon. Seeing this, the expressions of the demons changed. Before they could be shocked, Ning Chi's aura changed again. 9 inner hidden gates. Second gate, open. There was a loud bang. Ning Chi only felt a roar in his head. This feeling of discomfort only lasted for a few seconds. Then he felt his body was filled with incomparable power. At this moment, Ning Chi's aura had broken through the early stage of human demon. Middle stage human demon aura? This guy, what method did he use to increase his strength so much? This kind of demon combat skill, is he sacrificing his lifespan in exchange for power? As far as I know, there are a few tribes of demons that are similar to him. On the high platform, Yongo's expression suddenly changed. His expression was very ugly. How can he be so strong? Middle stage human demon aura. My lord, did you already know about it? Lan Rua was shocked and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Uriel pretended to be calm and nodded, but he cursed in his heart. This kid, why didn't he say so earlier that he had such a trump card? He was afraid that 800,000 mid-grade magical crystals would go to waste. Uriel's confidence suddenly soared. Old man, please make your move. Ning Chi looked at the giant worm Lingtu and smiled. During this period of time, he had only used 8 or 9 years in the top practice field to completely recover from his injuries. In the remaining time, he had been constantly practicing the 9 inner hidden gates. Finally, yesterday, he had barely managed to open the second gate. The 9 inner hidden gates had become a second-rank demon combat skill. When he opened the first gate, Ning Chi's strength had doubled. When he opened the second gate, his strength had doubled again. It was equivalent to being 4 times stronger than before he had used the 9 inner hidden gates. Ning Chi believed that with such strength, let alone 1 palm, he could withstand at least 3 palms from the giant worm Lingtu without dying. Old man, the giant worm Lingtu sneered. Do you think you can withstand my palm like this? You are too naive. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic energy between the heavens and earth suddenly surged towards the giant worm Lingtu. At the same time, the giant worm Lingtu slapped out with his palm. The demonic energy surged like waves. Chapter 1956. You're an idiot. Before the giant worm Ling Tu's palm could land on Ning Chi, the bluestone on the ground had already cracked, and the array was immediately destroyed. The bluestone slabs that had turned into gravel floated in the air and were swept towards Ning Chi by the aftermath. Ning Chi's mind moved, and both of his feet crushed the bluestone on the ground, deeply inserted into it, and crossed his arms in front of him. Bang! The ferocious attack of the palm of billowing waves completely landed on Ning Chi's body, causing a loud sound to ring out. Everyone felt as if the ground had been shaken by this, and an enchanting dust mist rose up in spirals, filling the entire arena of life and death. As expected of a great perfection human demon, even a casual palm strike is so powerful. A mid-stage human demon could not help but sigh. Even though he was so far away from the spirit diagram, he felt suffocated. One could imagine what kind of terrifying aura Ning Chi had to endure when facing the spirit diagram head-on. He's dead, right? Yun Gu revealed a look of anticipation. Although Nayland Shanhai seemed very calm on the surface, a hint of excitement flashed through the depths of his eyes. On the platform, the corner of the huge insect by Ya's lips curled up slightly, together with the other demons from the huge insect tribe. He looked at Uriel with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He believed that Yi Qingyu would definitely be smashed to pieces by that palm strike. There was no chance of him surviving. Lingqiu, he's dead, Yongo said with a mocking expression. North Moon Lingqiu let out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Third junior sister, how confident are you in blocking the spirit diagram's palm strike? Wanli chuckled. 70%. Spider-Wen said solemnly. 70%. Wanli and Zhu Feng's expressions changed slightly. Even they felt that they only had a 20 to 30% chance of blocking it. But Spider-Wen actually had a 70% chance. Many prodigies of the demon race who had emerged from the nearby secret realm looked at Spider-Wen rather strangely as well. Since third junior sister only has a 70% chance, how confident do you think our fourth junior brother is? Wan Li continued to smile. You'll find out later. Why are you asking me? Spider-Wen glanced at Wan Li as if he was an idiot, then continued to watch the arena of life and death. At this moment, the fog gradually dissipated. Wan Li coldly snorted in his heart and looked towards the arena of life and death. The result was an unbelievable scene. On the arena, there was a very long gully that was created by Ning Chi's feet. The gully was at least 300 meters long, and at the end of the gully a figure stood proudly. He's not dead. How is this possible? All the devils were shocked. Zi Qingyue's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. When the demons of the Broken Moon Alliance saw this scene, they were overjoyed and couldn't help cheering. Alliance Chief, this, Yungu glanced at the life and death arena, then at Nayland Shanhai, as though he was waiting for an explanation. However, Nayland Shanhai wasn't clear about the situation. So how was he supposed to explain it to him? Even he himself was a little dumbfounded. There was no reason for this. Could it be that the giant worm Ling Tu had shown mercy and reached some kind of agreement with the Devil King Manor? Otherwise, with a great perfection stage human demon taking action, how could a junior who only possessed the aura of a mid-stage human demon with the help of a demonic battle technique still stand on the arena? Shouldn't he be beaten to a pulp? Hiss! Gasps could be heard from the arena of life and death. Yang Go, Yang Yingui, Dao En, Pingtian, Kong Yen, and the rest of the younger generation of the 7 clans were all pale, staring at the figure on the arena in shock. Yang Go noticed that North Moon Lingqiu's eyes had brightened up a lot at this moment. Impossible, he's actually already dead, the giant worm Bai mumbled to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chi's body moved. In front of countless demons, he stretched his waist, causing a series of cracking sounds. His dislocated bones were restored to their original positions, and the injuries caused by the palm of billowing waves were also rapidly recovering. "Old man, you're really old and weak." Ningqi looked at the giant worm Lingtu and smiled. The giant worm Lingtu stared blankly at Ningqi. A sliver of doubt flashed through his eyes. Although he had not used his full strength in that palm strike, his opponent was merely an ant that had not even reached the human-demon realm. Yet he was still able to stand after taking his palm strike. "Ha ha ha! Old man, hand over 800,000 mid-grade magical crystals. You're an idiot." On the high platform, Uriel let out a burst of wild laughter. The laughter surged in the arena. When the demons in the audience seats heard this, they reacted one after another. It turned out that there was such a huge bet in the battle between the giant worm Lingtu and Ningqi. The giant worm Lingtu's expression immediately changed. He carefully thought about the details from Roriel's entrance until now, and finally came to a realization. Roriel had lived for so long. It was impossible for him to lose his rationality with just a few words and take out 800,000 mid-grade magical crystals in a bet that he was bound to lose. In that case, there was only one explanation. Roriel already knew beforehand that he would definitely win this bet. Thinking up to there, the giant worm Lingtu's expression became rather ugly. He stared at Ningqi fixedly. The giant worm, White Fang, and the others stared at Ningqi dumbfounded. They could not believe it. "We've lost? We've actually lost? This? How? Is possible? Possible?" North Moon Chong Su and the goat demon's expressions became rather ugly. They glanced at Roriel subconsciously. At that moment, their impression of Roriel underwent a huge change once again. Old fox. He's definitely an old fox. The two of them could not help but sigh inside. First senior brother, second senior brother. Looks like fourth junior brother has disappointed you. The corner of Spider Mark's lips curled up slightly. He looked at Ningqi with a rather gratified gaze. Wan Li and Zhu Feng looked at each other and saw a sliver of seriousness in each other's eyes. They had to treat the strength that Ningqi had displayed seriously, because even they could not withstand a single palm strike from the giant worm Lingtu. On the other hand, Ningqi had not even reached the demonic human stage, while they were already late demonic human stage. The difference between them was extremely great. If their fourth junior brother also broke through to the late demonic human stage one day, just how terrifying would his defenses be? The two of them only thought about it for a moment and found it very troublesome. The Black North young master of the Demon King's estate really isn't simple. No wonder he did not hesitate when he killed the demons of the giant worm tribe. Qingxue Lan and the others thought to themselves. At that moment, Ningqi's aura rapidly declined. With his current strength, the second gate of the 9 inner hidden gates could only be maintained for around 15 minutes. Kill him. A sliver of hesitation flashed through the giant worm Lingtu's eyes. He was considering whether he should strike out a few more times and kill this extremely detestable ant on the spot. Chapter 1957. This was not the end. "Old man, what's wrong? Do you still want to break the rules?" Roriel shot through the air with Lan Ruo and landed beside Ningqi. He looked at the Lingtu with a forced smile. Before the Lingtu could say anything, he smiled at Ningqi. "I never thought that not a single banker would be bold enough to place a bet on the battle this time. They all think the Lingtu is going to win for sure. Fortunately, we still managed to get ourselves 800,000 mid-grade magical crystals in the end. According to what we agreed before, you can have 400,000 of them. If that's the case, thank you, senior uncle." Ningqi smiled. "If you want to thank someone, thank this old man." Roriel looked at the Lingtu scornfully. Gulp. The Lingtu forcefully swallowed the blood he had almost spat out. He glanced past Roriel and Ningqi coldly. "What are you looking at? Hand over the magical crystals. Am I really that good looking?" Roriel said nonchalantly. The Lingtu's blood surged with that. Only after a few seconds did he calm down. He coldly tossed the universe ring that Northmoon Chongshu and the others had given him to Roriel before taking out his own universe ring. Roriel checked it and nodded with a smile. 800,000 mid-grade magical crystals. It's all in. The Lingtu's heart suddenly ached like it was being ripped apart. 800,000 mid-grade magical crystals was equivalent to 80 million low-grade magical crystals. Just how long would he have to save up for such a huge sum? This isn't the end. The Lingtu tossed the down coldly before directly taking off. White Fang and the others saw that and followed the Lingtu out of the arena with darkened faces. This, Northmoon Chongshu and the others looked at one another. The Lingtu seemed to have lent them quite a lot of magical crystals, didn't he? He left without even saying a word. How were they supposed to get their magical crystals back in the future? Junior nephew, this is yours. Thank you, senior uncle. Don't mention it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to earn so much this time. Luriel said with a smile. Lan Rua watched as the two of them split the spoils. A sliver of envy appeared in his eyes. Ning Chi was taken aback. He looked at Lan Rua. You didn't borrow any magical crystals? Ugh. Lan Rua slowly twisted his neck and gazed into the distance with misty eyes. If it's meant to be, it will be. If it's not meant to be, don't force it. Ning Chi sighed and patted Lan Ru's shoulder. He was so touched that he almost shed tears. He cursed himself for not being as brave as Rollier. Otherwise, he could have thrown away his pride and borrowed 50,000 to 60,000 mid-grade magical crystals from a few of his good friends. Let's go. Rollier glanced at the platform, and the corner of his lips curled up slightly. This time, Northmoon Chongshu and the others were going to lose a great sum of demonic crystals, which made him rather happy. Even after Ning Chi and the others had left, there were still many demons who hadn't reacted, especially those few influential merchant clans in Yen Mountain City. At this moment, their thighs were almost smashed to pieces. They hated themselves for not opening a bet during this competition. Otherwise, with such an unexpected result, they would definitely make a fortune. Northmoon Chong Su stared at the backs of Ning Chi and the others. Only when they had vanished from his field of vision did he turn around and leave the platform. Northmoon Lingqiu followed after him in a hurry. Seeing this, Yongo's lips moved. Before he could say anything, Northmoon Lingqiu had already left with Northmoon Chongsu. We've lost out this time. The leaders of the other clans shook their heads with bitter smiles, turning around and leaving. The goat demon's face darkened. There was a sliver of regret in his eyes. This time he had lent a total of 100,000 mid-grade magical crystals to the spirit diagram of the giant worm. He had even planned on earning another several tens of thousands from the magical crystals, but now he felt like he had wasted his money. With his understanding of the spirit diagram of the giant worm, the magical crystals would probably never return to him again. Father, Yongo said slowly. Let's talk when we get back, the goat demon said coldly. Yongo's face became rather ugly when he heard that. If he had known earlier, he would never have left seclusion this time. His father had clearly begun to vent his anger on him because he had once offended Ning Chi. First senior brother, second senior brother. Do you want to return to the Demon King's estate? Together? Spiderwin looked at Wan Li and Zhu Feng with a forced smile. We're not going back. We've reached the crucial point of breaking through. So let's return to the secret realm to cultivate. The two of them smiled insincerely. The crucial point of breaking through? If you want to break through to great perfection, it'll probably take you several tens of thousands of years, or even 100,000 years. A trace of mockery flashed in Spiderwin's eyes. He stood up and left. Wan Li and Zhu Feng's faces instantly turned ugly. On the other side of the spectator's stand, Nalan Shanghai and the others also began to leave. At this moment, the Broken Moon Alliance, led by Zi Qingyue, happened to pass by them. Both sides looked at each other. The demons of the Mountain and Sea Alliance didn't dare to look at Zi Qingyue and the others directly, while Zi Qingyue and the others had a faint smile on their faces. Alliance leader Nalan, if young Master Beixian knows that you're so concerned about him today and came here to watch the battle, I'm sure he'll pay you a visit in person, right? Zi Qingyue said with a faint smile. Qingyue, what are you talking about? Nalan Shanghai said with a forced smile, but there was a faint trace of fear in his heart. If Zi Qingyue really told Ningqi about this, then when I go back, I'm afraid I'll have to find an excuse to leave Yanshan City, like Xiuqi, Nalan Shanghai said in his heart. Zi Qingyue smiled and no longer paid attention to Nalan Shanghai. She left the arena directly. Demon King's estate. Ha ha ha. Martial nephew. You didn't notice the expression of that giant wormling Tuesday. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This time he lost 800,000 mid-grade demon crystals. He'll be out of breath for at least a few decades. But be careful when you leave Yanshan City in the future. The giant worm tribe is very vengeful. Don't get ambushed by them. As soon as L'Oreal returned to the estate, he laughed wildly. Wolf Eyes, Wolf Blood Duo Lu and the others also went to the arena. They just sat in a corner, and their faces were filled with excitement. If the giant worm tribe dares to plot against fourth junior brother, then I'll kill my way to their door. A cold voice rang out. Spider Pattern appeared beside them. When Wolf Eyes, Wolf Blood Duo saw Spider Pattern, he immediately trembled in fear. It was because they had offended Spider Mark that they were assigned to guard the gate. Why are you guys here? Spider Pattern looked at Wolf Eyes, Wolf Blood Duo with doubt in his eyes. Young Master Spider Pattern, Wolf Eyes, Wolf Blood Duo looked at Ningqi in fear. Senior sister, I saw that they're quite agile, so I asked them to do some chores. Ningqi cupped his hands and smiled. Oh, if that's the case, then I won't hold it against them for offending me in the past. Spider Pattern nodded. Wolf Eyes, Wolf Blood Duo was overjoyed. Martial nephew Spider Pattern, why didn't you cultivate in the secret realm? Why did you return to the Demon King's estate? L'Oreal smiled bitterly. Martial uncle, you don't seem very happy. Spider Pattern looked at L'Oreal. How can that be? Martial uncle is very happy. L'Oreal forced a smile. Ningqi was curious. It seemed that this martial uncle of his must have suffered in the hands of senior sister, Spider Pattern. Anyway, I didn't come back to see you. I'm here to look for fourth junior brother. Come, follow senior sister to a place. Chapter 1958. Chapter 958. 9 Sun Tempering Fruit, Lord Leliere. Young Master Spider Pattern took young Master Beixian away. Lan Rua stared at the 2 black dots that were about to disappear in the sky. I saw it. Leliere frowned. Young Master Beixian will be fine, right? Young Master Spider Pattern's temper. Lan Rua wanted to give chase, but he knew that his speed was no match for Spider Pattern's. It shouldn't be. From the looks of it, Spider Pattern seems to have a good impression of Beixian. Although she's usually a little jumpy, she still knows what's important and what's not. Leliere didn't have much confidence after he finished speaking. Senior Sister Spider Pattern, where are you bringing me to? The giant worm Ling Tu just suffered a huge loss and can't wait to skin me alive. We're leaving Yanshan City in less than a day. If the giant worm Ling Tu is lying in ambush outside, I'm afraid the 2 of us won't be his match, right? Ningqi's arm was pulled by the Spider Pattern. In the blink of an eye, they left Yanshan City and flew towards a certain direction. He looked around to see if the giant wormling too was ambushing the 2 of them as he smiled bitterly at the Spider Pattern. Spider Pattern's palm was extremely powerful. Ningqi also tried to struggle, but he quickly gave up. Even if he used all his trump cards, he probably wouldn't be Spider Pattern's match. Fourth junior brother, you don't have to worry. The giant worm Ling-Ta lost the bet in front of so many people. How would he have the face to ambush here? As for the other rascals, they can't even withstand a single blow from me. If one comes, I'll kill one. If a pair comes, I'll kill a pair. With senior sister here, what's there to be afraid of? Spider Pattern said with a smile. That's true, but senior sister, where are we going? Ning Chi smiled bitterly. I'll bring you to get some good stuff. Have you heard of the 9 sun tempering fruit? Spider Pattern said proudly. 9 sun tempering fruit? Ning Chi was slightly stunned. He really hadn't heard of this fruit, but from the name, it should be used to temper the body. That's not right. As a demonic refinement master, why haven't you heard of the 9 yang body tempering fruit? A trace of doubt flashed in Spider-Wen's eyes, but she quickly put down this thought and smiled at Ning Chi. Not long ago, when I went out, I found a place with a 9 yang body tempering fruit. It's about to mature. Calculating the time, it should be just in time for us to go there. Senior sister, are you planning to give me a few? Since even the Spider Pattern was so important to this fruit, it meant that this 9 yang body tempering fruit's grade was not low. But why did she bring him along? A hint of suspicion flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. Seeing Ning Chi asking so many questions, Spider-Wen's eyes flashed with a trace of impatience. She then told him everything that had happened. Only then did Ning Chi realize that when Spider-Wen discovered the 9 suns body tempering fruit, she was not alone. There were a few other late-stage demonic humans. In order to prevent the 9 suns body tempering fruit from being moved before it was ripe and affecting its medicinal properties, everyone agreed that when the time came, they would each bring a few juniors to fight. The final winner would enjoy the 9 suns body tempering fruit alone. As for the juniors' cultivation, they had to be below the demonic human stage. This trip took more than 20 days. Ning Chi found that Spider-Wen's speed was getting slower and slower. During this time, Ning Chi did not use any strength at all. It was Spider-Wen who carried him along. Not far away from the two, there was a canyon shrouded in fog. Ning Chi saw that occasionally some demonic creatures accidentally entered the canyon and immediately turned into a pile of flesh and blood. It was as if the fog had a mind of its own and would block all kinds of creatures from entering the canyon. This is the Abyss Demon Canyon. The terrain is self-contained. Ordinary, early-stage, demonic humans can only go 100 zhang deep. Later, don't stray more than 5 zhang from me, or else you might be killed by the formation here, just like those demonic creatures. Spider-Wen warned Ning Chi. After a pause, she said with a strange expression, "Oh, right, I forgot that you could even withstand the giant worm Spirit Diagram's wave palm. The formation here should not be able to hurt you." Without waiting for Ning Chi to speak, Spider-Wen had already led him into the fog. Arriving at the Abyss Demon Canyon, Spider-Wen did not choose to fly, but instead walked. Like this, the two walked for another day or so. Suddenly, the fog in front of them became a lot thinner. Ning Chi found that there were several indistinct figures in front of him. The owners of these figures seemed to have noticed Spider-Wen's approach. They were vigilant at first, but after seeing Spider-Wen's appearance, they relaxed and wore a faint smile on their faces. At the same time, they curiously glanced at Ning Chi. Ning Chi could feel at least 4 gazes sweeping back and forth over him. "You guys came so early. Has the 9 yang body tempering fruit ripened?" Spider-Wen greeted the 4 people. These 4 people's auras were about the same as hers. There were 2 men and 2 women. Besides them, there were 2 or 3 young demonic humans that were much stronger than Yang Go, but had not yet reached the demonic human stage. When these young demonic humans saw that Spider-Wen only brought Ning Chi, their gazes fell on Ning Chi. Their eyes flashed with a variety of expressions. Some were disdainful, some were provocative, some were indifferent, and some were curious. In the center of this place, there was a translucent, magical boulder with a spirit grass growing on it. The veins of the spirit grass's roots almost covered the entire boulder. The originally straight spirit grass had been bent by the weight of the 9 bright red fruits on it. After seeing the 9 fruits, Spiderwind's face suddenly revealed a trace of a smile. Spiderwind, you only brought this little guy this time? Who is he to you? Disciple? A female demonic human looked at Ning-Chi with a smile that was not a smile and smiled at Spiderwind. The other female demonic human and 2 male demonic humans also had a trace of curiosity in their eyes. Although they did not agree to bring a few juniors, everyone brought 2 or 3 people. Only Spiderwind only brought 1 person. Could it be that she was not as interested in the 9 young body tempering fruit as she seemed? Jiang Mingyao, Shangguan Yuni, Zai Yi, Fu Hai, Ning-Chi glanced at the 4 people's attributes. Their names, tribes, cultivation levels, and demonic combat skills appeared in front of Ning-Chi one by one. It doesn't matter who he is. In any case, he is not at the demonic human stage. If you don't believe me, look a few more times. Spiderwind said with a smile. When the 4 heard this, a trace of suspicion flashed in their eyes. Spiderwind's inexplicable confidence made them a little suspicious. After looking at Ning-Chi a few more times, they finally determined that Ning-Chi was at most a half-step demonic human and not a demonic human expert. Their hearts immediately calmed down. There are at least 10 more days before the 9 young body tempering fruit ripens. At that time, we must act quickly and decide the winner. Otherwise, the aura of the 9 young body tempering fruit will leak and cause other troubles. Chapter 1959. This is your junior brother? Zai is right. Since the 9 sun body tempering fruit has grown in the Abyss Demon Canyon, its aura has started to change. Although we've set up a formation to hide this aura, I'm afraid it won't be able to hide the aura when the fruit ripens. If someone happens to pass by, it will cause unnecessary trouble. Fu Hai said, Then why don't we decide the winner now? Shangguan Yuni suggested. Jiang Mingyao looked at Ning-Chi suspiciously. She always felt that there was something wrong with this guy. His aura was quite strange. Thinking of Spiderwind's confident face, she had a bad premonition. However, with her late stage of human devil cultivation, she had looked Ning-Chi up and down countless times. Indeed, there was no trace of him hiding his cultivation. He was not a human devil expert. At most, he was at the same level as the juniors she had brought with her. All right, how about this? Each of you send out 1 person. If they can defeat him, then I will back out. If not, then the 9 sun body tempering fruit will belong to me. Spiderwind said with a smile. Oh, Spiderwind, it seems that you have a lot of confidence in him. How can this kid be so strong? Fu Hai didn't believe it. He signaled behind him. A young demonic cultivator stepped forward, looking at Ning-Chi with fighting spirit. Ning-Chi smiled, please. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party had already rushed forward. Ning-Chi calmly watched until the other party appeared in front of him. Finally, Ning-Chi moved. He leaned to the side and punched. With a bang, the demonic cultivator was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. He raised his head in shock and disbelief. Ning-Chi didn't use too much force because he could see that Spiderwind had a good relationship with these people. At least, it was better than his relationship with Wan, Li, and Zhu Feng. Since they weren't enemies, there was no need to hurt their relationship. Hee, Fu Hai, you can go home now. Spiderwind said with a smile. His eyes showed a hint of pride. Fu Hai looked at Ning-Chi thoughtfully, then asked with uncertainty, You really aren't a demonic cultivator? Nope. Ning-Chi smiled and shook his head. Grandmaster, I was careless just now. Please give me another chance. The demon who had been defeated by Ning-Chi crawled up with an embarrassed expression and walked to Fu Hai's side. Seeing this, the other 2 demons also wanted to fight. Spider Mark, give me another chance, okay? Fu Hai smiled awkwardly at the spider pattern. Then I'll let you lose, convincingly. Let them come at me together. The corners of Spider Pattern's mouth curled up slightly. Ning Qi glanced at her. This senior sister was really easy to say. In the split second that he was distracted, the three devils beside Fu Hai had already tacitly understood and simultaneously attacked Ning Qi. If it were any other day, they naturally wouldn't launch a sneak attack. However, the extraordinary strength that Ning Qi had just displayed, coupled with the fact that they had to fight for the 9-yang body tempering fruit for their grandmaster, the three of them naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. Pu piu piu. Ning Qi turned around and kicked 3 times. His speed was so fast that one could only hear the sound, but not see the scene of Ning Qi's kicks. Once again, the three were sent flying. The way Jiang Mengyao, Shangguan Yuni, and Zai looked at Ning Qi suddenly changed. The juniors they had brought were also filled with shock. Moments ago, they had been filled with the desire to do battle, but now they were panicking. Ha ha ha, how about it? Are you convinced? Spider Mark looked at Fu Hai with a smug expression. Fu Hai sighed and glanced at the 9-yang body, tempering fruit, reluctantly. Then he said to Spider Mark, unwillingly, "Where did you find this kid? Are you sure he isn't a demonic cultivator? Why do I feel that when he attacked, his aura was stronger than an ordinary early-stage demonic cultivator?" "That's right, Spider Mark, you didn't cheat, did you?" Jiang Mengyao echoed. Shangguan Yuni and Zai couldn't help but nod. "All right, let's not talk about that. Fu Hai has already been eliminated. Which of you three will go first?" Spider Mark curled his lips and said impatiently, "This kid is too strong. I'm afraid we juniors aren't his match." Zai smiled bitterly. "Then come at me together. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." Spider Mark smiled faintly. Together? The three looked at each other. This seemed to be the best choice at the moment. "All right, all of you come at me together. If you can't take down this kid today, then go to the back mountain and face the wall for 100 years. Jiang Mengyao said to her juniors. Hearing this, the faces of the demons turned solemn. Obviously, the back mountain that Jiang Mengyao mentioned must be very terrifying. Otherwise, the three wouldn't have such expressions. A total of 9 half-step demonic cultivators surrounded Ningqi. "You guys attack him from the left, and we'll attack him from the right. I don't believe this kid can withstand a pincer attack." That's right. The 9 of them looked at each other and secretly transmitted their voices. Ningqi stood in the encirclement, looking at them innocently. However, they were not fooled by Ningqi's expression. The 3 fellows behind Fu Hai were obviously too careless, which was why they were defeated by Ningqi. Go! 9 terrifying auras soared into the sky and attacked Ningqi from different angles at the same time. They didn't hold back and brought out their strongest strength. The corners of Spider Mark's mouth rose slightly. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mengyao had a bad feeling in her heart. The next moment, before the 3 of them could react, they heard 9 sounds and 9 bodies flew out. No matter if it was a man or a woman, there was an extremely obvious footprint on their chests. The female demons were ashamed and angry, while the male demons couldn't believe it. Why was the opponent's strength and speed so much stronger than theirs? Are the 4 of you convinced now? Spider Mark said with a smile. Spider Mark, where did you find this kid? I don't want the 9 sun body tempering fruit anymore. Why don't you give this kid to me? Jiang Mengyao suddenly said. Mengyao, how can you attack first? Spider Mark, I happen to lack a disciple who can inherit my legacy. Why don't this kid follow me? Zai interjected, looking at Ningqi with a fiery gaze. Shangguan Yuni and Fu Hai were also tempted, but before they could say anything, Spider Mark said with a smile, Junior brother, so many people are fighting for you. It seems like Master has good foresight to accept you as a disciple. Junior brother? The 4 and the juniors they brought stared at Ning Chi with their eyes wide open in disbelief. If they heard it right, doesn't that mean this kid is the disciple of Zunshin Demon King Pain? The Zunshin Demon King has accepted another disciple? Ning Chi smiled but didn't say anything. Spider Mark, is this your junior brother? Jiang Mengyao asked doubtfully. Of course. Otherwise, where do you think I can find someone who's invincible below the demonic human realm? Spider Mark said proudly. Chapter 1960. Demon Dragon Ancestor. Spider Pattern, you tricked me this time. Fu Hai had a wry smile on his face, but he was still very shocked. The strength Ning Chi had shown was more terrible than that of the chosen ones from the top tribes he had seen. Maybe it was more than 2 or 3 levels higher. How could there be such a person in this world? Could it be that he has a special bloodline? Next time, I'll have a chance to see the 9 sun body tempering fruit next time. Let me go first this time. It's your turn next time. Spider Pattern chuckled. I wonder when I'll have a chance to see the 9 sun body tempering fruit. Spider Pattern, the 9 sun body tempering fruit, produces 9 fruits every time. Why don't you give me a few? Jiang Mengyao said unhappily. No, I want to give 4 to my junior brother. I only have 5. How can I give them to you? There's no room for discussion. You guys should leave quickly. Don't stay here. It won't be good for everyone if the 9 sun body tempering fruit ripens and turns hostile. Spider Pattern waved his hand. Then I'll leave first. Fu Hai nodded and smiled at Ning Chi before leaving. Little brother Beixian, come visit me when you're free. Definitely. Ning Chi smiled and cupped his hands. Zai Yi and Shangwan Yuni also took their leave. Before they left, they said goodbye to Ning Chi. Only Jiang Mengyao was reluctant to leave. Mengyao, are you planning to fight with me? Spider Pattern glanced at her and said, I can't beat you, so why should I fight? I'm staying to talk to your junior brother. Jiang Mengyao rolled her eyes, then smiled at Ning Chi and said sweetly, Young Master Beixian, can you give me a 9 sun body tempering fruit? I'll be very grateful. Don't give it to her. The 9 sun body tempering fruit is stronger than any foundation establishment pill. It's extremely useful for your current cultivation. Spider Pattern's voice rang in Ning Chi's ears. Ning Chi was slightly startled, then smiled apologetically at Jiang Mengyao. Jiang Mengyao's eyes flashed with disappointment. Then she waved at the 2. I'm leaving. If I see the 9 sun body tempering fruit again, don't fight with me for it. Take care. Spider Pattern nodded with a smile. In the blink of an eye, everyone had left, leaving only Ning Chi and Spider Mark. There's still more than 10 days. Let's wait. Spider Pattern smiled at Ning Chi and then sat down cross-legged in front of the translucent boulder. As Ning Chi saw this, he also sat down. If it weren't for Spider Pattern being present, he would have gone to the top training field to practice the 9 inner hidden gates. This demon race combat skill was truly useful. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Chi slowly opened his eyes. The 9 yang body tempering fruit on the huge rock had already become translucent. There was also a faint red blood chi coming from it. Spider-Man had already gotten up and was looking around vigilantly. Ha ha ha! 9 yang body tempering fruit? This is really a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, only to find it by chance without even looking for it. A loud voice sounded above their heads. At the same time, an aura no weaker than the giant worm spirit diagram descended from the sky and enveloped the area within a few thousand feet. Human demon Paragon. Spider Pattern's face revealed a trace of dread, his complexion pale. How could there be such a coincidence? Just as the 9 yang body tempering fruit matured, a human demon Paragon would pass by. There are 2 little fellows. Ha ha, what a pity. This is this old man's lucky chance, not yours. Scram for this old man. Seeing that Ning Chi and Spider Mark were staring blankly at him, the human devil at the consummate perfection stage grinned and scolded them with a smile. In the next moment, his complexion paled and he roared, "You dare!" "You leave first. I'll stop him." Spider Pattern uprooted the nearly fully matured 9 yang body tempering fruit and threw it towards Ning Chi. Then he moved towards the human demon paragon. Ning Chi's expression was solemn. He placed the 9 yang body tempering fruit into his spatial bag. Then, with a loud bang, Spider Pattern's body smashed into the ground at Ning Chi's feet, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Why haven't you left yet?" Blood dripped from the corner of Spider Pattern's mouth. "Don't leave today." "Little girl, how dare you?" The 9 yang body tempering fruit still needs at least one more day to mature, and you're going to pluck it just like that? It's going to lose at least 40 to 50% of its medicinal effects. Today, I, the demonic dragon ancestor, will definitely teach you a lesson. The demonic dragon ancestor landed in front of the two and growled. Because of his anger, his face was flushed red. A cold light flashed in Spider Pattern's eyes as he shouted, "Demonic dragon ancestor, do you want to die? My master is Zun Shan Demon King Pain. You're just a human demon paragon. How dare you call yourself an ancestor in front of my master?" As she spoke, she was thinking of a way to break out of this situation. The other party was a human demon paragon. It was basically impossible to beat him. Even if she used all her trump cards, she would only be able to hold on for a little longer. If the other party was frightened by their master's prestige and left on his own, that would naturally be the best. Zun Shan Demon King Pain, you're his disciples? The demonic dragon ancestor jumped in fright and quickly looked around. Then he reacted and stared at the two of them with a gloomy face. "Hee hee! Any random cat or dog dares to pretend to be a disciple of the Zun Shan Demon King. Today, I will get rid of the two of you. When the Zun Shan Demon King finds out, he might have to thank me. Pretending to be stupid." Spider Pattern was slightly startled. The killing intent in the demonic dragon ancestor's eyes gradually became denser, almost condensing into a substance. His gaze landed on Ning Chi. "Brat, hand over the 9 yang body tempering fruit, and I'll let you die quickly." "All right." Ning Chi nodded his head straightforwardly. With a flip of his palm, the 9 yang body tempering fruit appeared in his hand. A trace of heartache flashed across the demonic dragon ancestor's eyes. Seeing that, Spider Pattern was enraged and sent a sound transmission to Ning Chi. "Junior brother, if you hand over the 9 yang body tempering fruit, we will definitely die today." "Senior sister, you leave first. I naturally have a way to leave. Remember, don't be impulsive." Ning Chi's voice sounded in Spider Pattern's ears. Spider Pattern was slightly startled. "Hurry up and give it to me." The demonic dragon ancestor stretched out his hand. He did not snatch it forcefully, afraid that he would injure the 9 yang body tempering fruit. The medicinal effects had already fallen by 40 to 50%. If he were to injure his foundation, the medicinal effects of the 9 yang body tempering fruit would not even be able to maintain 30% of its peak. Ning Chi laughed. He suddenly pinched the 9 yang body tempering fruit and said to the demonic dragon ancestor, "You want the 9 yang body tempering fruit? Then don't act rashly, otherwise we'll just break up." "You're threatening me?" The demonic dragon ancestor looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. This ant that wasn't even at the human devil stage actually dared to threaten him? "Yes, I am indeed threatening you." Ning Chi laughed. "You want to use the 9 yang body tempering fruit to exchange for your life? All right, I promise you. Give it to me, and I'll spare your life." The demonic dragon ancestor said gloomily, "Wrong. What I want to exchange for is her life. Let her go, I'll stay. When she's far away, I'll give you the 9 yang body tempering fruit." Chapter 1961. Where is he? The demonic dragon ancestor glanced at the spider print, a trace of ridicule flashing across his eyes, and nodded at Ning Chi. "All right, I'll let her go." "Senior sister, you go first," Ning Chi said. "Is junior brother really confident that he can escape from the hands of the demonic dragon ancestor? A look of contemplation flashed across the spider's eyes as he stood up from the ground. He didn't know if he should believe Ning Chi's words just now, but seeing Ning Chi being so calm and composed, the spider immediately thought of the scene when he received the giant worm Spirit Map's wave palm. Perhaps her fourth junior brother really did have a way to escape from the hands of the demonic dragon ancestor. What is it? You don't want to leave? Then don't leave. The demonic dragon ancestor laughed sinisterly. Spider-Wen glanced at him coldly, then nodded to Ning Chi and directly flew away. I'll let her go. Give me the 9 yang body tempering fruit. The demonic dragon ancestor sneered. Demonic dragon ancestor, what's the hurry? There's no harm in waiting for a day or two. Ning Chi laughed and sat down cross-legged on the spot. He placed the 9 yang body tempering fruit in his bosom and clasped his hands tightly. Seeing that, a stern look flashed across the demonic dragon ancestor's eyes. He wanted to kill him, but he was afraid that Ning Chi would really destroy the 9 yang body tempering fruit. System: how long will it take to remove the battle state? 48 hours. There are still 47.5 hours left. Oh, brat, if you dare to deceive me, I will make you beg for death. The demonic dragon ancestor snorted and sat down. Ning Chi laughed and said, My cultivation is low. How would I dare to deceive the ancestor? Even if I wait for a day or two, I can't possibly disappear all of a sudden, right? Humph! A trace of pride flashed across the demonic dragon ancestor's eyes. Ning Chi's words were right. A mere ant that was not even at the demonic stage. He did not believe that the other party had any methods to escape in such a situation. Soon a day had passed. Brat, that girl has already gone far enough. Why aren't you handing over the 9 yang body tempering fruit to me? The demonic dragon ancestor slowly opened his eyes, somewhat impatient. Ancestor, there's no rush. Just wait for another day, and I'll definitely hand over the 9 sun body tempering fruit. Ning Chi smiled. Do you think she can get reinforcements here in 2 days? Haha, I'll wait for you for another day. The demonic dragon ancestor looked at Ning Chi in ridicule, then closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Time ticked by, and soon the system beep sounded. Battle state has been removed. Enter the top-grade cultivation training ground. With a thought from Ning Chi, with a so sound, his entire body disappeared from where he stood. The dragon demon ancestor seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly opened his eyes, only to discover that Ning Chi had disappeared without a trace, and the aura of the 9 yang tempering body fruit had also disappeared. Where is he? The dragon demon ancestor turned pale with fright. He suddenly stood up from the ground and searched everywhere. His divine sense covered the entire Abyss Devil Canyon, searching inch by inch, but there was still no trace of Ning Chi. He immediately walked to the place where Ning Chi had just disappeared and punched the ground, creating a huge pit. However, there was still no trace of Ning Chi inside. The dragon demon ancestor did not believe him and dug with all his might, digging more than 3 feet into the ground. Half a day later, the dragon demon ancestor let out an incomparably angry roar. How could he just disappear like that under my eyes? Impossible. Damn it. Damn it. The demonic dragon ancestor felt like he had been toyed with. Unable to vent his anger, he crazily bombarded the Abyss Devil Canyon. In less than a day, the entire Abyss Devil Canyon had been turned into ruins. The nearby demonic creatures sensed the commotion in the Abyss Devil Canyon and trembled in fear. After venting for a while, the dragon demon ancestor calmed down and began to think calmly. In the end, he sat cross-legged on the spot, as if he was waiting for a rabbit. Just like that, the dragon demon ancestor sat there for more than 10 days. When he discovered that there were still no traces of him, the dragon demon ancestor broke through the air and left this place with a cold expression. The Abyss Devil Canyon gradually quietened down. After being stirred up by the demonic dragon ancestor, the formation formed by the terrain had also disappeared. When some of the demonic creatures discovered this, they carefully walked into the Abyss Devil Canyon, wanting to see if there was anything they could take advantage of. What they didn't know was that there was a pair of eyes hidden in the void, watching the scene. Another month passed quickly, and the figure of the demonic dragon ancestor suddenly appeared in the Abyss Devil Canyon. When the nearby demonic creatures saw this, they turned around and fled in fear. However, before they could escape more than 10 meters away, they were pierced through by the demonic energy and died on the spot. "He really isn't here." The demonic dragon ancestor gritted his teeth as he looked around. Other than anger, he also felt a bit humiliated. He was sure that the other party had used some sort of method to stall for time for 2 days, but this method was actually able to hide from him, to be schemed against by an ant that wasn't even at the human devil stage. The demonic dragon ancestor decided that as long as he found this kid, he would kill him on the spot. As for the 9-yang body tempering fruit, it didn't matter anymore. Top-level training ground. The corner of Ning Chi's mouth curled up slightly. It was as if he could see the dumbfounded look on the demonic dragon ancestor's face. Just thinking about it made him laugh. In the future, if he encountered any danger, he could use this method a few more times. As long as he could delay for a certain amount of time and remove his battle state, the system would allow him to enter the top training ground. 9-yang body tempering fruit. Senior sister spider pattern picked it too early, so it lost 30 to 50% of its effects. However, for a fruit that even a perfected human devil covets, the remaining 50% of its medicinal effects should be very useful, right? Ning Chi lowered his head to look at the fruit, plucked one, and threw it into his mouth. In the next second, Ning Chi's body suddenly shook. He felt a power that was even more terrifying than the sum of the demonic energy in his body, growing within his dantian. Immediately after, this power was like a flood that had opened a dam, rushing towards his meridians. In an instant, black veins bulged out from Ning Chi's body, and his body suddenly expanded several times, accompanied by intense pain. The effects of the 9-yang body tempering fruit exceeded Ning Chi's expectations. He could feel that his body was constantly being tempered. Roar! Ning Chi let out a low roar, his eyes bloodshot. Even with the strength of his body, he couldn't withstand this power and was on the verge of collapse. The first gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, open. The second gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, open. After opening 2 gates in a row, Ning Chi finally felt a little better. Since the effects of the body tempering fruit were so terrifying, Ning Chi naturally couldn't waste it. He wanted to open the 3rd gate. 3 days later, open for me, with a roar. Ning Chi's aura skyrocketed once again. The 3rd gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, open. Chapter 1962. The 3rd gate of the 9 inner hidden gates. After opening the 3rd of the 9 inner hidden gates, it immediately became a 3rd-rank demon race battle skill. In this state, Ning Chi felt that the strength of the 9-yang body tempering fruit was no longer able to cause his body to explode. It took him over 5 years to completely absorb the remaining strength of the 9-yang body tempering fruit. The state of the 2nd gate can already be maintained for more than 24 hours. The 3rd gate can also be maintained for half an hour. Ning Chi was quite satisfied. Soon after, he plucked another 9-yang body tempering fruit and threw it into his mouth. But unfortunately, perhaps because Ning Chi's cultivation was not high enough, the effect of this 9-yang body tempering fruit was not very strong. It only allowed Ning Chi to open the 3rd gate of the 9 inner hidden gates for around 3 hours. A few years later, Ning Chi continued to eat the 3rd 9-yang body tempering fruit. After a few more years, Ning Chi ate the 4th 9-yang body tempering fruit. The effects were getting weaker and weaker. Of the 9 9-yang body tempering fruits, there were only 5 left. Ning Chi did not plan to use them. After all, logically speaking, they belonged to the spider mark. Moreover, according to the current effects of the 9-yang body tempering fruit, Even if he ate all 5 of them, the effect would not be as good as the first one. What a pity! If I had picked the 9 young body-tempering fruit when it was fully ripe, I wouldn't have lost so much of its medicinal efficacy. Perhaps I would have been able to open the 4th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates by now. Ning Chi sighed. Then he slowly closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The demonic dragon ancestor would definitely be guarding outside unwillingly. Ning Chi did not plan to walk into a trap so early, so they would just compete in endurance. Time flew by. 50 years passed just like that. It had been a long time since Ning Chi had been able to cultivate in such a peaceful manner. He slowly opened his eyes and spat out an arrow of air that condensed and did not dissipate. With a thought, Ning Chi left the top training ground in the next moment and reappeared in the Abyss Demon Canyon. Looking at the ruined Abyss Demon Canyon in front of him, the corners of Ning Chi's mouth rose slightly. From this scene, one could imagine how angry the demonic dragon ancestor had been. He had turned the vast Abyss Demon Canyon into ruins. Ning Chi did not stay here for long. He did not know if the demonic dragon ancestor would return. After finding the direction of Yen Mountain City, Ning Chi soared into the sky. Not long after Ning Chi left, a few figures flew over from another direction and stood in the air above the Abyss Devil Canyon. Marshal Nephew Spider Mark, are you sure that Marshal Nephew Bei Xian told you to leave first, and that he had a way to escape the control of that old fellow dragon demon? Rul Rear's expression was incomparably solemn. He, Lan Rua, and Spider had been searching for Ning Chi's traces for a long time, but there was no news at all. The spies of the Demon King's mansion had basically all been sent out. Every time there was news of Ning Chi's appearance, they would immediately rush over, but it was just a blunder. Marshal Uncle, you don't trust me? Spiderweb's eyes gradually turned cold. It's not that I don't trust you. Sigh, Rulier shook his head. He knew Spider Vane's temperament. If it had been Wan Li and Zhu Feng, he would have been suspicious long ago. Lord Lullier, young Master Spidermark, don't you think this place is very strange? The demonic dragon patriarch is at the perfected stage of the human-demon realm. If he were to fight with the young master of the Northern Mystic sect, he wouldn't have turned the entire Abyss Demon Canyon into such a state, right? Lan Rua suddenly said. From the beginning, he felt that this place was very strange. This was not the first time the 3 of them had returned to the Abyss Demon Canyon. Today, a light seemed to flash in Lan Rua's mind, and he raised this suspicion. Not bad, it's a little strange. Lullier reacted. Spider Vane's eyes narrowed slightly, and he sized up the Abyss Demon Canyon. Then, his lips curled into a faint smile. These marks were probably made by the demonic dragon patriarch alone. Alone. In other words, the young master of the Northern Mystic sect might have really escaped, and the demonic dragon patriarch turned the Abyss Demon Canyon into such a state in order to vent his anger? Lan Rua suddenly said, Lan Rua, your brain is very good today. It seems that you are indeed not stupid. Lullier praised. I'm not stupid to begin with. Lan Rua curled his lips. Since Junior Brother has already escaped, let's return to Yenshan City and wait for him. If he hasn't been caught by the demonic dragon patriarch, I think he will return to Yenshan City immediately. Spider Vane said. That makes sense. Lullier nodded in agreement. When they were about to reach Yenshan City, Ning Chi landed on the ground. There was no need to fly. If the demonic dragon patriarch was unwilling to give up and waited here, it would be too big of a target. Walking would be a good way to reduce the risk. As long as they entered Yenshan City, no matter how bold the demonic dragon patriarch was, he would not dare to chase after them. Before they had traveled 500 kilometers, Ning Chi suddenly noticed some movement in front of him. Yang Go, you and Kong Yen block that guy. We'll attack his life acupuncture point. Roar. Not good. This guy's bloodline is special. We are not his match. Let's escape first. Very soon, several figures flew in Ning Qi's direction. Ning Qi glanced over and discovered that they were all familiar people. They were Yang Go, Yang Yingwei, Dao En, Kong Yen, Ping Tian, North Moon Lingqiu, and over a dozen young demons. They seemed to be descendants of the 7 clans as well, and right now they all showed a sliver of fright. Behind them was a humanoid demon over 30 meters tall. It chased after them madly. Aside from a mouth, the demon's entire face was filled with blood-red eyes. It was extremely horrifying. The demon's aura seemed to be no different from an early demon. As it ran, a powerful blood qi radiated from its body. It suddenly let out a roar and swung its hand, sweeping towards the last figure. North Moon Lingqiu only felt her blood surge, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. A few bone-deep wounds had appeared on her back. She subconsciously looked towards Yang Go, and a sliver of fear appeared on her face. Yang Go saw this. A sliver of joy flashed through North Moon Lingqiu's eyes. But just when she thought Yang Go would come to save her, she discovered that Yang Go had directly turned around and fled a little faster. A sliver of despair immediately appeared in North Moon Lingqiu's eyes. Big brother, Lingqiu's been caught. Yang Yingwei discovered that North Moon Lingqiu was alone and called out to Yang Go in a hurry. Anyone who stays behind right now will die for sure. Yang Go said coldly. When Dao En and the others heard that, they hesitated for a while. In the end, they still felt that staying alive was more important, so they had no intentions of staying behind. However, in the next moment, they saw a figure fly over from the other side, brushing past them. How familiar! That guy is... Everyone's expressions suddenly changed, and they immediately stopped. They looked at the figure with bewildered expressions. Roar! The demon grabbed North Moon Lingqiu and was about to swallow her whole. Just as North Moon Lingqiu sank into endless despair, the demon's head suddenly fell to the side. Afterwards, North Moon Lingqiu felt someone grab her arm. Afterwards, she broke free from the demon's grasp and landed on the ground. You're fine, right? Ning Qi smiled indifferently. Ah, it's you. North Moon Lingqiu looked at Ning Qi in surprise and joy. Chapter 1963. Camouflage, why is he here? Yang Go's expression was ugly as he stared at Ning Qi. The gazes of Duane and the others fell on the head that was full of eyeballs, and they sighed with emotion in their hearts. This demonic being was so powerful that they weren't a match for it even if they joined forces and could only be chased. However, Ning Qi was beheaded as soon as he appeared. Wasn't the difference in strength a little too great? Are you all right? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Ning Qi glanced at North Moon Lingqiu indifferently before making his way towards Yanshan City. The demonic creature earlier had a rather high amount of sin, giving him over 700 dragon-slaying crystals. Even if he had not run into North Moon Lingqiu and the others, Ning Qi would still have taken action. After all, his goal was to gather 3 million dragon-slaying crystals. Only then could he use the connection between Mount Inner Heart to leave the immortal prison. Wait, I'll go with you. North Moon Lingqiu stared blankly at Ning Qi's back before suddenly coming to his senses and quickly catching up. Big brother, sister-in-law, Yang Yingwei hurriedly looked at Yang Go, wanting to say something but hesitating. Yang Go moved slightly and blocked North Moon Lingqiu's path. He said softly, Lingqiu, let's leave this place together. At this moment, whoever stays behind will definitely die. If I remember correctly, you were the one who said this, right? You don't even have the slightest intention to save me when I'm about to die in the hands of a monster. Sheep go, don't talk to me anymore. I feel like vomiting. North Moon Lingqiu glanced at Yang Go coldly before passing him and chasing after Ning Qi. Bitch! Yang Go roared furiously inside. He clenched his fists and glared at North Moon Lingqiu's back. Afterwards, his gaze landed on Ning Qi. It's all because of this guy. Why did he have to appear at a time like this? Could it be that he did it on purpose? Thinking of this, Yang Go became angrier the more he thought about it. He felt that everything in front of him was caused by Ning Qi. His hatred for Ning Qi deepened. When Duane and the others saw this scene, they looked at Yang Go with schadenfreude. If this matter were to spread in Yen Mountain City, the Yang family would probably be laughed at. The fiancé of Yang Go, the son of the dignified Yang family head, actually ran away with someone else. Big brother, how can you let sister-in-law go with that guy? Yang Ingwei looked anxious. Shut up! Yang Go roared angrily. Yang Ingwei was stunned for a moment. He shut his mouth with a livid expression, but he hated Yang Go in his heart. Why are you following me? Ning Qi stopped and looked at North Moon Lingqiu with a frown. North Moon Lingqiu revealed a sliver of awkwardness, but she immediately found an excuse. Young Master Beixian, you just saved my life. I want to repay you. So, are you going to marry me? Ning Qi smiled. However, to his surprise, as soon as he said that, North Moon Lingqiu's face flushed bright red, as if he had mustered up a great deal of courage. He stammered, I can repay you with my body. That works too? Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. He studied North Moon Lingqiu up and down a few times before confirming one thing. This girl's heart was in turmoil. Thinking up to there, Ning Qi turned around and left. The heavens were his witnesses. What he said earlier was indeed a joke. He did not have any feelings for North Moon Lingqiu at all. Lord Beixian, North Moon Lingqiu was taken aback, but he quickly chased after them. As everyone was returning to Yanshan City, Duane and the others did not walk for long before they saw Ning Qi and North Moon Lingqiu walking one after another. Yang Go's face was livid. He wanted very much to pass the two of them, but he felt a sliver of fear. He was unsure whether his actions would anger Ning Qi or not. If Ning Qi used this as an excuse to beat him up again, he would lose all his dignity today. Yang Go did not dare to take this risk. Very soon, everyone could already see the walls of Yanshan City. They were only 500 or 600 kilometers away from the city. Ning Qi's expression changed slightly and he stopped. North Moon Lingqiu stopped as well when he saw this. What is he trying to do? Duane and the others looked at Ning Qi curiously. Before long, a demonic creature suddenly flashed out from the dense forest up ahead. The demonic creature's aura was very weak, but Ning Qi's gaze towards it was extremely stern. Demon Dragon Ancestor, stop pretending. I never thought that a great perfection human demon like you would disguise yourself as a low-level demonic creature, Ning Qi said indifferently. Demon Dragon Ancestor? Hearing these words, North Moon Lingqiu's face was immediately filled with shock. His gaze landed on the rather cute demonic creature in front of him. This is the Demon Dragon Ancestor? The famous existence at the great perfection human demon realm? The gazes of Duane and the others all changed. A sliver of disbelief appeared in their eyes. Why would Ning Qi suddenly say the words Demon Dragon Ancestor to such a weak demonic creature? Before they could react, the demonic creature's aura suddenly changed. Its body also changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very soon, the demonic creature turned into an old man, staring at Ning Qi with an extremely cold gaze. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura enveloped the surrounding hundreds of kilometers. It really is the Demon Dragon Ancestor. How? Duane and the others looked at the Demon Dragon Ancestor in shock, while Yang Go was rather surprised. Did this guy offend the Demon Dragon Ancestor again? Then wouldn't he die for sure today? Brat, how did you see through my methods? The Demon Dragon Ancestor stared coldly at Ning Qi, a trace of doubt in the depths of his eyes. His transformation technique was a special demon battle skill. Even an existence at the great perfection of the human demon realm would have to look at it for a long time to see through its flaws. The other party, an ant that wasn't even a human demon, was actually able to see through his true identity with a single glance. You don't need to know. Ning Qi said indifferently. Could it be that he had to tell the other party that from the moment the other party appeared, there were densely packed blood bars above his head? How could a low-level demonic creature have so much blood? Ning Qi naturally wanted to take a look at its attributes. Then he saw that this guy was also called the Demon Dragon Ancestor. Your aura! You ate all of the 9 yang body tempering fruit? Anger suddenly flashed across the Demon Dragon Ancestor's eyes. Immediately after, he no longer wasted any words with Ning Qi and directly rushed forward. Open, open, open! Ning Qi growled and opened 3 doors in a row. The aura on his body became extremely terrifying, but he was still sent flying by the Demon Dragon Ancestor's palm and landed heavily on the ground. When the Demon Dragon Ancestor saw this, he sneered. He thought that Ning Qi was already dead, so he walked towards Ning Qi at a leisurely pace. In the end, halfway through, he discovered that Ning Qi had crawled up like a wisp of smoke and was speeding towards Yanshan City. Damn it. Chapter 1964. See you next time. This, Dwayne, and the others stared at the scene, dumbfounded. Was that person really the dragon demon ancestor just now? I heard that this person's seniority is even higher than the giant wormling too. He has been in the full circle of the human demon realm for a long time and has the highest chance of breaking through to the earth demon realm. How did that guy provoke this kind of existence? Ping Tian said with a strange expression. A sliver of joy appeared in Yang Go's eyes. With a slight movement, he landed beside North Moon Lingqiu and said, Lingqiu, that guy offended the demonic dragon ancestor, so he's dead for sure. I'll give you another chance. Do you want to return to Yanshan City with me? North Moon Lingqiu returned to his senses and glanced at Yang Go coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain, and he took off in the direction of Yen Mountain City, silently. He was rather flustered. When Yang Go saw this, he almost could not help but directly kill North Moon Lingqiu. But when he thought of North Moon Lingqiu's background, he buried the thought deep in his heart. Come, let's go up and see how that guy died in the hands of the dragon ancestor. Yang Go sneered. When everyone heard this, they were indeed very curious. They didn't care if they would be affected by the attack of the demonic dragon patriarch, as they quickly flew in the direction that the 2 of them had left. Run! The demonic dragon ancestor roared and punched Ning Qi in the back of his heart. Ning Qi was like a cannonball as he landed heavily on the ground, creating a mushroom cloud. Soon after, just like before, Ning Qi quickly got up and continued to flee in the direction of Yanshan City. When the dragon demon ancestor saw this, he was furious, but at the same time he was also very shocked. When he attacked in anger, even an existence of the same level would find it difficult to resist. But the other party had already punched him several times in a row without dying. Was this guy really not even at the human devil stage? The old man is really strong. Ning Qi cursed in his heart as he ran. If he had not opened the 3rd gate and his physical strength had not increased by several times, his HP would have been depleted. But even so, with his remaining HP, he would only be able to withstand 5 or 6 more punches from the old man before his HP would be reduced to 0. The only thing that made Ning Qi rejoice was that he was now less than 100 miles away from Yanshan City. As long as he entered Yanshan City, he would not have the guts to enter. From the moment the demonic dragon ancestor transformed into a demonic creature and patrolled the area, Ning Qi knew that he was definitely afraid of his master, Zunshan Demon King Pain. The demonic dragon ancestor did not know that he had already left Yanshan City. If he knew this, Ning Qi reckoned that with the demonic dragon ancestor's fury, he might directly charge into Yanshan City. On Yanshan City's side, it seemed like they also noticed the commotion here. Many figures soared into the sky. Is it that guy? North Moon Chongxiu and the others stood together and stared at Ning Qi in some surprise. Afterwards, their faces immediately changed when they discovered that the person chasing after Ning Qi was the demonic dragon ancestor. This guy has actually provoked another great perfection demonic human. When you and I were young, it would have already been terrible if we had offended an early demonic human, right? The goat demon said with a strange expression. North Moon Chongshu nodded silently. The goat demon was right. Back when they were only half-step demonic human, it was already enough for them to be proud of offending an early demonic human and not die. However, the guy before them had actually offended a late demonic human again and again, and even in existence at the great perfection demonic human. Most importantly, he was still alive and kicking right now. Die, ancestor! The demonic dragon ancestor roared furiously and vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Ning Qi, directly stomping on Ning Qi's back. Boom! Ning Qi's body was like a meteor as he fell 100 feet away from the city walls of Yanshan City. A huge pit that was dozens of feet deep appeared on the ground. One could imagine how terrifying the strength of the demonic dragon ancestor's kick was. Late demonic human. The demonic dragon ancestor noticed the existence of North Moon Chongshu and the others. He glanced around before glancing in the direction of the Demon King's estate. There was some fear in his eyes. As for North Moon Chongshu and the others, he did not take them seriously at all. He's still not dead? The demonic dragon ancestor's gaze changed slightly. With a furious growl, he fell into the pit heavily. Boom! Another mushroom cloud rose up. North Moon Chongshu and the others shuddered with fear. Presumably, the kid had already died under an attack like that, right? At this moment, Yang Go and the others arrived as well. Seeing how Ning Qi was being abused by the demonic dragon ancestor, Yang Go could not hold back his smile at all. He was extremely delighted. Father, young Master Bei Xian just saved my life. Help him. Seeing how the demonic dragon ancestor had already landed a few punches on Ning Qi, North Moon Lingqiu hurriedly communicated with North Moon Chongshu secretly. North Moon Chongshu was taken aback. His expression was rather strange. What demonic art does this kid practice? How is his body so tough? The demonic dragon ancestor gazed at Ning Qi, who was still breathing in the pit. A sliver of doubt flashed through his eyes. The anger in his heart gradually calmed down. Originally, he planned on killing Ning Qi directly to avenge himself for playing tricks on him back then. However, the demonic dragon ancestor's thoughts gradually changed. He became slightly curious about Ning Qi, so he decided to take him away from this place and study him properly. Perhaps he would be able to gain something. Thinking up to there, the demonic dragon ancestor grabbed at the air. Strands of demonic qi wrapped around Ning Qi and flew towards his hand. Demonic dragon ancestor, this is Sir Payne's direct disciple. Isn't it inappropriate for you to do this in front of Yan Mountain City? North Moon Chongshu suddenly asked. Was he really Payne's disciple? The demonic dragon ancestor was mildly surprised. Right from the beginning, he knew Spider Streak was a disciple of the Demon King of Venerance Mountain Pain, but he had never believed Ning Qi was one of them too. Now that North Moon Chongshu had said that he was caught between a rock and a hard place, fourth junior brother, junior nephew, young Master Bei Xian, Spider Streak, Luriel, and Lan Rua flew over. When they saw Ning Qi wrapped around by demonic qi in the air, a sliver of anger immediately appeared in their eyes. Demonic dragon ancestor, how dare you? Luriel stared at the demonic dragon ancestor coldly. Luriel! The demonic dragon ancestor's expression changed slightly. Master, don't go into seclusion anymore. The demonic dragon ancestor is here to kill fourth junior brother. Hurry up and come out of seclusion to kill this old bastard. Spider Streak suddenly roared towards Yan Mountain City. Under the surging demonic qi, his voice rumbled like thunder. We'll meet again next time. The demonic dragon ancestor gritted his teeth at Ning Qi. Afterwards, he turned around and left cleanly. He moved so quickly that he disappeared from everyone's vision in the blink of an eye. Clearly, he was afraid that pain would really come out of seclusion to kill him. Chapter 1965. Re-entry to the secret land. Junior brother, are you still alive? Spiderweb whispered. I won't die yet. Ning Chi grinned. His voice was a little weak. His health bar was already at the bottom. If the dragon demon ancestor attacked again, he would definitely die. Fortunately, the dragon demon ancestor was still very afraid of pain. The spider pattern had only casually threatened him, and he had no choice but to escape immediately. The human devil great perfection was only half a step away from stepping into the earth devil realm. If he was killed by the existence of the earth devil stage at this critical moment, the gains would not make up for the losses. Spider-Mark, bring your junior brother back to the Devil King Manor to recuperate, Rurier said. Spider-Win nodded, then took Ning Chi with her and flew towards the Demon King's estate. Seeing that, North Moon Lingqiu opened his mouth hesitantly, but he said nothing in the end. North Moon Chong Su, has your personality changed today? Ruriel looked at him rather strangely. Before the three of them had arrived, North Moon Chong Su was the only one who spoke up for Ning Chi out of all of them. Ruriel had witnessed this. The goat demon and the others were confused as well. Was North Moon Chongshu purposefully expressing goodwill? One had to know that the other party hadn't even given them a portion of the power demon body tempering pill. They had completely fallen out with each other. Was there any use in expressing goodwill like this? Instead, others would laugh at him. The goat demon refused to believe that North Moon Chong Su had not thought of that. North Moon Chong Su's lips moved slightly. Uriel glanced at North Moon Lingqiu in a rather enlightened manner before nodding at North Moon Chong Su and leaving. North Moon Chongshu, what kind of deal did you make with the Demon King's estate? The goat demon looked at North Moon Chong Su in doubt. Demon goat, on account of our past friendship, I won't kill your son today. However, you must keep him in check. The next time I see him, I will kill him without a doubt. North Moon Chongshu looked at the goat demon and said coldly. Before the goat demon could respond, he waved his hand and left with North Moon Lingqiu. When the other leaders heard that, their expressions immediately became extremely strange. The North Moon clan had fallen out with the Yang family? Why so sudden? At this moment, the lips of Dwayne and the others moved slightly, and they explained what had happened through voice transmission. Only then did the family heads come to a sudden realization, and they looked at the goat demon gloatingly. Yongo, what happened? The goat demon suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Yongo. Yongo's face was livid, but he did not speak. Ingwei, you speak. Goat demon looked at Yang Ingwei. Yang Ingwei hesitated for a moment and realized that Yongo was looking at him with cold eyes. He immediately made a decision and told them everything that had just happened. He did not use a voice transmission, so all the demons gathered here could hear it clearly. They looked at Yongo with disdain in their eyes. His fiancée was in danger, but he didn't stay to help her and only cared about escaping? Yongo's face was ashen as he stared at Yang Ingwei. He was sure that his cousin was doing it on purpose. All right, shut up, the goat demon bellowed. Yang Ingwei immediately shut his mouth. Go back and cultivate in seclusion. Don't come out for the next 200 or 300 years. Yang Mo said lightly to Yongo. Yes, father. Yongo lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. Demon King Palace. Senior sister, put me down. I can heal myself. Ningqi saw that Spider, when was using a princess, carry to hug him. When he regained some of his strength, he immediately felt that it was very strange and struggled a little. Oh. Spider nodded her head and loosened her hands. With a puff, Ningqi directly smashed onto the ground, affecting the injuries left behind by the demonic dragon ancestor. An intense pain spread throughout his body, but this kind of pain did not affect Ningqi much. He did not even frown. Then I'll go out first. Spider said, Wait. 5 9 yang body fruit, they are completely intact. Ning Chi took out the 9 yang body fruit from his spatial bag and threw it to Spiderwin. Spiderwin reached out to catch it and revealed a look of pleasant surprise. You've been running for so long. Can you still keep the 9 yang body fruit? What about the other 4? Were they snatched away by the demonic dragon ancestor? Senior sister will give you 2 more. As for the demonic dragon ancestor, I will think of a way to take revenge. Junior brother, you can recuperate in peace. After throwing down the 2 9 yang body fruit, without waiting for Ning Chi's explanation, Spiderwin left the room. Ning Chi was startled, then kept the 2 9 yang body fruit into his spatial bag. Since Spiderwin had given it to him, he did not need to be polite. These 2 fruits were not of much use to him now, but they were of high value and could be used to barter. Outside the door, Duo Lu and the other 2 looked at Spiderwin nervously. When they saw Master Bei Xian being carried into the room by young Master Spiderwin, their hearts were already filled with fear. Your lord is fine. He only suffered some light injuries. Spiderwin waved his hand. Duo Lu and the other 2 immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The immortal prison is indeed dangerous. Young Master Bei Xian is so powerful, yet he was still injured like this, not far away. Yi Zifeng sighed in his heart. After a full 10 days, Duo Lu and the rest finally saw Ning Chi walk out of the room. Master Bei Xian, your injuries have healed. Duo Lu sized Ning Chi up. Seeing that Ning Chi's aura was even denser than before, his face immediately revealed a trace of joy. Yes. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. At this moment, Lan Ruo coincidentally walked in. When he discovered that Ning Chi's aura did not show any signs of injury, his expression instantly turned strange. He had personally seen Ning Chi being abused by the demonic dragon ancestor, but his injuries had completely recovered in just 10 days. Wasn't the speed a little too terrifying? Thinking of this, Lan Ruo once again looked forward to Ning Chi's cultivation technique. Where's senior sister Spiderwin? Ning Chi casually asked. Young Master Spiderwin left Yen Shan City 10 days ago. I heard that she went to the Lucifer tribe. Lan Ruo said. Lucifer tribe? Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. Why did senior sister Spiderwin go to the Lucifer tribe? Don't you know about young Master Bei Xian? Young Master Spiderwin's mother was born in the Lucifer tribe. She went back this time to visit her relatives, right? Lan Ruo looked at Ning Chi strangely. Everyone in the Demon King's residence knew about Spiderwin's background. However, only Pain knew the details. They only knew that Spiderwin's mother was from the Lucifer tribe. Oh, Ning Chi nodded thoughtfully. Then he called Yi Zifeng, Duo Lu, and gave each of them 10,000 mid-grade demonic crystals. Lan Ruo was extremely envious. Hidden Cultivator City is quite beneficial for cultivation. You guys can find a suitable area to stay in. Duo Lu and the rest were overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Thank you, young Master Bei Xian. Yi smiled and nodded. Lan Ruo, let's go. Young Master Bei Xian, where to? A mystic realm.